Chapter 713. Go to the most expensive place to eat. That way you can show off your wealth. Order 2 servings, eat 1 and throw the other away? Sure, I also want to get rich. When are you going to treat me? Anytime. I won't go to that kind of place to treat you. I'll go to your place. You can cook for me. Okay. Yi Er agreed without hesitation. The two of them didn't drive. Instead, they walked and looked for high-end restaurants. Jiang Zhao felt that this was actually a good thing. Yi Er didn't have to act like a yes man in front of him anymore. Instead, he had to think of ways to please her. Was she finally relaxed? Just like now, when she was happy, she would spin around. Under the streetlights, her smile was like the sun during the day. It made the streetlights pale in comparison. Finally, she didn't have those servile smiles anymore. Her black hair continued to grow. He still had a bunch of her hair. At that time, her hair was like withered grass. It was much longer than it was now. The days passed quickly. After Yi Er woke up, she called the dance studio to ask about the progress of the TV station. Everything was fine. During this process, no one knew that she was injured and hospitalized. Even Xiaoya thought that she had gone abroad. She even called Jiang Zhao and scolded Jiang Zhao for not letting his wife contact her. The shooting didn't lead to the murderer. The Ouyang Yin was gang-raped and committed suicide. Xuanhuan had his own way of cutting off clues. No one connected the two incidents together. Naturally, no one would think that the Ouyang Yan's death was due to Jiang Zhao's revenge and Xuanhuan's cooperation. The Western restaurant named Vienna was as magnificent as its name. In the end, Yi Er said that she wanted to eat steak, so she booked a table here. The 3rd floor was a private room. Yi Er didn't have to accommodate Jiang Zhao's preferences anymore. Therefore, she wanted to sit in the main hall. The 1st and 2nd floors were the main hall. However, she heard that the entire 2nd floor was booked, so they could only eat on the 1st floor. Yi Er liked to eat in big and bright places. She felt that there was nothing to hide under the sun. Xiaoya's habit of sitting by the window hadn't changed. The floor of Vienna wasn't high, but the garden outside the building was huge. Therefore, the scenery outside the window was even more charming than the view from a tall building. Especially in May, when the sky was full of flowers, it was hard for a woman not to love a flower house that symbolized romance. Although the entire 2nd floor had been reserved, Yi Er could still smell the rose fragrance in the entire restaurant. It was a natural floral fragrance, not a mixture of spices. Someone whispered, "Wow, he's proposing. Do you know that? So romantic." The 2nd floor is filled with a sea of flowers and roses. Oh my God. What a huge diamond ring. The man is very handsome. Really, he's the young master of the Kong family. The woman is Xiaoya. She's that famous designer. They match so well. Xiaoya is dressed beautifully today. She's wearing a red gown and her makeup is beautiful too. She matches the atmosphere today. Yi Er was splashing water on her face in the bathroom. She was shocked when she heard the discussion. She walked out of the bathroom in a hurry. She stepped on the thick carpet and walked quickly to Jiang Zhao. The 2nd floor is booked by Kang Yun. He proposed to Xiaoya. Jiang Zhao sat opposite Yi Er. Seeing the confusion on Yi Er's face, he couldn't believe it. He didn't contact Xuanhuan, so he didn't know about the relationship between Xuanhuan and Xiaoya. Where did you hear this from? Didn't I go to wash my face just now? I accidentally heard it. I think the waiter on the 2nd floor said it. It doesn't seem fake. I want to go up and take a look. What are you going to see? If it's not, you'll get into trouble. Although Jiang Zhao's seat wasn't directly facing the door, he could still see everything that was happening at the door. He just happened to look up and see the tall door being pulled open by the waiter. A man wearing a casual black cotton shirt, casual pants and shoes came in. Jiang Zhao knew that if Xuanhuan came out, he wouldn't be dressed so casually. It was obvious that he was either at home or had rushed over from somewhere. Otherwise, he would be dressed in a suit like him. Everyone wanted to gain respect from others, so they had to show respect when they wore clothes. Although it was casual, the domineering aura of black on Xuanhuan was obvious. Could it be that the two of them had a tacit understanding today? Was that why they were both dressed casually? The only difference was that he was wearing white, while Xuanhuan was wearing black. However, Xuanhuan's face was as dark as iron. He just took big steps towards the extremely wide staircase that led to the 2nd floor. Jiang Zhao had a bad feeling. He followed Xuanhuan's footsteps and stood up. The waiter quickly chased after them and said with a nod, Mr. Zhuang, I'm sorry, but the 2nd floor has been reserved. If you want to eat, can we take the elevator to the 3rd floor? Xuanhuan turned a deaf ear to him and walked up 3 steps at a time. The staircase was very wide and was covered with a thick and soft dark red floral carpet. It was like a European palace. The floors were very high, so there were many staircases. The waiter was panting as he followed. Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Zhuang. Zhuang Yichen stopped in his tracks and turned around. His menacing aura scared the waiter who had yet to approach him. The waiter took a step back and stammered, Mr. Zhuang. The second floor has been booked. Get lost. Zhuang Yichen's eyes turned cold and he shouted. The waiter was so scared that he stumbled back and fell down the stairs. Oh my God. Ye covered her mouth and exclaimed. Jiang Zhao pushed his chair away. Yunyi, wait for me downstairs. I'm going up to take a look. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. Zhao. Ye immediately followed Jiang Zhao and ran up to the second floor. In fact, Jiang Zhao could totally ignore this matter. However, Zhuang Yichen looked like he was about to kill someone and there was no one following him. What if he did something impulsive? Zhuang Yichen had already smelled the fragrance of roses when he was in the staircase. The entire Vienna was smothered by this smell and no one could recognize the smell. Before he reached the end of the staircase, he saw that the tables and chairs that used to be in the hall on the second floor had disappeared. There were piles and piles of roses. When he walked up, he realized that each pile of roses was as big as a big round table. They were even arranged in a heart shape. Heart shape. Bullshit. There was only one small long table on the second floor. Xiaoya was sitting on it with her body turned sideways. Kang Yiyun was kneeling on one knee, holding an exquisite red velvet box in her hand. The diamond was very dazzling. It was definitely dazzling. If it wasn't, how could the woman be unable to open her eyes? Moo moo, marry me. The man took out the diamond ring from the box and placed the box on the table. The woman's hand was gently held by the man. He wanted to put the ring that represented a lifetime into the woman's slender finger. The ring in her hand was suddenly snatched away. It was not a beautiful parabola. Like a shooting star, it disappeared without a trace. Only a faint sound could be heard from afar. Zhuang Yichen threw away the ring that Kang Yiyun was about to put on Xiaoya's finger. He lifted his long leg and kicked Kang Yiyun's chest hard. Kang Yiyun was caught off guard and fell down. Xiaoya stood up abruptly. Her eyes widened as she looked at Zhuang Yichen in disbelief. She was scared. Zhuang Yichen did not look at Xiaoya. Instead, he looked condescendingly at Kang Yiyun, who was wearing a formal tuxedo, who was about to get up. The corners of his mouth twitched. He swept the red wine and steak on the table to the ground. The man was in a sorry state. Zhuang Yichen looked at the way the two were dressed. He felt an uncontrollable fire spreading in his body. One was wearing a black tuxedo, the other was wearing a bright red tube-top dress. They even lied to him that the man liked women who were indifferent. Zhuang Yichen, what are you doing? Zhuang Yichen turned around and glared at Xiaoya. He shouted in a deep voice, sit down. Xiaoya did not dare to resist. She could not explain herself even if she had 10 mouths. She did not know that a blind date and a meal had become a marriage proposal. She also did not know that it was Kang Yiyun. If she knew, she would not have come. Zhuang Yichen did not look at Xiaoya, who had angered him. He turned around and stepped on Kang Yiyun's chest. Kang Yiyun was a gentleman. When he used force, it was not Zhuang Yichen's move. Zhuang Yichen's foot on Kang Yiyun's chest was just like his imposing manner. It was overbearing and arrogant. He could not resist at all. He said fiercely, Kang, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? You dare to touch my Zhuang Yichen's woman? Zhuang Yichen, I have the right to pursue Mu Mu. She also has the right to choose me. Kang Yiyun could not stand up. His head was hit by the plate on the table and was bleeding. At this moment he felt dizzy. Right? Zhuang Yichen snorted, your right was long gone the moment she was with me. Her right was also gone at that moment. What bullshit right and right are you talking about in front of me? Let me tell you, only I, Zhuang Yichen, have the right. I have the right. Put away your dirty tricks. If you dare to have any thoughts of touching my woman again, don't blame me. Zhuang Yichen clenched his teeth and said, don't blame me. He swallowed the rest of his words, but it was like a knife from his ink-black pupils. Kang Yiyun trembled. Who do you think you are? Zhuang Yichen mocked. You will know who I am in the future. But I advise you not to know, it won't do you any good. Jiang Zhao had already asked the waiters and security guards to block off the second floor and not let anyone else come up. He did not want them to be on the newspapers tomorrow. Stop fooling around. Jiang Zhao pulled Zhuang Yichen. Take Xiaoya back. It won't do you any good if you make a big fuss. Jiang Zhao saw that Zhuang Yichen still refused to let go of his foot, but Kang Yiyun was obviously injured from the impact and had no strength left. He lowered his voice and looked at Zhuang Yichen coldly. Do you want tomorrow's newspapers to have the news of you and Kang Yun fighting over Xiaoxiao? Zhuang Yichen's eyes flashed, but he still refused to admit it. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yes, let him know and let the whole of Haiqing know. Jiang Zhao patted Zhuang Yichen's shoulder. You go first, now is not the time to fool around. Zhuang Yichen pondered for a while. Okay, I'll take her away first. You and Xiaoya take the elevator to the garage, don't take the stairs. Jiang Zhao then said to Yi, Yunyi, go get our car and wait for them at the elevator in the underground garage in case they get photographed. Wait for me there. Yi nodded and quickly pressed the elevator button to leave first. Zhuang Yichen said stiffly, thank you. He pulled Xiaoya away, but Xiaoya couldn't keep up with Zhuang Yichen's footsteps. Her high heels weren't suitable for running in such big strides, and the carpet on the floor was thick and soft. She felt that her heels were hooked and fell forward, crying out in pain. Ah! Kang Yun got up from the ground and was about to chase after Xiaoya when Jiang Zhao pulled him back. Young Master Kang, why don't you tidy up your appearance first? Kang Yun froze in shame. Zhuang Yichen saw that Xiaoya had already squatted down, and his steel-like eyes darkened. He picked up Xiaoya and held her more firmly in his arms, then strode towards the elevator. He said angrily, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Beauty Novel Songshu 566. Chapter 714. The four of them sat in Jiang Zhao's car. Yi and Jiang Zhao sat in the front, but at this moment Xiaoya really wanted to switch seats with Yi. Zhuang Yichen didn't say a word the whole way, but his face was sullen. Jiang Zhao was the first to break the silence. Yichen, where did you go tonight? No, I was at home the whole time. Actually, he had been in Qingfeng Garden the whole time. His men were following Xiaoya, so he read some books to pass the time. He could have gone back to Ninth Mansion, but he couldn't help thinking about how she dressed up that night. He just had to find something to do in Qingfeng Garden. It wasn't too late, it was still very early. But when his men called, he was furious. Good Lord, he wasn't going on a normal blind date, he was going to accept a marriage proposal. The other party wasn't just anyone, it was Kang Yun. This woman was extraordinarily bold now. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to lie to him, but now she didn't even need to think of a script to lie. Why don't the four of us go to Haiwei restaurant and find a private room for dinner? Jiang Zhao had originally brought Yi out for dinner, but the meal was ruined before they could finish. There's no need. Just send me back to Ninth Mansion. I've already eaten. I think she's eaten too. The she Zhuang Yichen was referring to was naturally Xiaoya. Xiaoya rubbed her stomach. She hadn't eaten yet, it was all wasted. Jiang Zhao had an idea. Okay, I'll go home with Yunyi to eat. Get some food from the fridge. There was no food in the fridge, but there was a small supermarket in Ninth Mansion that sold daily vegetables. Although it didn't have a complete variety, it was still very fresh. Most importantly, he could get Yi to cook for him and he could help out. Thinking of this, his hands that were holding the leather steering wheel felt exceptionally comfortable. He secretly turned his face to look at the woman beside him. She was also turning her head to look at him with a hint of dissatisfaction. He gave her an apologetic look. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Zhao. Zhuang Yichen did not notice the flirtatious glances between the two people in the front row. He was not in a good mood, so his thanks were stiff. Jiang Zhao didn't care about it. He knew that Zhuang Yichen was probably so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Who didn't know that Zhuang Yichen was a very domineering person? It would be strange if he wasn't angry when something like this happened. Xiaoya was thrown into the room by Zhuang Yichen. As soon as Xiaoya took off her shoes, she was picked up by the waist and hung onto the man's waist. Then he walked into the room. Xiaoya's head and feet were hanging towards the ground. She felt her head was bleeding. Zhuang Yichen, what are you doing? He went straight to the bathroom and turned on the tap. As Xiaoya was placed on the ground, her head was pressed under the tap. Zhuang Yichen took a towel that was hung neatly on the rack to dry. He soaked it in water and rubbed Xiaoya's face. Xiaoya choked on a lot of water. The white porcelain basin filled up more and more, but her head was pressed down forcefully by Zhuang Yichen, so she couldn't get out of the water. She wanted to curse Zhuang Yichen, but when she opened her mouth, she drank a big mouthful of water. Zhuang Yichen lifted Xiaoya up and looked at her smudged face. But water couldn't wash away the makeup on her face. He was instantly furious. Xiaoya looked at Zhuang Yichen's eyes that were spitting fire. She felt a chill run down her spine. This man's violent tendencies were so obvious. How did she not notice it before? Her nose was still hurting. Zhuang Yichen, have you lost your mind? Zhuang Yichen didn't say anything to Xiaoya. He only held her down and didn't allow her to move. He pressed her against the sink and reached out to take his facial cleanser. He squeezed it out and rubbed it in his palms. Then he rubbed it all over Xiaoya's face. Ah, my eyes. Zhuang Yichen rubbed the facial cleanser into Xiaoya's eyes. Zhuang Yichen knew that facial cleanser shouldn't enter the eyes, but he allowed Xiaoya to scream. When he was almost done, he pressed her into the white porcelain basin and rinsed her with the water from the tap. Xiaoya felt that she was being humiliated and bullied. This kind of man was simply a violent pervert. He didn't know how to respect people. From the moment he pushed her into the basin, he was no longer a gentleman. Xiaoya didn't scream anymore. She closed her eyes and allowed this man to humiliate her in any way he wanted. The woman's head was pulled out of the water. Zhuang Yichen saw that her face was white again. The fire in his eyes extinguished a little. He saw the resistance in Xiaoya's eyes, but he could choose to ignore it. He pinched the woman's chin and pulled it up. He bent down and kissed her. He wanted to taste if there was another man's taste in her mouth. But just as his tongue entered her mouth, it was bitten by the woman's teeth. He instinctively retracted his tongue. Hiss. Zhuang Yichen frowned. In this luxurious bathroom, the two of them stood in front of the large sink. The orange light above them shone on Xiaoya's skin. Bite me. I'll bite you. The surging air in his chest pushed his chest up and down. Zhuang Yichen's gaze landed on Xiaoya's mouth. Then he moved his gaze down to her chin. Her beautiful neck and beautiful collarbone. Necklace? Evening gown? The color of the flame-like evening gown was reflected in his eyes. It was like two clusters of burning fire. He let out a long sigh, gritted his teeth, and reached over to tear her dress. The air was filled with rip, rip sounds until there was no sound. Zhuang Yichen. You bastard. What do you take me for? I hate you. I hate you. Xiaoya felt like a disrespected prostitute at this moment. She squatted by the door and buried her head between her knees. Although she always knew that she relied on sleeping with men to get to where she was, she had never felt like a prostitute like this in the 4 years she had been with him. A prostitute who was bullied and humiliated by others. But she didn't cry. She hated women who cried so easily. Her heart was in so much pain that she couldn't shed any tears. There was a pile of red fabric on the floor. Xiaoya's bra was thrown to the ground. Her underwear was torn off, and her necklace was thrown away. She was completely naked. Zhuang Yichen kicked all the things on the floor that were an eyesore to him to the trash can. Then he carried the naked Xiaoya out of the bathroom. He was very uncomfortable and depressed during the process. He threw Xiaoya into his pants and covered her body with a silk blanket. He pressed on top of her and said in a low voice, "Little demon Qiu, I didn't strip you naked because I wanted to do you. Don't test my patience time and time again. I told you last time, Kang Yun. Stay away from him. What do you take me for? What do I take you for? I take you for my woman." Her body under the silk blanket trembled. Jiang Zhao's dinner was very sumptuous. There were 3 dishes and a soup. He hadn't eaten 2 bowls of rice in a long time. He was very satisfied with this meal. Jiang Zhao cleaned up the dishes and came out of the kitchen. Ye was eating honeydew melon. "Jiang Zhao, I think I should go back to the hospital tonight. The doctor is probably looking for me." Jiang Zhao pointed to his back. Ye threw the honeydew melon into his mouth and ran over to Jiang Zhao to untie the apron knot on his back and help him take it off. "It's okay. I just called. The doctor said that it's the same if you go tomorrow. I told him that you were out for so long and there were no other reactions." "Really?" "Yeah." "Oh yeah, Miss Yun, remember not to tell anyone about our divorce." Ye nodded like a chick pecking rice. "Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I'll keep it a secret." Jiang Zhao looked at Ye's smiling face. This woman's reaction was really disappointing. Was the divorce making her so happy? "I don't believe you. I don't know who used to threaten me that she was a blabbermouth." Ye thought about the robbery that night. She had used all her means to make Jiang Zhao take her out of the alley. Isn't that just once in a while? We can't be like that all the time. I'll sleep in Jie's room. You sleep upstairs alone. I'll make some preparations in a few days and move out. Ye's heart ached. Jiang Zhao, thank you. What are you thanking me for? There's no need for this between us. Thank you for being considerate. I should be considerate. You care about me and I care about you. It's only right, isn't it? Ye nodded. It was a habit. They didn't talk about love. They only talked about what they should talk about. A week later, Jolie went crazy and couldn't be controlled. She could only be sent to the mental hospital. Ye went to see her twice. Every time, Jolie was covering her face and banging her head against the wall. As long as someone went to see her, she would bang her head against the wall until her head was bleeding. She said that her face couldn't be seen anymore. When she was in rehab, she said that no one dared to go near her. She hit and bit people and tortured them until they were black and blue. When Yi saw her mother like this, she didn't feel conflicted anymore. Everyone had their own destiny. Later on, she realized that maybe she was really biased. If her father had become like this, she would have been heartbroken. But when her mother became like this, she viciously felt that it was a form of relief. Yi returned to work. The busy Yi kept pestering Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, help me. Do you think this song will be better with a cheongsam with a one-sided slit? I think a cheongsam with a one-sided slit above the knee would be good because the female partner's legs are very beautiful. Xiaoya knew that this was an entertainment program. Many of the songs were popular among the public. The song was also very Chinese. Yi's idea was very good. Yi, are you trying to steal my job? How is that possible? I can't even draw a manuscript or make a sample dress. You're thinking too much. As the two of them were talking, Yi's cell phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello. She picked it up and asked. Sister Yi. Lulu? Why did you change your phone number? Yi stood up happily. No wonder she couldn't get in touch after so long. She changed her phone number. Yes, it's me. It was a little inconvenient, so I changed my number. Ching Su's voice was a little soft. How have you been recently? I'm very good. Lulu, are you feeling better? Ching Su muttered to herself for a while. Her voice wasn't as sweet and straightforward as before. Instead, it sounded a little gloomy. I'm all better. I want to treat you and Xiao brother-in-law to a meal. When will you be free? Tonight. I'll ask Jianghu. He might not be free. Yi didn't dare to agree to a meal on behalf of Jianghu. Besides, family Min was in decline. He really couldn't think of a reason why Ching Su would look for Jianghu. Okay, just tell him I want to treat him to a meal. He probably won't refuse. Ching Su didn't sound confident when she said this. But just as Ching Su said, Yi repeated Ching Su's words and Jianghu agreed to the meal. He still remembered the scene when he went to see Ching Su after she woke up from her car accident. He remembered all the promises he made to her. Perhaps Ching Su didn't forget either. Some debts had to be repaid. Jianghu told Yi not to go with him because there were some things he wanted to talk to Ching Su about in private. A powerful novel. Songshu 566. Chapter 715. Was already swamped with work to begin with. Hearing Jianghu's words, she agreed. In a small private room in Haiwei restaurant, only Jianghu and Ching Su were seated. Just as Jianghu expected, Ching Su went straight to the point. She didn't seem to be in good spirits. Her head was slightly lowered and she didn't have her usual vigor. Her voice was also no longer crisp. Xiao brother-in-law, do you still remember what you promised me? Yes, I remember. Just say the word as long as it's within my means. Jianghu was fine when he didn't see Ching Su. As soon as he saw Ching Su, he felt that this girl shouldn't have suffered so much. He was responsible for both of her injuries. Ching Su looked up at Jianghu. Actually, I feel that I'm not a good person. When I saved Yi's Jejia, I didn't think of asking you for anything in return. I really didn't think of it. Ching Su's words and voice were filled with deep helplessness and self-deprecation. It was as if this kind of action made her feel embarrassed. But now I have no other choice. I can't find anyone to help me. After hesitating for so long, I can only bring this matter up to you. It was clearly a very simple matter, but now I've made it a little dirty. When she said the word dirty, Ching Su frowned slightly. She seemed to be disgusted. Lulu, you don't have to think like that. Even though you've raised conditions with me, it doesn't affect the fact that you're a good girl. As Jianghu's thoughts turned, he already had a rough idea. Although he hated Min Zikai, as he said, he had always felt that Ching Su was a good girl. Ching Su looked at Jianghu calmly. There was a clear and pure light in her eyes. Min Hongxing has been convicted, but he's only been sentenced. Luckily, family Min's debt isn't that serious, so they can still get by. But Min Zikai has caused some trouble recently. He got into a lawsuit. His mother said that he was framed. Min Hongxing told me to keep an eye on him and not let him cause any trouble. Family Min only has one son. Jianghu smiled faintly. You want to plead for leniency for Min Zikai? After a moment, Ching Su nodded slowly. Yes. But I remember that you didn't like him in the past. Min Hongxing said that Min Zikai and I both have his blood in our veins. Ching Su sniffled lightly. Jianghu looked at the dishes on the table. Neither of them touched their chopsticks. He picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. When he saw Ching Su, This reminded him of Yi Er in the past. Actually, after Qing Su had saved Yi Er's life, he had never thought of setting a trap for Min Zikai again. But Min Zikai didn't know how to appreciate his kindness and went to Yi Er's dance studio to provoke her. If he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he? Min Zikai's ability to make Jiang Zhao uncomfortable was no less than Yunwu's. And Yunwu had been lying low for a long time, so Jiang Zhao couldn't find any loopholes. So when Min Zikai provoked him, Jiang Zhao had a vengeful reaction. Smuggling. It was a method that he had thought of long ago. He just wanted to use it later. But these personal grudges actually made him exhale deeply when Qing Su's eyes suddenly reddened. He asked her, "If you were framed, you need evidence. You have any?" Qing Su was surprised for a moment. She suddenly said, "Then Xiao brother-in-law, can you tell me how to find evidence?" "I don't know, but I can try." "Lulu, Min Zikai won't accept your kindness." Jiang Zhao frowned. He thought back to when Qing Su was hospitalized with a broken rib in her lung. Min Zikai didn't even visit her. Later on, when she was seriously injured, Min Zikai didn't even frown. It was as if he couldn't wait for her to die. Qing Su lowered her eyes and stared at the light yellow tea in front of her. She didn't want to appear too self-deprecating. "But his surname is Min. Min Hongxing's family hasn't been ruined yet. We still have to rely on him to support it in the future. I know there's no way to deal with Min Hongxing's crime. I can only think of ways to reform him and try to reduce his sentence. But if Min Zikai also goes to jail, the family Min will really be finished. Min Hongxing's life's work will be ruined." Jiang Zhao sighed softly. Qing Su called him by his name, but he could tell that she really wanted to say that Min Hongxing was her father. Her actions had already proved it. "If only he was half as sensible as you. Men always mature late. My mother said so." Qing Su's voice was slightly choked. "I remember that Min Hongxing gave you a lot of family Min shares. You can support the family Min. You don't have to rely on Min Zikai. If you don't understand, I can help you hire a consultant." Qing Su shook her head. "My surname will always be Lu. Even if I have the Min Group's shares, I won't change my surname. Family Min will belong to Min Zikai in the future. I don't want it. My mother didn't leave me anything, only this surname." Jiang Zhao could see that Qing Su's shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. These girls sigh. "Well, you can't get him out, right? This incident was originally planned by his people, so it wouldn't be difficult to get him out." Qing Su's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. "Yes. Okay. Let's eat. Don't let your sister Yi Er know about this." It wasn't easy for them to have an equal relationship. He didn't want her to feel indebted. "Thank you, Xiao brother-in-law." Qing Su didn't realize from the start that Jiang Zhao liked the 3 words, Xiao brother-in-law, very much. It was June and the summer was scorching hot. The program team gathered all the behind-the-scenes staff for a meeting. The general content of the meeting was that the viewership ratings were very good and the finals were coming soon. The station wanted to set a new high in viewership ratings and create a different model. They wanted to find an outdoor venue for the finals. As for the location of the finals, it was also a good opportunity to make money. They would provide a few scenic spots in the country that had good scenery and were also related to their sister stations. They would let the audience send messages and make calls to choose. Each message cost $1. The final location that they chose would be the one with the most votes. Therefore, some people thought that a coastal city would be chosen. After all, it was the middle of summer and there were beaches and bikinis. But in the end, the location chosen was the Hulunber grasslands. The costumes, lighting, and mentors had to participate unless they were unwell. Everyone went through a physical examination. Yi Er originally thought that she was injured and couldn't participate. But unexpectedly, after the examination, she was in good condition. Xiaoya hugged Yi Er excitedly. "Oh, this is great. I really want to find a reason to leave Haiqing. This is a good opportunity. Yi Er, you have to come with me." "What are you doing? Are you feeling uncomfortable again? What did Haiqing do to you?" "No, I just don't want to face that jerk Zhuang Yichen." Xiaoya felt that it was getting harder and harder to communicate with Zhuang Yichen. Although they didn't communicate in the past, their communication in bed was still very good. Now she was always looking for reasons and excuses to reject him. She didn't like him touching her and hated him for being disrespectful to her. "It's good to go out and relax." "Yes, do you want to discuss it with Jiang Zhao?" "Of course." Yi Er felt that although they were divorced and no longer lived together, Jiang Zhao still wanted to tell her everything. He even asked her every day about what she was doing. He was used to it. If she didn't tell him her whereabouts, he would feel very uncomfortable. "Then go back and discuss it with him. You have to think of a way to make him agree. As long as I'm healthy, he won't object." Yi smiled confidently. Her eyes curved into crescents and her face was filled with happiness. Jianghu was no longer as domineering as before. He almost never questioned anything she did. This feeling was too relaxing. The car drove to Ninth Mansion. With the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear, she told Jianghu about the TV station's decision and her physical condition. Jianghu listened to Yi's description and was naturally delighted. Great, you can still go out and have fun. Don't tire yourself out. I think after I'm done with my work, I'll go there on a business trip. Who knows, you might run into her. What kind of business trip was that? He was obviously already thinking of arranging his work and getting ready to go find his wife. Really? I was going to ask you to pick up xianxia for me. It's okay. The Qin family doesn't know that we're divorced. I'll tell the butler. Master, you're so kind. This servant is very grateful. Here you go again. Drive carefully and don't call. That night, Xi Mansion. Unwu was wearing a simple set of white home clothes. He was leisurely looking at his past works in the studio. Some of them were already damaged. Although it was a pity, he was still satisfied. Although he could no longer draw with his hands, those things from the past were still very clear in his mind. He walked to the window and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. He touched his heart and gently closed his eyes. He didn't know how long it could beat. Maybe a year, maybe 2 years? Those words about being with a person of one heart and being together forever were all lies. Fortunately, he realized early on that he couldn't be together with her forever. Fate couldn't predict his trajectory, but it could determine his ending. Fortunately, he didn't do anything that would make her feel disgusted. Even if one day he was no longer in this world, she might still remember. Oh, so there used to be a boy named Xuanhuan who painted in that art street for so long. No matter what happened, he never stopped painting. He must have been very serious about pursuing the art he loved. She said that he was a prince in a fairy tale. So there wasn't necessarily a princess by the prince's side. Although there was no princess by the prince's side, the princess lived in the prince's heart. Unwu blinked the moisture in his eyes. He was a little thirsty, so he walked out. He wanted to see if his grandfather was resting. The slippers on his feet were soft and silent. He walked up the stairs lightly and shallowly. Outside the study, he could hear the voice in the study. It wasn't loud, but he could clearly feel the sternness of the person on the phone. Useless thing. These people have the nerve to ask for a price. They didn't do it cleanly, and they want me to find someone to cut off their tail. Unwu frowned slightly. He pushed the door open and asked softly, Grandpa, what happened again? Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly hung up the phone and suddenly put away his stern expression. He said kindly, Unwu, what are you doing upstairs? Shouldn't you be in the studio now? Oh, I wanted to come up and see if Grandpa was busy. Unwu had already heard Xianxia's serious words and was rather worried. Grandpa, did you encounter some trouble? What needs to be done, but you didn't do it cleanly? Unwu knew about his family's background and was nervous. Xianxia saw Yunwu's inquiry and concern. He patted him on the shoulder and walked out, changing the topic. Have you been in a better mood recently? Beauty novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 716. It's pretty good. As long as it's good. There's no obstacle that can't be overcome. Actually, there are many obstacles that can't be overcome. No, Grandpa will flatten them for you. Xianxia said nonchalantly. However, Unwu was shocked. Although they had imagined the grassland when it was really time, Yi and Xiaoya were still stunned by the scenery in front of them. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless expanse of green, dotted with scattered flowers. Looking at the boundless blue sky, the clouds in the sky were like a brush swinging wildly on a piece of paper. It was also like a veil on a young girl's head flying up. It was so transparent that only a faint white could be seen. The sky was so blue that even their hearts were clean. When the wind blew, there was no smell of dust or exhaust. There was only the smell of grass and the fragrance of wild flowers. Xiaoya hugged Yi and rolled on the ground. Yi, I like it here. I like it very much. Sister Xiaoya, don't be crazy. Be more reserved. You're a great designer. There are many people in the production team. Xiaoya let go of Yi and lay on the ground. She rested her head on her hands and adjusted her sunglasses to block the sunlight. She looked at the sky. It's not the first day that the people of Haiqing know that I'm not reserved. Sai, why did the production team choose such a place? How can I be in the mood to film? Isn't Brother TV here? It's convenient. Look, when we arrived, the yurts and everything were already prepared. It's so convenient. The location was also chosen well. There's a water source here. Yi closed her eyes and told Xiaoya what she knew. Actually, Xiaoya also knew what she knew, but she couldn't find anything to say. She missed Jianghu a little. He said that he would come here for a business trip. When was he coming? Hey, what are you thinking about? Xiaoya stretched out her leg and nudged Yi. Sister Xiaoya, do you miss Zhuangyichen when you come to a place like this that has nothing to do with Haiqing? Xiaoya snorted and said, why should I miss him? I can't wait to stay away from him. He's a psycho. Don't you know that? That damn psycho. The sunglasses on Yi's face blocked the dazzling sunlight and ultraviolet rays. Her eyes were closed under the sunglasses. She sighed softly and said, if what happened between you and Kang Yun that day happened to me, Jiang Zhao would also be so agitated that he would turn crazy. Yi didn't think that she was exaggerating. Back then Jiang Zhao had made a lot of trouble. It was either Nu or Minzikai. He even bit her. Yes. He even fought. Was this something a 30-year-old man should do? He wasn't 18 years old. That wasn't my fault. He didn't even ask me what was going on. I didn't provoke him. I didn't know that Kang Yun was the one who asked me out. He even abused me when I went back. He hit you? That can't be. Were all men so scary? Could it be that Zhuangyichen also bit people? Was this what they meant by birds of a feather flocking together? No. Anyway, he abused me. Psychological abuse. He didn't treat her as a human. Okay, let's go out and relax. Don't be angry. If I was angry at him, I would have been angered to death 100 times. Sister Xiaoya, you're the most magnanimous. Xiaoya felt that Yi had grown up. The way she spoke was much calmer than before. She always gave people a sense of calmness in the face of change. It was as if she had seen through everything. Rather than saying that she had matured, it was better to say that she was filled with a helpless sadness. Knowing about Yun Hongwei's death and Zhou Li's madness must have been a big blow to her, right? Yi, don't you and Jiang Zhao plan to have a child? Yi's heart skipped a beat. What you said in the past was quite true. So, we basically have contraceptives. Let's have one. Jiang Zhao is a good person. He's not young anymore. He's good to you and you have him in your heart. Why don't you want one? Xiaoya was silent for a long time. Yi seemed to know that she had something to say, so he turned his head and quietly looked at her side profile. After a while, Xiaoya said sadly, I don't want one because I'm not married. You're different from me. You have a child, so your family is complete. Marriage? But they were already divorced. But, Yi continued to smile. Let's talk about it when we get back. Jiang Zhao said that if she wanted to remarry, she would tell him immediately. When they got back, she would tell him that she wanted to have a child. Because at this moment she really missed him. It was as if there was only a big photo of a blue sky and white clouds above her head, and it was only the background of the photo. In front of it stood a tall and handsome man, looking at her with a smile. As she thought about it, she got up and started running. Xiaoya sat up and shouted at Yi's back. Yunyi, what are you doing? I have a secret. I'm not telling you. Yi laughed and replied loudly as he ran. He did not turn around, but Xiaoya heard him clearly and continued to lie down on the grass. Yi ran a little further away from Xiaoya before slowing down. As he walked, he secretly smiled and bit his lip shyly, like a young girl who had fallen in love for the first time. She was wearing the uniform dark red uniform issued by the station. It was a loose, long-sleeved sportswear with waterproof material. As she walked, it made a rough sound as it rubbed against the fabric. In the past she did not like to wear such clothes. They were ugly and the sound was unpleasant. But today when she heard these sounds she felt that they were like musical notes. The phone in her pocket was already a little hot from her grip. She took it out, placed it under her chin and slowly walked on the grassland. The broken wildflowers under her feet also fluttered with the waves of the green grass in the wind, just like her mood. Her phone was already pressed against her teeth. As she laughed, she went from being silent to giggling. She pressed the button. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. It was still too early. He must be very busy at this time. It was very likely that he was still in a meeting at this time. If she called him now, it would definitely affect his work. How long did his meetings usually last? She had never asked before. She had to ask next time. She looked at the time from time to time. It should be done in 10 minutes. He had meetings every day. There shouldn't be that much to talk about, right? When she called, it was a long and tedious music. She heard a robotic female voice saying, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Yi hung up. It seemed like he was really busy. She turned around and saw Xiaoya, who was wearing the same clothes as her, lying on the ground in the distance. She was probably playing with the wildflowers in the grass. Forget it. I'll call him later. Slowly walked towards Xiaoya, the faint sound of the wind gently caressing her skin. Her hair was tied up, and her ponytail was blown up by the wind. The ringtone of her phone started to sing cheerfully. Looking at the number jumping on the screen, snickered and turned around. She picked up the call and said softly, "Hello." Jianghu was stunned. He was originally sitting on the chair, but he suddenly stood up. She often called him that, but her mood was clearly different from usual. He could even hear the adoration in her voice. Was it an illusion? "Yunyi, what are you doing? What do you think?" Yi lowered her head and kicked her heels with the tips of her feet. She heard the man on the other end of the phone exhale deeply. He pushed up the sunglasses on his face. At this moment all the cells in his body were singing the song of yearning. Yi heard the man's breathing and could imagine that he must be surprised. She imagined him stopping in front of her. She tilted her head and clamped the phone on her shoulder. She reached her hand up to her eyes and seemed to be adjusting something. That was the position of the man's tie. She could help him adjust it and loosen it. She also helped him undo one of the buttons. Then she stroked down the tie and caressed his chest to help him calm down. She leaned forward slightly as if she was nearing his embrace. She softly said, "Ah Zhao, the grasslands here are so beautiful. The blue sky is so clear, the white clouds are so white, the air is so clear. Everything is so clean as if there are no impurities. Ah Zhao. When I look at the sky, I see you smiling at me. You're so handsome." Yi's eyes stung and tears fell. Then she giggled and said, "Ah Zhao, you're so handsome. You're so handsome that I miss you." Jianghu held the phone, tugged at his tie and unbuttoned it. His big hand stroked down the tie, caressing his heart, which was beating very fast. Although he knew that she always had him in her heart, he did not expect that she would call him to tell him this. If he had known, he would have sent her to that kind of place earlier, so that she could feel that he was handsome earlier and say that she missed him earlier. This woman was really annoying. When she spoke words of love, they were as delicate as strands of hair. She laid the groundwork for so long, but the last 3 words were the main point. This troublesome thing kept saying such sweet words for him. As he listened, he almost cried. When he opened his mouth, he realized that his voice was hoarse. "Yunyi, I also miss you a lot." As he called out the woman's name, he flipped through the pile of documents on the table. He couldn't stay in Haicheng any longer. He had to hurry and fly over. Yi held the phone and looked up at the sky. Xiaoya's words echoed in her ears. She said shyly, "Ah Zhao, when I go back this time, let's have a child." Okay. Jianghu slumped back into his chair. He could have said those 2 words heavily, but he said them softly and weakly. The strong waves in his heart had already made him unable to make a sound. He raised his hand to cover his face, and his palm was wet and slippery. Jianghu calmly ran over and started discussing how to reduce his workload. It wasn't like the past when he had to participate in many things. It was also very tiring to arrange the transfer of work. Fortunately, many of the work could be arranged in the name of training. Jianghu started to make arrangements. However, he had to attend a work meeting with the municipal committee for the next 2 days and couldn't leave. He could only book the plane ticket for the 3rd day. The green and blue grasslands always made people want to see cows and sheep in the wind, as well as those galloping horses. When participating in the competition, the station also had to record some of the local customs of the grasslands and let the popular contestants do some interesting things for publicity. This was also a request made by Brother Station. They didn't forget to spread the local culture at all times. Attention Xinhu 799. Chapter 717. The contestants were filming for the show. Yi and Xiaoya were abusing their position for personal gain. The 2 of them had just learned how to ride a horse. From time to time, they would squeeze the horse's belly and let the horse pace slowly. Later on, they would speed up and raise their whips, valiantly urging the horse to gallop. It was impossible to experience such unbridled and wild gales in Haicheng. This was because when they first learned how to ride a horse, the local herdsman would ride behind them and lead them for a while. If they were in Haicheng, Jianghu or Zhuangyichen would definitely fly into a rage if they saw a man and a woman touching each other like that. With the patient guidance of the herdsman, they dared to ride a horse for a day. The sense of accomplishment was self-evident. The temperature difference between day and night was huge. At night, the wind was dry and cold. Yi and Xiaoya sat outside the yurt, wrapped in cotton-padded clothes, and looked at the stars. The grassland was blue and clear during the day, and the clouds were like cotton and gauze. At night, the sky was like a large piece of dark blue satin, and the stars were strung together with thin threads that could not be seen clearly. Even though it was a deep blue, it looked like a clear pool. Although it was deep, it was transparent. The stars looked as if they had been carefully wiped countless times with a rag. They were so bright that there was not a single speck of dust. They were white and sparkling, just like the large carrots on the slender fingers of a wealthy lady. Yi Er, you saw Jianghu again? Xiaoya heard Yi Er's muffled laughter. The two of them were originally back to back, but now they turned around and crawled in front of Yi Er. She realized that she was looking at the sky and giggling. You really saw Jianghu? Yi Er pouted and glared at Xiaoya. Humph, I'm not telling you. Xiaoya also snorted. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I also saw the person I wanted to see. Zhuangyichen? I'm not telling you. Xiaoya pretended to be pretentious as she stood up and stretched her body. She took a deep breath and bent over to pull Yi Er up from the floor. Go to sleep. We're going horseback riding again tomorrow. We won't be able to play when the show officially starts recording. Yi Er readily agreed. Sure, I want to be first tomorrow. Stop dreaming. You can't outrun me. At this moment, a staff member walked over enthusiastically. Are the two beauties going to ride horses tomorrow? Yeah, Xiaoya hooked her arm around Yi Er's. Let's go ride tomorrow. We'll go again after we finish filming this episode. Then I'll get someone to follow you guys tomorrow. Just ride properly and don't get lost. I was worried for nothing. An old horse knows the way, how could it get lost? The staff member was a man in his 40s. He was also wearing a cotton-padded jacket to keep out the cold. When he spoke, he was very candid. Then I'll help you find the horse you rode today. Horses sometimes recognize people. You can ride the one you rode today tomorrow. It'll feel better. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Lu. Yi Er nodded in agreement. Xiaoya waited for the man to leave before she pursed her lips and sneered. Who said that? Don't listen to his nonsense. We're going to change horses tomorrow. If we can't even subdue a horse, how can we ride horses on the grasslands? Sister Xiaoya, I realize that you're even more rebellious than before. I've already changed. Can't you control your temper? Yi Er said as she pulled her arm out of Xiaoya's and hooked her arm around Xiaoya's. You're the older sister. I'll hold you. What a blow. Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Yi Er. You're so much taller than me, yet you're still holding my arm. You're so annoying. Don't call me older sister in the future. You must have snatched all my things when I was younger. That's why I didn't grow taller. Haha. The sound of a car's accelerator could be heard. Xiaoya and Yi Er let go of each other's hands and turned around to look for the source of the sound. In the distance, two white beams of light swayed back and forth. It should be some small mounds on the grasslands that caused the car to move up and down. The car was getting closer and closer. It was either a tourist or a member of the production crew. The locals were all herdsmen and rarely bought such a good off-road car. Seeing the car stop outside the production crew's yurt, Xiaoya tugged at Yi Er's cotton-padded jacket. Did they invite some big star to help out? Why did they send it here so late? It's an off-road car that costs more than 1,000,000 yuan. Even a small star wouldn't be able to use it. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. We're not in their circle. Let's go to sleep. Let's go. The two of them had just turned around when they heard the sound of a car door slamming shut. Then a clear male voice shouted anxiously, Yi Er. Yi Er paused and turned around. The yurt was still lit and the headlights of the off-road car were still on. Unwu chased after Yi Er in a hurry. Yi Er couldn't help but be stunned. Before Unwu could run to Yi Er, the woman in the driver's seat also got out of the car. She took a coat and ran over to put it on Unwu. Unwu put on the coat and turned around to say gently to N, go look for Director Lu and ask him to arrange a place for you to stay. I'll go look for you later. N nodded without any resistance. Then don't take too long. Go. N didn't look at anyone else and turned around. Why are you here? Yi Er saw that Unwu was travel-worn and his gaze was no longer as clear as before. She thought that this boy's gaze would never change, but at this moment she saw the uneasiness and pain in his eyes. Unwu. Yi Er, how have you been these 2 days? Unwu carefully sized up Yi Er. Suddenly, he seemed to realize that he had lost his composure and scratched his head with a smile. And wanted to come to the grasslands to play. I happen to know that the TV station's production team is here. I wanted to save some trouble and save myself the trouble of setting up a tent, so I came to look for her. Yi Er didn't know why, but he felt relieved. He smiled and said, You're here to play? Isn't that great? We're going horseback riding tomorrow. Ask N to come along. Okay. Unwu agreed without a second thought. Xiaoya pulled on Yi Er's sleeves. You guys talk, I'm going to bed. I need to wake up early for the horseback riding tomorrow. Unwu didn't disturb Yi Er too much. He only told her to go horseback riding tomorrow, go to bed early, stay in the yurt at night, and go find an inn. When he was at Sea City, Unwu had already contacted the producer of the show. He said that She Empire would be the main sponsor for the next competition, so naturally the producer treated Unwu differently. The small yurt was already prepared. After Unwu walked in, an inn had already prepared a cup of warm water. She passed the cup to Unwu while her other hand opened to reveal a pile of red and white pills. She passed them to him. "Brother, you take these." Unwu accepted the pills and poured into his palm. He tilted his head back and popped them into his mouth. He gulped down a large mouthful of water. And accepted the cup and placed it on the small table. Then she went to prepare some water for Unwu to wash his face. Unwu called after her. And then stood still and turned around. Yunwu's jacket was a loose winter jacket. It was casual and had a large pocket. He pulled out a business card from the pocket and passed it to Anin. Anin, drive the car to the airport and contact this person. I bought you a ticket. Leave as soon as possible. Anan's heart squeezed and her eyes reddened. She looked at the business card in the young man's hand and shook her head. She mumbled, "Why?" Anin, don't cry. Listen to me. Unwu pulled Anan's hand and placed the business card in her hand. I've brought your passport and everything else for you. He'll send you to America. Anin, don't cry. Listen to me. Once you go there, don't ever come back. Do you understand? Anin had always been calm, but she was always irritated by Unwu. She tore the business card in her hand and tore it into pieces. She threw it at Yunwu's face and said angrily, "I don't want it. I don't want it. Why are you chasing me away? I'm not in your way. I didn't tell on you. I didn't prevent you from finding Yunyi." Yunwu's face turned cold. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared instantly and was replaced by a cold and stern look. He shouted, "She and then saw that Unwu was angry. Her body trembled and her lips trembled. She wanted to bite her lips, but she couldn't help but gasp for air. Her tears flowed like water. No matter how dissatisfied she was, she didn't dare to resist. "What if I don't leave?" "You have to leave even if you don't want to." And suddenly squatted on the ground and buried her head between her legs. She opened her mouth and bit on her cotton shirt. She tried to hold back her sobs and her words were slurred. "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm going to tell Grandpa. I'm going to tell Grandpa that you didn't go to participate in the acquisition. You sneaked out to find Yunyi. Unwu, I'm going to tell on you. I'm going to have Grandpa lock you up and never give you freedom again." Unwu looked at Anan's trembling shoulders and pain flashed through his eyes. He reached out his hand to pat Anan's head. He slowly clenched his fist and stood firm. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Xianin, you're going to tell on me? Get your facts straight. You're just an adopted girl. Who do you think you are? You're just an adopted girl to play with me. You're just a servant of the Shi family." Anan tilted her head and looked at the boy with teary eyes. He said she was just a servant of the Shi family. In his eyes, she was just a servant. Anan's head seemed to be frozen. She looked up at Unwu. "I'll leave after you leave, okay? I need to remind you to take your medicine. I'll be punctual. Then, I can take care of myself when it comes to eating and sleeping." When Anan left, it was when the sun rose above the horizon. She begged for mercy the whole night, but she couldn't move Unwu. She didn't know what she did wrong, but she refused to leave, so Unwu called his men to take her away. Outside the stable in the early morning, Yi Er, Xiaoya, Unwu and a herdsman were inspecting the horses. The herdsman inspected the horses and then brought them out. The horses that little Ya and Yi Er rode yesterday, one black and one brown, were handed to them. He also brought out another one for Unyu. Finally, the herdsman brought out the horse that he rode all year round. He touched the horse's mane and said some things that they should pay attention to yesterday. His Mandarin was not standard, but Yi Er and the others could understand. Welfare Xinwu 799. Chapter 718. Tugging on the reins, he said, "Yi Er, why don't you go back to High City? The temperature difference in the grasslands is so big. Anan can't take it anymore and left." "Anan is a child, but I'm not." Yi Er hung a water bottle on his saddle and looked at his leather boots. Thinking about how cool he looked when he was riding a horse, he couldn't help but laugh. "You can only ride a horse at the racetrack in High City. The air there isn't as good as here." Unwu looked around and sighed. "Isn't it the same wherever you ride a horse?" Yi Er had already prepared the food and drinks. She pulled on the reins and turned around with a smile to look at Unwu, who had already packed up. He was still the same young man, but why did he look so serious? Such an expression shouldn't have appeared on his face. He should have a smile on his face like the morning sun, and not such a turbid expression. Unwu, aren't you going to look for Anan? A strange look flashed across Yunwu's eyes. He nimbly got on the horse, stepped on the stirrups and sat on the saddle. His movements were fluid and smooth. He smiled and said, I want to ride a horse on the grasslands too. To Yi Unwu was a gentle young man. But at this moment he looked like a romantic swordsman dressed in white who flew out of a wuxia novel. He had a free and uninhibited handsomeness. When he lowered his head to look at her, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Yi looked at Unwu with a trace of heartache. Just as she was about to get on the horse, Xiaoya snatched the reins from her hands. I want to change horses. Yi frowned. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to ride a horse you were familiar with? No, I want to change horses. You rode faster than me yesterday. It must have something to do with the horse. Xiaoya's horse yesterday was black, while Yi's was brown. In fact, Xiaoya felt that brown looked better than black. Maybe it was because she had ridden a black horse before. In ancient dramas, horses were either white or brown. Who would ride a black horse? Now that they were in an unfamiliar place like the grassland, she didn't want to give in to Yi, or just because she was the elder sister. Occasionally she would act shamelessly, which was also a very good experience. She pouted with a slight displeasure. You're not willing? Yi shrugged and said nonchalantly, so be it. When Unwu saw Yi walking toward Xiaoya's horse, he reminded him, ride slowly and get used to it. Don't ride so fast the moment you get on the horse. Unwu, I got it. Xiaoya thought to herself, isn't she Yunwu's concern for Yi a little too obvious? How could he bring his girlfriend out to relax? Clearly he was out to hook up with a mistress behind his girlfriend's back. Bah. Yi is not a mistress. Forget it. It's not appropriate to talk about this in front of friends. Xiaoya pulled the saddle, stepped on the stirrups and flipped onto the horse's back. Yi did the same. He slowly climbed onto the horse's back. The 4 horses trotted slowly. With the herdsman following them, they felt even more secure. There was another horse following them from a distance. It was Yi's bodyguard. He was wondering if there was a need to tell Jianghu that Unwu had also come to the grasslands. He took out his phone and dialed. Only then did he realize that there was a limit to the number of calls. Following behind the 4-man team, the bodyguards got even closer. The horses began to trot and gallop. One after another they cheered, "Giddy up! Giddy up!" Their voices resounded through the clouds. This was the first time Unwu had seen Yi so thoroughly happy. The sound of happiness rushed out of her lungs. Hence he followed her horse closer. He couldn't bear to disturb her because of his worries and wanted to keep a close eye on her. After all, riding a horse was a very dangerous thing to do. All of a sudden, there was a horse neighing. Screech. Yi couldn't help but turn around to take a look. He saw the bodyguard's horse raise its front hooves in the air and let out a long neigh. Then it began to gallop wildly. The bodyguard was a tough and burly man. He was tossed around on the horse's back and nearly fell off it. When the herdsman saw this, he quickly urged his horse over. He shouted anxiously in Mandarin, "Don't kick the horse's stomach. Don't hit it." The bodyguard did as he was told, but the horse continued to gallop wildly. Suddenly it galloped wildly in another direction. The herdsman raised his whip and urged his horse to chase after it. Xiaoya and Yi also quickly followed, afraid that something bad would happen. But after running for a short distance, Little Ye's horse suddenly went crazy. It raised its head to the sky and neighed. Then it let out a blood-curdling scream. Little Ye was so scared that her face turned pale. Unwu suddenly thought of something and quickly shouted, "Yi, don't move. I'll chase after Miss Chiu. Miss Chiu, lower your body. Hold on to the reins tightly. Don't get thrown off by the horse." Xiaoya's feeling of being conquered had completely disappeared. All that was left was fear. She felt like she was about to throw up everything she had eaten in the morning. She didn't feel that the horse's back was very high at the beginning, but now she felt like she was sitting on a frog jump in an amusement park without a seat belt. Xiaoya was close to tears. "I can't hold on to it properly. I can't hold on to it properly. I'm about to get thrown off. I am scared." Unwu rode over and shouted, "No. If you get thrown off by the horse, you'll be trampled to death. Hold on tight." When Xiaoya heard Yunwu's words, she could only focus all her energy on holding on to the reins tightly. She pulled them around her hands twice and tried to hold them lower. But this way her hands were strained and it hurt a lot. Unwu rode over, and just as he dismounted to grab Xiaoya's reins, Xiaoya's horse immediately started galloping. Unwu, I'll chase after Sister Xiaoya. Unwu was worried that Yi Er's horse would also lose control. His horse was probably the safest out of all of them, right? Yi Er, come down and ride with me. Yi Er couldn't care less. He felt that switching horses was a waste of time. He whipped the horse, squeezed the horse's belly and held the reins tightly. If anything happens to Xiaoya, Zhuangyichen will kill me. Her horse is mine. He wasn't afraid that Zhuangyichen would kill her, but he was afraid that someone around her would get hurt. Unwu cursed under his breath and mounted his horse to chase after her. Although the horse was no longer jumping wildly in the air, its speed was still shockingly fast. Xiaoya could only hold the reins tightly. Her palms were already scratched and bleeding, but she couldn't feel any pain. She had to resolve the reason for her fear. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stop her body from trembling. If she ran out of strength, she would definitely be thrown off the horse. Zhuangyichen. Xiaoya almost blurted it out. She cried and shouted, Zhuangyichen. When I become a ghost, I'll definitely drag you down to accompany me. You bastard. Her ears were filled with the fresh and natural sounds of the grasslands. Her nose was filled with the scent of flowers and grass, but Xiaoya saw blood, saw death and smelled decay. She couldn't suppress it. When she thought of Zhuangyichen, she could suppress it for a while, but after a while she could smell the decay again. Zhuangyichen, aren't you omnipotent? Why can't you marry me? I'm going to die. I'm still an unmarried woman before I die. Where will I put my face if you keep shouting? Xiaoya cursed in her heart over and over again until she felt the horse suddenly stop. Her entire body was thrown forward due to inertia. When she saw the horse in front of her sink, Xiaoya was shocked. The swamp. She didn't dare to use force. She knew that the more she struggled, the faster she would sink. Just like the horse in front of her. It was such a tall horse, but now only its head was still outside. She felt as if there were countless hands under her feet that were forcefully pulling and dragging her. Her hands were still stretched out on the surface of the mud, but she couldn't reach into her pockets. She wanted to call Zhuangyichen and tell him that for the past few days, she could see him when she looked at the blue sky and white clouds during the day and the stars and moon at night. Although he was a little despicable and a little perverted, she still saw him. She saw the scene when they first met. She said to him, Sir, can I treat you to a drink? At that time, he only smiled faintly and raised his glass to hers. I don't spend women's money and I don't like women paying for me. So miss, I'll treat you to a drink. She saw the scene when she cried out in pain under him for the first time and scolded him for not knowing how to take care of women. She saw how every time he appeared at her press conference, he would always bring along a stunning beauty to accompany him in order to prevent the outside world from writing about them. She saw how he sat below the stage and gently tugged at the corner of his mouth. She remembered that he was obsessed with cleanliness. She also remembered that he said that he liked the small table lamp at her place because it had the effect of dispelling nightmares. It was just that they hadn't had a proper meal together, and he hadn't given her a proper gift. Other than a tie that she made herself, she hadn't given him anything else. His clothes were always several times more expensive than other people's. Most importantly, she hadn't told him personally that she missed him very much. She should walk up to him, wrap her arms around his neck, tilt her head and smile naughtily. Zhuangyichen, I think I've fallen in love with you. Xiaoya hated crying, but at this moment she stuck out her tongue and tasted something salty. She heard the horse's neighing and opened her mouth. Her stomach felt like it was being strangled by thick mud. She used all her strength to shout in the direction of the sound, Don't come over. Yunwa's and Yi Er's horses weren't startled, so when they reached the swamp, they sensed danger and slowly stopped. Yi Er saw that Xiaoya was stuck in the mud and was so frightened that his face turned pale. In a moment of stupidity he wanted to rush over. Looking around, there weren't any obvious puddles and the green grass grew evenly. How could it be a swamp? Even though Unwu was usually calm, he almost lost his composure. He coldly shouted at Yi Er, Stop right there. Older sister Xiaoya. Even though Yi Er had watched some movies, he didn't know what to do next. The horse refused to move forward. No, I have to pull her up. Yi Er was afraid that the mud would pull Xiaoya down. His waist was still exposed, but what about later? If Zhuangyichen finds out that I caused older sister Xiaoya's death, he will definitely kill me. Yi Er's voice trembled uneasily. She always used such a tone to affirm that she had to save Xiaoya, forcing herself to believe that she had to save Xiaoya because she was afraid that she would die. This way she would be braver. You're not allowed to go over. Unwu bent down and pounded the ground. As long as I'm here, no one can kill you. Welfare Hongcha 866. Chapter 719. Stay where you are and don't move. I'll go over and think of something. Unwu removed the reins from Yi Er's horse and reminded her, Yi Er, be good and stay here. Don't distract me and don't move at all. Do you understand? Yi Er, she looked at Unwu, at this boy who was about her age. She had only seen him as calm as water, aloof from worldly affairs, with pure and clean eyes, face and temperament. She had never felt that he was a proud leader. He was calm, indifferent, calm, self-controlled, and did not show any signs of panic. He gave people an endless sense of security just by looking at him. Yi Er nodded hesitantly. Looking at Unwu like this, she had already forgotten what kind of voice that immortal-like youth had sounded like in the early mornings, afternoons, and dusks of the art street. Unwu held onto his horse as he stomped hard on the ground. He looked for a relatively hard spot on the ground as he walked over to Xiaoya. As he walked over, he comforted Xiaoya. Xiaoya, Jia, pull open your jacket and pull down your sleeves to your armpits. Don't make any big movements, then use both sleeves to tie a knot in front of your chest. Tighten it a little and tie a dead knot. Remember, don't make any big movements. Don't be nervous, I'll pull you up. Little Ye listened to Enyo's voice. It was faint, like a spring in spring, flowing into her ears with a tinkling sound. It was as if a beam of pale yellow morning light had suddenly lit up in the darkness. Suddenly, her wildly beating heart began to calm down, as if she had taken a tranquilizer. She looked at the elegant youth, pulling the horse and steadily walking towards her step by step. The horse was obviously unwilling to go over, so Unwu walked in front of it. He clearly looked like a weak young man, but he seemed to have infinite strength. He pulled the restless horse and steadily walked towards Xiaoya's quagmire. Yi Er looked at Yunwu's back and walked forward unyieldingly. The sky above the swamp started to darken, and the sky slowly darkened. His heart started to ache. Unwu, be careful. He took out his phone and wanted to call the ambulance, but there was a limit to the number of calls. Yi Er, don't move. Don't distract me. Unwu did not turn around. He only responded to Yi Er calmly. When Yi Er nodded, that lump of sour air condensed in his nose, making him feel very uncomfortable. I won't move. Xiaoya looked at Unwu and started to unzip her sportswear. The mud was now up to her waist, but her nervousness was easing. Her movements also slowly stopped trembling because of the boy walking towards her. She pulled out her sleeves and tied a knot in front of her chest. Sister Xiaoya, tie a knot until it's dead. I know. I'm just worried that the quality of the clothes won't be good. Later, when the seams are unzipped, these are the uniforms given by the station. Don't worry. The uniforms given by the TV station are of high quality. They're much better than the ones made in your shop. Embroidered pillow, look at how good your clothes are. It's not dirty yet, it's practical. After you come out this time, you have to get this set of clothes fixed and hang it at home. Unwu was afraid that Xiaoya would be nervous and scared, so he joked with her. There was already mud in front of him, so he could not move forward anymore. He tied a knot on one end of the rope in his hand. As he tied the knot, he weighed it in his hand. Unwu held the small knot in his hand and looked at Xiaoya's position. He estimated the length of the rope and tied another knot. Xiaoya's face was already covered in mud. Unwu threw the rope in his hand over. It landed steadily and accurately on Xiaoya's chest. Xiaoya was shocked. His aim was too accurate. Unwu said, Sister Xiaoya, do you still have the strength? Yes. Very good. If you still have the strength, you must reach out and grab the rope later. Don't let your face be buried in the mud. I'm afraid you'll suffocate. Don't move it carelessly. I'm afraid you'll break a bone. Listen to me now. Thread the rope through the fixed sleeve in front of your chest. Okay. Xiaoya followed Yunwu's instructions and threaded the rope through the looped sleeve in front of her chest. Sister Xiaoya, tie a knot. Tie another dead knot. You'll definitely kill me. Okay. Xiaoya tied another knot. She tugged at it to make sure it wouldn't budge. Then she said, Unwu, I'm done. The mud was already up to her chest. Xiaoya felt that it wasn't difficult to breathe. Unwu had already turned around and tied the other end of the rope to the reins of his horse. Then he pulled the horse in the direction he came from. Unwu looked at Xiaoya as he shouted, Yi Er, don't move. Unwu, I'm not moving. I didn't move, you don't have to worry about me. Stood where she was, and the horse beside her was also breathing heavily. It seemed to be unable to suppress its impatience. The more restless the horse was, the more terrified Yu was, and the more dangerous she felt. She couldn't help but sniffle. Every time Unwu told her not to move, she would feel the sour smell in her nose become more and more pungent. Even if she was a block of wood, she should know that with Unwu and Xiaoya's friendship, he would never risk his life for Xiaoya. All those things that she didn't want to understand on a normal day, at this moment she understood everything. Unwu patted the horse as he spoke to Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, hold on to the rope and rest your head on your arm. You must not bury your head in the mud. You're wearing boots. If you feel that you can't move anymore, straighten your feet. That way you can take off your shoes and reduce the resistance. The horse neighed. It seemed to be a little slippery. Unwu didn't dare to pat the horse too hard to make it move faster. He was afraid that they might accidentally run into another swamp. Xiaoya's body was uncomfortable from being pulled. The rope was pulled taut. When she rested her head on her arm, she lifted it up with just a little bit of strength. Her chest was already pressed against the swamp, but she felt that her legs were about to break from the pull. Fortunately, her clothes were wrapped around her armpits. They were wide and soft. If she used a rope, she would have died from the pain. Unwu, you're so smart. You're also very smart. You didn't move around recklessly, so hang in there. Don't twist around. Hang in there, Xiaoya nodded. Unwu, you don't have to keep comforting me. Be careful. Yi Er watched from across the swamp as Unwu led the horse alone. He carefully and calmly tried to save Xiaoya. The horse seemed to have been enduring Yunwu's strong control. It wanted to leave this place immediately. The horses of the grasslands seemed to have a strong will in their bones. Just as Xiaoya was dragged out of the swamp, Unwu released the reins that restrained Xiaoya. The horse suddenly felt relaxed and lifted its front hooves. It raised its head and neighed. Unwu. Yi Er followed the path Unwu took to find Xiaoya and ran over. Unwu. Xiaoya was also shocked. Unwu was kicked into the swamp by the horse and lay on his back. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not lying on his stomach. But when he heard Yi Er's voice, he panicked. Yi, I told you to stay where you are. Yi Er remembered the path Unwu took because her eyes never relaxed. She walked to Xiaoya's side and knelt on the wet ground. She hurriedly untied the knot on Xiaoya's chest. She could not say a word and her teeth chattered as she struggled. Xiaoya looked at the knot on her chest. She saw Yi Er's hands on her chest shaking as she untied the knot. She watched as the water droplets fell on Yi Er's hands. Then she pried Yi Er's hands away and untied the knot herself. She was a clothing designer and knew a lot about fabrics and ropes. She twisted the rope until it became a tight fried dough twist and began to untangle it inch by inch. The sky was getting darker. Yi Er snatched the rope from Xiaoya's hands and walked to where the horse was standing. She imitated Unwu and tied a knot on one end of the rope. No matter how much Unwu scolded her, she could not hear him. She weighed the knot in her hand and felt that it was heavier. Then she threw it at Unwu. It was crooked and she threw it again. Unwu was a little far from her. Yi Er was so anxious that she cried. Sister Xiaoya, how did this happen? How did this happen? Unwu clearly threw it in front of you just now, but why can't I throw it? Why can't I throw it? Xiaoya was covered in mud and stood beside Yi Er like a clay figurine. Her shoes were gone, but she did not pay much attention to it. She took the rope from Yi Er's hands and imitated Unwu. Then she threw it. It was crooked. Yunwu's breathing quickened, but he forcefully suppressed the rise and fall in his voice. He patiently propped his head with his hand and frowned. Yi Er, listen to me. You and Sister Xiaoya should take advantage of the fact that the sky is not completely dark to slowly walk back. Remember to test the water with your feet as you walk. Hold a rock in your hand and throw it or bend down to knock on the ground in front of you. If it's soft, don't step on it. Don't be anxious. It's not far from here. If you don't go now, you won't be able to walk out when it gets dark. Unwu, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Yi Er snatched the rope from Xiaoya's hands and walked slowly around the swamp. He wanted to find a place that was closer to Unwu. Unwu felt his body sinking. He moved his arms and moved smoothly. Yi Er, you don't have to worry about me. I can get out. You go first. I have more experience in surviving in the wilderness than you do. Yi Er turned a deaf ear to him. It was only when he reached Yunwu's head that he realized this place was very close. He could not go around anymore. It was a little soft in front of him, so he threw the rope in his hand. Finally, it reached Yunwu's hand. Unwu, hold on to it. I can get out. You and Sister Xiaoya should take this opportunity. The sky is not dark yet. Hurry up and leave. There's a lot of methane in the swamp. Don't you know that it's poisonous? Hurry up and leave. Unwu, if you refuse, I'll go down and pull you up. Yi Er's eyes were shining stubbornly. He stood there and raised his hand to wipe the water stains on his face. Xiaoya was already exhausted, but she still walked along Yi Er's path. She held the rope with Yi Er. Unwu, I'll pull you up with Yi Er. Did they think it was that easy to pull someone out of the swamp? Unwu ignored them. He moved his arms inch by inch and pushed his back. He moved slowly. Yeer's expression turned cold. He placed the rope in his hand and Xiaoya's hand and turned around to walk back to the horse. Unwu was shocked. Yeer, stay away from it. If it doesn't listen, it'll kick you. Welfare Hongcha 866. Chapter 720. I don't want to talk. It's a waste of energy. Yeer replied calmly. She reached out and gently stroked the horse's mane. She leaned her face against the horse's face and rubbed against it. She gripped the reins tightly and whispered, be good, be good. Pull Unwu up. I beg you. Pull Unwu up. She led the horse slowly and coaxed it to Xiaoya's position. She looked at the boy who was covered in mud. She steadied her trembling voice and said fiercely, Unwu, do what Sis Xiaoya did just now. I'll pull you up quickly. Yeer looked at the swamp. It was full of holes and there was very little space for them to walk through. She said to Xiaoya, Sis Xiaoya, go back to where you came from just now. It's wide. It can't hold so many people. Yeer, I'll help you here. You can't help me. Sis Xiaoya, go over there. Yeer's voice was cold. She pulled the reins and tied them together with the rope she had thrown to Unwu. Xiaoya nodded. Be careful. I will. Unwu pulled the rope tight and frowned. Yeer, just pull like this. Unwu, it'll be troublesome if you can't pull steadily like this. Also, it'll take too much effort. Just like what Sis Xiaoya did just now. Yeer, listen to me. It's not easy to walk through here. The space is too narrow. The horse won't listen to you. I'll hold on tight. Hit it hard later. If it pulls me out, I'll let go. Unwu did not dare to imagine what would happen if the horse lost control again and kicked Yeer into the swamp. Yeer nodded and slapped the horse's butt. Her hands went numb from slapping, but the horse refused to move. It even retreated a little. Yeer, if you can't hit it, forget it. Stay away from it. It won't retreat too much. I'll pull it up. Enyu felt as if something sharp had pierced his body from behind. His back stiffened and he let out a muffled groan, but it was barely audible. Yeer was anxious. Unwu, don't worry. It'll be done soon. She didn't dare to look back at Ainu's body, which was lying flat on the ground, sinking deeper and deeper. She could only sniff at Ainu, causing large drops of sparkling and translucent tears to fall. Yeer reached into her pocket and found a bunch of keys with a small Swiss Army knife attached to it. It was only 5 or 6 centimeters long, but it cost nearly 2,000 yuan. Jianghu had given it to her, saying that there were some small tools in it that were small and convenient. Yeer pulled out the knife. Yeer's gaze became colder and colder. She was still a little afraid. Her heart was beating fast. She held the knife in her hand and aimed it at the horse's butt. Unwu, use your energy. Once you reach me, let go. With that, she stabbed the knife hard into the horse's butt. Screech. The horse whinnied in pain. Yeer quickly retreated. The horse charged forward. When Unwu was pulled out of the swamp, the horse also sank into the next swamp. Seeing the horse struggling in the swamp, Yeer bit her lip. She couldn't bear to see it and turned her head away. Unwu quickly stood up. He pulled Yeer and Xiaoya along the path they came from. They carefully walked out. The horse that had lost its reins refused to move. Unwu said, forget it. Let's think of a way to get out. This is the border. It won't be too dangerous. Let's walk for a while. It might catch up. Yeer and Xiaoya nodded obediently. Along the way no one said anything pretentious. Can't you make a call? Unwu asked mildly when they finally walked out of the swamp. Yeer's hand was still in Yunwu's grip. She didn't break free. She knew that Unwu was just holding her hand out of habit. He was just afraid that she would accidentally fall into the swamp. Among the 3 of them she was the cleanest. Xiaoya and Unwu couldn't see their original appearances. Their clothes were covered in black mud. The darker the sky, the colder the air. Yeah, I can't make a call. There's a restriction on the number of calls. I don't know why. If you can't make a call, then so be it. Maybe it's natural. Maybe it's man-made. Yunwu's voice became softer as they walked. Yeer could no longer see Yunwu's expression clearly. She could only hear that although his voice was weak, it was still very calm. Unwu panted and slowly sat down. The sky was dark, but the moon was still bright. He raised his head and smiled at Yeer. His white teeth could be seen. Yeer, I need to rest. I pulled Xiaoya just now and fell into the mud. I'm almost out of energy. You guys keep walking. I'll catch up with you later. Yeer sat down beside Unwu. I'm tired too. I need to rest. Xiaoya leaned against Yeer and sat down. She leaned against her. Me too. The 3 of us should lean against each other. It's so cold. Yeer wanted to take off her jacket. I'm dry. Says Xiaoya, I'll let you wear it. There's no need. It's cold, but the wind is very dry. My clothes have been blown dry. Feel it? The mud has dried up. Xiaoya grinned at Yi'er. Yi'er touched Xiaoya's back. It was true. The mud was so dry that it prickled her hand. She casually touched Yunwu's back. Unwu stood up and dodged. Yi'er's expression changed. She raised her hand to herself. The moonlight was like silver. Although the color of her hand couldn't be seen clearly, Yi'er could clearly feel the stickiness. Trembling, she put her hand to her nose and looked at Unwu, who was on the verge of collapsing. She stood up as well. After a few hours, tears rolled down her cheeks again. She choked and whispered, "Unwu." When Yi'er held Unwu in her arms, she started to hate the endless grasslands. There was no place to block out the wind, and the cold wind from the night drilled into their bones from all directions without any scruples. Yi'er couldn't forget how Unwu looked when he finally collapsed in front of her. He even smiled and told her that he was fine. He was just tired from walking and wanted to rest for a while. Xiaoya sat a few meters away from Yi'er. She fiddled with Yi'er's phone. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a call. But the screen turned black. She just held the phone and buried her head in her knees. Is it really necessary for you to change your view of a person to this extent before it can change? At least, Xiaoya remembered that Unwu had said that after they got out of the swamp, he would hang the uniform she was wearing at home. Actually, the uniform wasn't for the person she was supposed to be serving. It was for Unwu. She couldn't turn her head to look. She only felt terrible. When her life was hanging by a thread, it was a boy who had nothing to do with her who saved her. And now that boy was lying in her best friend's arms. His eyes were closed and he would say a few words from time to time. She heard her best friend sniffling and from time to time she would reply with choked sobs. The horse didn't follow them out. Otherwise they could carry Unwu and continue walking. But that wouldn't do. If a person, especially a man who was over 1.8 meters tall, didn't have any strength, how many women would have the strength to carry him for long? Yi'er tried before, but she couldn't hold on for long. She and Yi'er tried to carry Unwu forward, but she wasn't tall enough. All her strength was carried by Yi'er. Together they couldn't even walk a kilometer. Now they were resting in a place that hadn't changed at all. At a glance, there was only the boundless night sky and the boundless dark grassland. There were no more wildflowers or butterflies. There was only the eerie aura of death. Yi'er placed Unwu on his side. She placed her clean legs under his head so that he could sleep more comfortably. Her dry coat was wrapped around his body. The temperature difference in the grassland was very large. The night was very cold, but Yi'er couldn't feel the cold anymore. He didn't know what had pierced his back, but there was a long wound. The smell of blood was really disgusting. Yi'er. In the darkness, it was hard to see what Yunwu's lips looked like. She could only hear that his voice was very dry, as if he was dehydrated. There wasn't a trace of color in it. Yi'er touched Yunwu's face and gently comforted him. "Unwu, it's daybreak. I'll go find water." "Yi'er, don't feel guilty." "Unwu." "Yi'er, actually, I don't need to feel sad. I'm going to die. Even if I didn't come this time, I would still die." "Don't talk nonsense." Yi'er's hand was on Yunwu's face and he couldn't stop trembling. "My heart isn't good. I had a heart transplant when I was 8. I don't have a long life to begin with." Unwu said this without much regret. It was as if he was talking about someone else and had nothing to do with him. "Do you know Anin? She didn't leave because of the temperature difference in the grassland. She was chased away by me. I couldn't keep her around. Grandpa is a person who plans ahead for a rainy day. Anin is a child he adopted. I only just found out that Anin was a match with me since she was young. Grandpa adopted her so that when my heart fails one day he could swap it with hers." Even though it was night and there were only the stars and moonlight, Yi'er felt like he was looking at a mirror in front of him. His eyes were wide open in shock. "Anin grew up with me. She's my little sister. How could I do that? If one day I have to sacrifice my little sister to survive, I can't do it. Furthermore, the surgery might not be a 100% success rate. If I don't live, Anin won't live either." Unwu sighed. "I really can't do it. I've sent Anin away. Even if today's incident didn't happen, I won't be able to live for long, so don't feel guilty, don't blame yourself, just be a good Mrs. Jiang. When the sun rises, you and Sister Xiaoya go out, go to a place with good water plants, maybe you'll meet a herdsman. If you stay here and guard me without contacting the outside transportation, you'll die." Even though Yunwu's voice was soft, he tried his best to speak in a steady and continuous manner. He thought that this way Yi'er wouldn't notice his weakness. Yi'er shook his head. He hugged the boy's head and shook his head. Unwu, I won't leave you behind. I won't. No matter what the reason is, I won't leave you behind. Hi. Unwu sighed. Yer, let's talk about something else. Have I ever told you that I like you? Then do you know that I like you? I know. Yer, if I had told you earlier before Jianghu that I like you and want to be with you, would you have been with me? Would I? Yes. Unwu reached out and placed his hand on Yer's thigh. He brought it close to his face and then placed his hand under his face. It was very cold, but at this moment he felt a warm liquid dripping onto the back of his hand. It was warm and very hot. Yer, in your next life, please be with me. I'll wait for you, okay? Yer shook his head. Under the moonlight, his face was already glistening. He reached out to wipe the water off his face and bit his lip. He touched Yunwu's face with one hand and clutched his thigh with the other. I don't believe in the next life. Powerful novel Xingwu 799. Chapter 721. You really don't understand romance. Unwu squeezed out a faint smile from his throat. It was as if they were still on that arch street. He stood there with his easel propped up, his eyes as clear as water, glancing at her from time to time. Then he would dip his brush in ink and carefully paint. That voice was just a casual tease. You love Jianghu so much. Even if I were to live in this life, you wouldn't marry me. Even if I tried to snatch you away, I wouldn't be able to win. I asked you to make a promise to a next life, but you refused. Petty. Yer clutched her leg, the pain was unbearable. Unwu, I don't believe in a next life. Believe in it? Let me have some thoughts. At least give me some hope. There was a kind of voice as lonely as snow. There was a kind of waiting as lonely as snow, as white as the sky, with a hint of desolation. Yer shamelessly realized that her heart was hurting. Other than Jianghu, she was hurting for another man. Her tears were like diamonds shining under the moonlight, sprinkling on the boy's face. Unwu. Unwu let out a long sigh. His breath was getting weaker and weaker. So what if I believe in a next life? Yer held Yunwu's hand tightly as if trying to hold on to his weak breath. Unwu, I believe in you. Unwu chuckled softly with a trace of satisfaction. He had been lying on her leg with his back facing her, but at this moment he turned his head, opened his eyes and looked at Yer. The moon was like silver. Under the clear moonlight, his gaze was as clear as water. The joy in his eyes was as dazzling as the sunlight in the day. Then in the next life marry me. You're not allowed to regret it. I'll let you go in this life and let you live happily with Jianghu. I won't regret it. Yer, you can't forget. Remember that you promised me a next life. I won't forget. Unwu, I won't forget. Yer couldn't see the pair of gems that reflected the moonlight. His eyes closed again. Yer hugged Yunwu's head tightly. No matter how much she shouted, Unwu didn't respond to her. Yer's shoulders trembled violently. She choked with grief. Unwu, don't sleep. Unwu, you're going to the other world so early. Do you want me to die too? Can't you live a few more years and wait for me? Unwu. After a while, Unwu weakly said, Yer, if I'm lucky enough to live a little longer, let me pursue you just once. The thing I regret the most in my life is missing you and letting Jianghu beat me to it. What a pity. Yer hurriedly nodded. Okay. Then you must pursue me. The thing I regret the most in my life is not being pursued properly. Unwu. Anyway, I'm already divorced. You can do it. We're both single. You must pursue me. Ha. Unwu chuckled, but only he could feel the bitterness in his throat. It was so bitter that even his tongue felt numb. Yes, I'll definitely pursue you properly and learn everything I can about pursuing girls. Yer, you're the first girl I've ever liked. You're the only girl I've ever liked. I must pursue you. Yer didn't know why, but Yunwu's words were always very coherent. Although he was a little weak, he didn't seem to be panting and seemed very stable. But after he finished speaking, there would be no response for a long time. It was as if this person would never speak again. It caused the surroundings to be shrouded in a heavy aura of death. Countless military off-road vehicles were sweeping the grassland in all directions with their headlights on. The barking of police dogs could be heard one after another on the grassland. Helicopters were flying along the grassland with high-powered searchlights on the ground, searching carefully. Jianghu sat in the helicopter. His ears were filled with the deafening sound of the propellers and motors. He looked out the window. Under the high-powered searchlights, the grassy plains were fanned by the propellers. The wind was blowing, causing ripples on the grassy plains. His brows were furrowed tightly, and his face looked as if it was carved out of stone. It was so cold that it was hard. The meeting was not over yet. When he heard that Yi Er was missing, he left everything behind and left. The bodyguards had been found, but Yi Er was still missing. Ever since the search and rescue was arranged, he had not said a word. He only looked at every corner that he could see. He was so serious that even the pilot was a little shocked. There was another person who had the same expression as him. It was Zhuang Yichen, who was sitting at the back of the helicopter. This was the first time Zhuang Yichen and Jiang Zhao were sitting together in public. But their purpose was the same. They were looking for someone. He didn't have the time and mood to reminisce. He just wanted to find that woman as soon as possible. The walkie-talkie was reporting some useless information. Jiang Zhao and Zhuang Yichen could only focus their attention outside. At this time, a long string of coordinates was reported from the walkie-talkie. The pilot replied excitedly, "Roger, Roger. Snow Wolf, Roger. Mayor Jiang, we found 3 people over there. Let's go over now." Jiang Zhao immediately sat down. 3 people? Yes, 3 people. Xiaoya was holding her mobile phone and turned on the flashlight function. She pointed at the helicopter in the sky. "There are people over here. There are people over here." When Zhuang Yichen saw Xiaoya, his heart skipped a beat. Who was that person? Her hair was all black and even her hair was covered with mud. Usually she would not make such exaggerated movements. But he could still catch a familiar figure from those exaggerated movements. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao recognized Yi Er at a glance. It was so cold at night and she was not wearing much. The strong light shone on her, but she did not even lift her head. She just hugged the head of the person who was lying on her lap tightly. She lowered her head. Before Unwu was sent to the operating theater, Shi Jintian rushed over. Unwu had been put on N4 drip and was no longer in a coma. In the ward, Shi Jintian was crying on top of Unwu. When he called out his grandson's name, he felt he had aged instantly. Unwu. Unwu pulled Shi Jintian, and Shi Jintian put his ear close to Yunwu's lips. "Don't touch her again. I beg you." Unwu was struggling to speak. Shi Jintian was shocked and looked at his grandson. "You know about it?" This was considered a silent acknowledgement. Unwu knew about Shi Jintian's love for him. When he thought about it, he regretted that he always stayed in the studio. It made his grandfather think that Yi Er was bothering him. That was why he wanted to kill her, to get some peace and quiet. The 2 families would not be hurt. But if Yi Er was really dead, he would rather die early. How could he get some peace? He touched Shi Jintian's hand and said softly and intermittently, "Yes, I know. But I won't tell anyone. Grandpa, don't touch her again. From the beginning to the end, it was my wishful thinking. She didn't do anything wrong." But Shi Jintian did not expect Unwu to see through him like this. "She is my wish to live. Grandpa promises you." Unwu seemed to be worried and refused to let go of Shi Jintian's hand. "Even if I'm not around, don't touch her. Unwu, you're not allowed to talk nonsense." Yunwu's eyes reddened and he said anxiously, "Grandpa, I didn't even kill Jiang Zhao. How could you hurt her? How could you bear to hurt me like this?" Yunwu's eyes were filled with deep pain. "Do you know how many times I wanted to kill Jiang Zhao? I even loaded the gun. You know how accurate my shooting is. I know how to assemble a gun. If I really wanted to kill him in a chaotic situation, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to me. But Grandpa, you didn't allow it. You said that I couldn't hurt anyone from the Jiang and Qin families. You were talking about righteousness and kindness. But Yi Er is Jiang Zhao's wife. She is also a member of the Jiang and Qin families. How could you? Unwu, you're a femme fatale." Shi Jintian felt his heart ache when he thought about how Unwu was obsessed with a woman in the past. How could he let a woman ruin Yunwu's life? Once a person died, they would slowly forget everything. "Grandpa, you said that a femme fatale? What was the cause of the disaster when I was 8? Unwu calmed down and looked at Shi Jintian indifferently. Shi Jintian didn't expect that Unwu would still use the murder case to provoke him at this time. "Grandpa, you should be grateful to her. You should be grateful to her for letting your grandson experience the feelings in this world other than family. At least he didn't come to this world in vain, right?" Yunwu's clear eyes overflowed with tears. "Grandpa, I love you. I also love Yi Er. Don't hurt her anymore, okay?" Shi Jintian couldn't look into Yunwu's eyes. He turned his head, clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Okay." The wheeled hospital bed was pushed out of the ward and into the operating room. Shi Jintian chased after it to the door of the operating room. His gaze was locked there without moving. The hospital was arranged by Jiang Zhao. It was a local military hospital. Outside the window, the sky was filled with stars, but he wasn't in the mood to enjoy them. Xiaoya had suffered some cuts in the swamp. Now she was lying on the hospital bed, clean and clean. Medicine was applied to her wounds and she was hooked up to an 4 drip. It was an anti-inflammatory drug. The ward was a little crowded. There were no separate rooms, so Xiaoya and Yi Er stayed together. Because Yi Er was in a daze, Jianghu was worried that it was because of the miasma in the swamp, so he patiently stayed with her. Actually, it was just to comfort himself. After seeing Unwu fall into her arms like that, how could he not overthink? Moreover, after hearing Xiaoya's story, Jianghu was upset that he wasn't the one by her side at that time. Xiaoya leaned against the headboard. Xuanhuan sat on the round stool in front of the bed and analyzed. Your horse is already submerged in the swamp, but there's something wrong with Yi Er's bodyguard's horse. There are steel needles under the saddle, but they're not very long. Only when the horse moves harder and harder while riding will the steel needles pierce into the horse's back. You won't notice it for a while. Xuanhuan, let's break up. Xuanhuan obviously didn't expect Xiaoya to suddenly say something like this. He came all the way here and this was all she said to him? He said coldly, looks like you're too tired. Sleep early. Xiaoya looked up. She thought about how Unwu had saved her while shouting for Yi Er not to move around. Her tears were about to fall. People would only feel deep sorrow when they were like her, right? How much did Unwu love Yi Er that he would save someone who had nothing to do with him for Yi Er? That feeling made her go crazy with jealousy. As her tears fell, she looked up at the man who had already stood up. She pulled out the needle in her hand and threw it away. You can either break up with me or marry me. It's your choice. Don't even think about threatening me. This time, even if you want to kill my whole family, I won't give in. Attention Xingwu 799. Chapter 722. Jianghu heard the argument behind him and turned around. He happened to see Xuanhuan's flat back swaying slightly. Nonsense. Xuanhuan pressed Xiaoya back into the blanket and turned around to look for the nurse. Xiaoya didn't argue. She lay there quietly. Don't you think it's troublesome? Do you think it's a pity that you didn't collect my body today? Xuanhuan turned around. Little demon Qiu, have you had enough? Xiaoya turned her back and pulled the blanket calmly. Anyway, I'm still going to say the same thing. If we don't get married, then we'll break up. This time I'll pretend that I'm dead. Xuanhuan, when I knew I was dying, my mind was filled with you. At that time, I was wondering if I should tell you that I seemed to have fallen in love with you. But my hand was outside the quagmire and my phone was in my pocket. I couldn't possibly tell you that I've been with you for 4 years and in the end, that's my only wish. Suddenly, Xiaoya felt a wave of astringent air coming out from her stomach and choking her throat, making her unable to continue speaking. Her face was cupped by the man's large hand. After a while, he said leisurely, Do you like a Chinese wedding or a Western one? Xiaoya held the man's hand and covered her face. She cried for a long time before she came back to her senses. She turned around and looked at the man sitting by her bed in shock. What kind of wedding do you like? Chinese or Western? Xiaoya was stunned. Her smile was uglier than her crying face. She happily wrapped her arms around Xuanhuan's neck. Xuanhuan, did I succeed in forcing you to marry me? Did I? Let's go back and choose a ring and a wedding dress. Xiaoya only knew that the man's voice was soft and gentle. It sounded like he was doting on her, but she ignored the hint of panic in his voice. Jianghu held Yi Er's hand and asked Xuanhuan, Can I not know about the wedding? Xiaoya wrinkled her nose and snorted. No, you have to bow. Jianghu laughed. Haha. Yi Er asked Xiaoya, Sister Xiaoya, what gift do you like? Xiaoya shook her head. No, I want cash. When Yi Er saw that Xiaoya was happy, he was naturally happy as well. His mood also improved a lot. No, talking about money hurts our relationship. When Jianghu saw the smile on Yi Er's face, he relaxed a little. Xiaoya hugged Xuanhuan's waist and leaned into his embrace as she looked at Yi Er. She was so proud that it seemed like she was showing off. Talking about relationships hurts money. Our friendship is stronger than gold. Xuanhuan pushed Xiaoya away and said coldly, No matter how strong it is, you have to take the anti-inflammatory medicine. It's over. When Xiaoya saw that Xuanhuan had gone out to call the doctor again, she muttered, He really doesn't understand romance at all. But her eyes were filled with endless happiness. Unwu woke up a few hours after he came out of the operating room. When the sun rose, he asked his grandfather and the servants to buy chocolate-flavored popcorn. In the afternoon, he got out of bed and took the popcorn that the servants bought from the cinema to Yi Er and Xiaoya's place. Coincidentally, Jianghu was there. Unwu acted as though he didn't see him. He walked to the other side of the bed and handed the popcorn to Yi Er. His clear eyes held a gentle smile. Is chocolate flavored? I don't know if it's the same as the ones you used to eat. Xuanhuan frowned. Jianghu reached out to take the popcorn and placed it on the bedside table. It was one thing to be grateful to Unwu for keeping Yi safe, but the nature of a love rival didn't change. He said to Yi, even though you're not injured, the miasma in the swamp is poisonous. You should be careful and not eat anything carelessly. Popcorn is very explosive. Unwu didn't seem to care about Jianghu. He only looked at Yi intently. Yi thought about the promise she made to Unwu. She thought about the words he said and the pain in her heart still lingered. She sat up in bed and put on her shoes. She stood beside Unwu. Unwu, thank you. It must be delicious. Her voice choked. She remembered that one time she brought popcorn to the art street and treated him to it. Try it. It's chocolate flavored. It's not bad. Men don't like to eat things like that. What? Nowadays, young men and women all like to eat things like that. They eat it when they watch movies to kill time. She opened the packaging and ate it herself. It turned out that he remembered it after that one time. Jianghu suddenly felt a stone pressed down on his heart. He had never known that Yi liked to eat things like that. He had never known. Seeing Jianghu stand up, Unwu smiled. He actually didn't want Jianghu to misunderstand. It was just that there were some things that he wanted to do in the past but couldn't. He wanted to fulfill some of his wishes. He was a little selfish, but he had already made himself magnanimous enough. You rest. I'll go rest too. When Jianghu saw Unwu leave the room, he didn't say anything and followed him out. Yi was afraid that Jianghu would do something stupid again, but when she went out, she saw that Jianghu and Unwu were clearly heading in different directions. When Jianghu returned, Yi found out that Jianghu had gone to get discharged. On the plane, just as Yi was about to speak, the silent Jianghu interrupted her. Yunyi, don't even think about falling in love with someone else. Ah Zhao, I promised Unwu that he would pursue me. Yunyi, you're really something. Jianghu glanced sideways and saw Yi looking at him with tears in her eyes. His heart ached. You've only been separated from me for a few days. Ah Zhao, listen to me. I don't want to listen. Unwu is going to die soon. Yi reached out to cover her face. She was afraid that she would lose her composure, but she still felt unbearable grief. He only had one wish. Jianghu looked up. He wasn't wearing a shirt or suit, so he thought that his tie was strangling his neck. When he reached out to pull it off, he realized that he wasn't on a business trip. He was only wearing a simple t-shirt. Don't try to fool me with this. Yi pressed her palm against her forehead and rubbed it. He had a heart transplant when he was 8 years old. He's going to die soon. When I checked his breathing, he was almost out of breath. After thinking for a long time, Jianghu couldn't calm down when he heard the heartache in the woman's voice beside him. At a time like this, he had actually lost to Xianhuan. Just because he was healthy, Xianhuan was going to die? I can give him other things in return for protecting you, but I don't agree to this. He only wants to pursue me. I won't do anything to let you down. Jianghu looked at Yi. How was she asking for his opinion? She was clearly forcing him. Her attitude was so unyielding. He reached out to pinch her chin and pointed his index finger at her heart. Then what about your heart? Does your heart belong to me 100%? Yi's eyes suddenly flashed. She avoided his piercing gaze. My heart won't change, Ah Zhao. From the beginning to the end, I've only ever loved one man, and that's you. In the past, now, and in the future. Jianghu released his hand and smiled sadly. Yunyi, you're so straightforward and sure. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Yi refused to back down. She said that she would never go back on her word to Unwu. Never. Because of Yun Hongwei's matter, Jianghu didn't dare to recklessly get close to him. They still lived separately. It wasn't until Enyu returned to Haiqing and began to take on the responsibility of sending Yi to work that Jianghu finally couldn't sit still anymore. He directly moved into Zhuangyiqin's house and chased Zhuangyiqin out of 9th Mansion. Yi, I realized that the sky is a little gray today. But when I thought of seeing you again, the sky in my heart suddenly turned blue. I wish you happiness. Yi opened the door. The person who delivered the flowers at the door handed them to her and took out his own light blue card. It was Yunwu's handwriting. She could almost see how happy he was when they were at the art street. She carried the flowers and went downstairs. Unwu was waiting there. Yi, did you sleep well last night? Very well. How about you? Unwu opened the car door for Yi. I had a good night too. I had a good night's sleep. And so it went on day after day. Yi, when I went to discuss the bid yesterday, I saw a girl in their company's HR department with hair that looked like yours. But your hair is longer than hers. When you tied it up, it was a little curly. Later on, I realized that it wasn't that similar. It was only because you both had a part black and part yellow. I wish you happiness every day. It was a purple card. Yunwu's handwriting wasn't as wild as Jiang Zhao's. It was delicate and strong. After I sent you to work yesterday, it started raining and the roads were very congested. But when I thought of how happy you were walking down the stairs with the flowers I gave you in a ponytail, I suddenly felt like the sky had cleared up. I wish you happiness too. It was a pink card. Do you still remember when you wore a white dress? It was very beautiful, just like Xiaolongnu, but you couldn't move. When you stood still, you looked like Xiaolongnu, but when you moved, you looked like Huangrong. Tell me, am I right? I think you're really cute like this. So I really like this side of you. It was a card that was half white and half bright red. The bright red half was obviously drawn on by Yunwu himself. After an entire week, Jiang Zhao couldn't tolerate this anymore. No matter how Yi felt about it, he couldn't accept it. But if he spoke more harshly, Yi would say, "Aren't we divorced?" And she would say something like, "It's not like I've done anything inappropriate with Yunwu. We haven't even held hands." Good Lord, so what if they hadn't held hands? Psychological infidelity was still infidelity. At this juncture, could he say that he hadn't even signed the divorce agreement? Could he say that they hadn't gotten a divorce certificate? Of course, he couldn't say that with that woman's IQ. He could still deceive her a little. The reason for their divorce was because of Yun Hongwei. This was a bottom line that no one wanted to cross. He couldn't even tell her that they were still husband and wife. He was thinking that this was his retribution, right? Back then, he was so confident that he could have her in the palm of his hand. With one phone call and timing, even if she had just come out of the bathroom dripping wet, she would still have to run downstairs to see him. He had always been controlling her, but now his emotions were being led by the nose by her. Was this the legendary inner strength backlash? Beauty novel Xianhu 799. Chapter 723. It was a Sunday morning and the sun was shining brightly. The white Maserati opened up and there was a huge bouquet of purple and gold roses in the back seat. It was very beautiful and the bouquet was stuck in the back seat. A smaller girl would probably drown in it if she held it in her arms. Such a rare flower was obviously flown in from abroad. It was very difficult to cultivate and the production was very low. Such a huge bouquet was worth millions. The boy who was driving smiled casually. His features were delicate and pretty. His handsome and elegant temperament attracted the hearts of the young girls on the road. It was a flight. The car drove into 9th Mansion. Today Jiang Zhao did not generously let Yi do as she pleased. Instead, he waited downstairs early in the morning. Good heavens, didn't he ask the florist to send flowers today? Such a huge bouquet would crush someone to death. Jiang Zhao walked over. He felt that Yunwu did not change much from before. He walked over like a gentleman. Yunwu got out of the car and greeted politely, "Good morning, Brother Zhao." Good morning. Why did Jiang Zhao feel so uncomfortable? Was he the one who went to look for Yunwu? Yunwu was more generous than him? Oh, the mistress wanted to enter the house? Why are you here so early? Yunwu took out the flowers from the back seat. The bouquet was too big and blocked his chest. It looked very heavy. However, the boy was so beautiful that he looked like a peach blossom. I'm here to deliver flowers to Yi. Jiang Zhao spat in his heart. Bah, that's my wife. King make it sound like she's the real deal. If it wasn't for the fact that this was not the time to quarrel with his wife, he would have chopped you up. Oh, I'll just bring it home for her. You've spent a lot. Jiang Zhao emphasized the words, bring it home. He took the flowers from Yunwu like a gentleman and looked at Yunwu meaningfully. Yunwu, what trick are you playing? Yunwu shrugged innocently. Then I'll have to trouble you, Zhao bro. Then she turned around and got into the car. She looked at Jiang Zhao with a smile in her pure eyes. I'll ask Yi later if he likes it. Jiang Zhao almost vomited blood. Mother****. That was his wife, and he still had to bring flowers upstairs for his mistress. His mistress was much more magnanimous than him. ****CK. In Jiang Zhao's mind, he had never used so many vulgarities before. However, during this period of time, he had used the most vulgarities. Suppression. Suppression. Just as he turned around and went upstairs, his phone rang. It was Zhuangyichen. Hello. Brother Zhao, how long are you going to stay in my house? What's wrong? I can stay as long as I want. Jiang Zhao thought about it. That's not right. What he said was too ominous. Stay for a few more days. How many days is a few days? 2 days or the 9 heavens? I'm buying it for you. What are you shouting for? I'm not short of money, so why should I sell it to you? You're not short of houses, so why do you care how long I stay? Xiaoya likes to stay at Ninth Mansion. Then get Xiaoya to come over and stay with Yi'er. She could help him keep an eye on his enemies. Zhuang Yichen was stunned for a moment. What kind of bro was this? If Xiaoya went over to stay with Yi'er, then where would he stay? Jiang Zhao said confidently, that's right. What about you? Zhuang Yichen was annoyed. You're going too far. Jiang Zhao laughed. You're being ridiculous. Zhuang Yichen scolded again, you're being unreasonable. Jiang Zhao said, haha, you're making trouble out of nothing. Zhuang Yichen was infuriated by Jiang Zhao. Who's making trouble out of nothing? Jiang Zhao was in a bad mood because of Unwu. Of course he wouldn't let go of the chance to anger Zhuang Yichen to death. Of course it's you. You said that you'd let me stay in the house and now you want to take it back. What kind of logic is that? You're making trouble out of nothing. If that's not making trouble out of nothing, then what is it? Zhuang Yichen had only wanted to call Jiang Zhao to discuss the matter. Xiaoya kept grumbling that she was going to get married, but she was still living in her own house. She felt that her status hadn't improved since she couldn't stay in her husband's house. She even said that living in Qingfeng Garden was making her intestines knot. Living here made her feel like she was an outsider. He said that they should move back to the suburbs, but she said that he usually stayed at Ninth Mansion and that she liked living there too. Seeing that Xiaoya was drawing a blueprint and saying that she wanted to design a wedding dress for him, Zhuang Yichen made up his mind and started arguing again. The house is mine. I don't want to let you stay in it. What's wrong? Jiang Zhao laughed out loud. Hugging a large bouquet of flowers, he shook his head. Hearing that Zhuang Yichen was angry made him feel a little better. I want to stay. What's wrong with you? Chase me away if you dare. Xiaoya snatched the phone and said to Jiang Zhao, why are you arguing so early in the morning? Are you guys gay? You're like a married couple and you're even bickering? Xiaoya had become his wife, and her tone was arrogant. In the past she wouldn't have dared to snatch Zhuang Yichen's phone to talk to Jiang Zhao. No matter how bold she looked, she was still afraid of Zhuang Yichen. But now that she was going to be Mrs. Zhuang, she should have some dignity, shouldn't she? Zhuang Yichen pulled Xiaoya into his arms and bit her ear. My dear wife, speak louder. We want our house back. Xiaoya's face heated up and her heart warmed. She was about to fight with Jiang Zhao, but the call was already hung up. When she called again, Jiang Zhao shamelessly turned off his phone. Xiaoya grabbed Zhuang Yichen's collar and shouted, Jiang Zhao, that bastard doesn't play by the rules. He's shameless. Hubby, you have to avenge me. Okay. We'll go back tonight and chase him out. Xiaoya said, okay. Husband and wife are of one mind. Zhuang Yichen added, so sharp that it can cut through gold. Zhuang Yichen hugged Xiaoya even tighter. Haven't you seen a diamond ring that you like? No. Zhuang Yichen kissed Xiaoya's neck. Why don't we order one? We'll buy a ring after my wedding dress is done. Okay, you can decide on this. Jiang Zhao hung up the phone. *CK he was so angry in the morning. Xuanhuan made him angry, and now Zhuang Yichen and his wife were showing off their love over the phone to provoke him. Was the whole world laughing at him for being alone? Today he didn't knock on the door and didn't pretend to be a gentleman. He just opened the door. He changed his shoes. Yi'er had just finished preparing breakfast when she saw Jiang Zhao come in with a big bouquet of purple and gold roses. She looked unhappy and guessed that it was a gift from Unwu. Jiang Zhao walked over and threw the bouquet to Yi'er. With a look of disdain he said, one bouquet of flowers for $1 million. Remember to ask him to convert it to cash next time. You can use it to supplement your family's expenses. After saying that, he sat down at the dining table like the male owner of the house. He picked up a bowl of porridge and started eating calmly. Yi'er put the flowers on the tea machine in the living room and sent a message to Unwu, saying that she liked them very much and that the flowers were very beautiful. She then went to the kitchen and took out some bread and fried eggs for Jiang Zhao. She smiled at Jiang Zhao, who was busy eating. Why are you here so early today? Jiang Zhao snorted. If I didn't come early, would you have gone out for a ride with him? She held the bread in her hand and wrapped Jiang Zhao's favorite side dishes in it. She handed it over. Even if he went out, it was just for a ride. Don't think too much. I told you everything clearly, but you still don't believe me? I already told you that he doesn't have any bad intentions. Jiang Zhao took it as the annoying man downstairs. He took a big bite. I'm here today because I need to talk to you about something. What is it? You have to go to G City with me. Did something happen to Xianxian again? Yi'er was really worried about that beauty. No, they're getting married soon. Xinkai wants to go and see Xianxian. Because of the Qin family, Shinkai wants me to go with him because we went together last time. Jiang Zhao racked his brains to make up some nonsense. Shinkai was indeed in G City and would go there every week, but he didn't invite him to go with him. However, it didn't matter if he wasn't invited. He would make the invitation a reality in a while. In short, it was right not to let Yi Er stay in High City. Xuanhuan was like a lingering spirit that was a master at picking up girls. When he saw Yi Er hugging those flowers every day, his eyebrows flew up. It's not the wedding, so we don't have to go, right? When it's the wedding, we have to go and attend the ceremony anyway. Isn't it normal for us to go? We're not Xianxian's family. How can we follow Shinkai? You're still young. What do you know? Do you think it's just going to see his sister with Shinkai? There are so many things that I can't explain clearly in a short time. I'll tell you slowly on the way. Jiang Zhao felt that it was not a problem for him to fool a woman like Yi Er. He could make it sound more serious, and that stupid little fox could only listen to him obediently. As for an explanation, he really hadn't thought of a good one. Rather than saying that he would tell her slowly on the way, it was better to say that he would think of a way to explain it to her slowly on the way. Just as Jiang Zhao thought, Yi Er really didn't dare to think about it in detail. She didn't understand the benefits and transactions between these families. At least she didn't understand it deeply. It was just like how Jiang Zhao had analyzed why the Qin family didn't help the Han family last time. How would she be able to figure out the mystery behind this? When are we going? Jiang Zhao was delighted. After breakfast you can pack your things. I'll go back and pack my things too. We'll set off immediately. Yi Er looked at the clock on the wall. So soon? Jiang Zhao realized that his lying had reached another level recently. Of course. Why else do you think I'm here so early? It's the weekend. I should be sleeping in. Jiang Zhao used his work speed. After eating, he threw down his bowl and left. He also asked Yi Er to pack her things quickly. When they reached the airport, Jiang Zhao realized that they seemed to be escaping. Yi Er sent a text message to Unwu, saying that she was going to G City. Unwu said that she wanted to have fun. Shinkai was already in G City on Saturday. Jiang Zhao had already told Yi Er in advance to keep it a secret. When they reached the hotel, Jiang Zhao asked Yi Er to accompany Xianxian and said that he had something to discuss with Shinkai. As a result, Yi Er believed that Jiang Zhao had to come to G City. Although Xianxian would be considered a suspect if she had to go through legal procedures, she could still move freely in the Pei family. However, everyone knew that the Pei family was powerful in the south. Even if Xianxian wanted to escape, it would be easier for her to break out of prison. After they left, the Pei family sent a chauffeur to take Yi Er out for a walk. Yi Er and Xianxian sat in the back. Xianxian was more silent. This was different from the Xianxian that Yi Er remembered. Xianxian had been in the limelight for the past 2 years in Haiqing. She was known as a playboy and changed boyfriends one after another. They were either playboys or third-rate celebrities. Other than those who had good looks, none of them were decent. However, at this moment, Xianxian was sitting quietly by the window. She was completely different from the beautiful women in the headlines who wore heavy makeup and showed off their waists. Her black hair was tied up behind her head. She was as still as a puddle of water. She looked like a weak woman who could not withstand the wind. The orange sunlight shone on her face. On her porcelain-white skin, her thin hair glowed faintly. When she looked out of the window, her side profile was so beautiful that it could not be imagined. Yi Er could not help but swallow his saliva. He patted his chest and asked, "Where do you want to go?" Xianxian stared out of the window and said faintly, "Accompany me to get a tattoo." There was no discussion. She wanted to get a tattoo. Yi Er had a Persian chrysanthemum tattoo on his ankle before. He did not know what Xianxian wanted to get. Xianxian turned her head and smiled faintly. "I want to get a ring tattoo." Yi Er frowned slightly. "Ring?" "Yes, ring." Xianxian turned her head away again. Her voice was choked. Hangcha 866. Chapter 724. In the tattoo parlor, a delicate and white hand lay in the hands of the tattoo artist as he drew the image that Xianxian wanted. It was an ordinary ring. The ring was decorated with a single or two connected pieces of yezi. Yi Er asked, "What does this represent?" Xianxian looked at Yi Er and smiled. "A 4-leaf clover. 1 piece of yezi is a prayer. 2 pieces of yezi is hope." She prayed that the man who was beaten into a vegetative state by her would wake up. She hoped that he would be the same as before he fell down. Yi Er didn't ask any more questions. She already understood. Knowing that the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, Xianxian still wanted the tattoo to be deeper. Yi Er was a little sad on the day that she accompanied Xianxian. She didn't know Xianxian well, but she could tell that even if Xianxian smiled at her, it was very forced. Hence, Yi didn't say anything after that. She felt that she was a little redundant by Xianxian's side. On the contrary, Xianxian had to squeeze out a smile from time to time in order to accommodate her. Yi remembered that Pei said that they could go and look at the rings. If they liked them they could buy them. Yi asked if they wanted to look at the rings. Xianxian said that she already had a ring. Xianxian raised her hand and looked at the sky. Her eyes were sharp. Even from the corner of her eyes, one could feel her determination. It was as if she was determined to cut off all paths of retreat for herself. Looking at the ring tattooed on her ring finger, Xianxian said solemnly, "My ring will never be taken off in this lifetime unless I chop off my hand." Yi was stunned on the spot. Xianxian's words tugged at her heart. That night they had dinner at Pei Li's house. Pei Li wanted Jianghu to stay in the house, but Jianghu refused and took Yi back to the hotel. Still in the car, Yi's phone rang. She opened her handbag. It was a call from Unwu. Yi picked it up. Unwu. Jianghu's eyes darkened. Yi, when are you coming back? Ah. It had been less than a day and he was exhausted. He wanted to go back and sleep. Jianghu was a little thick-skinned. He stuck his face close to Yi's phone and listened to the call. Xianyu, that fellow, he just wouldn't give up. Grandpa is taking me abroad for heart surgery the day after tomorrow. There will be a ball tomorrow night and he wants to invite you. Yi was overjoyed. Have you found a suitable heart? Yes, I found it. Yes. Yi said, yes, tomorrow? I'll definitely be there. Yi hung up the phone and her eyes curved into crescents. When Jianghu heard the contents of the phone call, his nerve endings started to spew fire. Yunyi, I've let you do as you please for so long. You've had enough. You're having a good time two-timing, aren't you? Yi put the phone back into her handbag. I'm not. I told you before that Unwu is just my friend. You're the only one who didn't believe me. Is there a need to be like this for friends? When Zhuangyichen was in trouble, didn't you also act quickly? How can it be the same? You and Xianwu are of the opposite sex. How can it be different? There are people of the same sex who are together. I didn't even suspect that there was something going on between you and Zhuangyichen. Besides, we're still divorced. Jianghu felt suffocated by Yi's words. He really wanted to take a hammer and knock her out. In Yunwu's art studio at the Shi residence in Haiqing, Unwu sat in front of his desk. There was a stack of letters and envelopes on the table. He folded the letters and put them into different envelopes one by one. At this moment, Shi Jinqian walked in with a glass of warm water in one hand and a small white medicine box in the other. His eyes were full of heartache. Unwu, take the medicine. Yunwu's face was a little pale. Grandpa, didn't we go to America around this time last year? And then was there too. We even took some photos together. Where are they? Why are you looking for that? I want to send a photo of me and an NTE when the time comes. If he was no longer around, if he had ever lived in her heart, wouldn't it be better for her to give him her blessings? Shi Jinqian's eyes were slightly red. He handed the water and medicine to Unwu. After watching Unwu take the medicine in front of him, he said, "It's in my study. I'll get it for you later. After your operation, Grandpa will snatch Yunyi away from you and tie her to you for the rest of your life." Grandpa. Upon hearing Shi Jinqian's words, Unwu panicked. Grandpa, regardless of whether the operation is a success or not, I won't be coming back. You can't disturb her. What do you mean by whether it's a success or not? It must be a success. Yes, it must be a success. But don't go looking for trouble with Yi. She has her own life. Unwu was so anxious that his face turned even paler. He clutched his chest and was about to slide down. Shi Jinqian hurriedly helped Unwu up. Hurry up and rest early. I promise you, okay? The next day it was nighttime. The Shi family in the south had invited all of High City's big shots to a banquet. There were many young masters in Mississippi. At the ball, Jianghu clinked glasses with Qin Fian. Looking at the palace-like banquet, Qin Fian teased, "Brother, you're so generous." It's just a civilized dance. Jianghu gritted his teeth as he watched his wife being held around the waist by another man. The bow tie around his neck felt a little tight. He reached out to pull it. Stop pulling it. Even if you don't wear such a small bow tie, you'll still feel uncomfortable. After Qin Fian said that, he looked at Jianghu's jealous eyes. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jianghu kept looking at Yi and Unwu. The steps and rhythm of the waltz turned a boy into a man. They didn't even talk much, they just danced to the music. They had never danced together before, so how come they didn't step on each other's toes? Was this the legendary tacit understanding? He suddenly remembered Qin Fian's advice. Dancing was the easiest way to develop tacit understanding. ***. As soon as he stepped out, the music stopped. He walked to Yi Er and Unwu. They were about to speak when Jiang Zhao pulled Yi Er out of Yunwu's arms with a seemingly gentle smile. Unwu let go and looked at Jiang Zhao's actions with a smile in his eyes. He bowed slightly to Yi Er in a very gentlemanly manner to express his gratitude. Yi Er felt a little awkward as she was dragged out by Jiang Zhao. Unwu looked at Yi Er's obedient manner. He scratched his head and laughed. Since Jiang Zhao cared so much about her, she would definitely be happy in the future. Yi Er was pushed into the car, pulled out of the car, pulled up the stairs and pushed into the house. Yi Er remembered Yunwu's words when he brought her to the dance floor. Why don't you provoke Jiang Zhao a little? You'll definitely like the way he looks when he's jealous of you. A girl should make the man she likes nervous for her. Only then can she satisfy her vanity, right? How did you know? In order to pursue you, I did a lot of research. Yunwu's smile was pure and clean. At this moment she looked at Jiang Zhao's ashen face and thought about Yunwu's words. Something warmed her heart, but she didn't show it. As soon as the door closed, the man pressed against her. When his lips touched hers, there was still a wisp of wine fragrance. The force of his grinding on her lips was hurried and heavy, and the breath coming out of his nose was also heavy. Occasionally he would take a deep breath as if he was panting. The hand that lifted her skirt didn't touch her legs like before. Instead, it went straight for Les's sexy underwear and pulled it off. She looked up at him and saw his eyes tighten. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up into a naughty smile. Looks like I should satisfy you properly, lest you go around seducing men all day long. Seducing men, don't you think so, my vixen wife? There was an uncontrollable impulse in her body, and her eyes were already rippling with the spring breeze. She skillfully lifted her leg and hooked it around his tight waist, and seductively reached out to unbutton his shirt. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Thank you, Lord Hubby, for your consideration." Hearing the woman call him that, Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Looking at her watery eyes that were shrouded in love, he couldn't believe why she called him that. He grabbed her hand that was unbuttoning his shirt and asked slowly in a low voice, "Who's your husband?" Yi Er supported her waist and rubbed against Jiang Zhao's body. Her voice was charming. "Isn't it you?" Looking at the woman who looked like she was about to panic, the man grabbed the woman's leg that was hooked around his waist with one hand and unbuckled his belt as he lowered his head to nibble on the woman's neck. The tip of his tongue circled under her sensitive earlobe, and then he used his teeth to scrape her earlobe. He said hoarsely, "Are you only saying that because you want it now?" The woman's hand touched the man's checkered abs and felt as if she had been scalded. All the way down, the desire there had already risen. Looking at its aggressive appearance, one could tell how much that thing wanted to do. "Ah Zhao, haven't we not gone to get a divorce certificate yet?" Jiang Zhao looked at the woman with a sly smile and gritted his teeth. "You thousand-year-old fox." Right now he wanted nothing more than to press her to the ground and kill her. To think that he had always thought that he had hidden it well. It turned out that she had always known that they were not divorced. Knowing that they were not divorced, she still allowed him to live outside and even let other men pursue her. She even separated from him, causing him to not even know what meat tasted like. This bastard. All the firewood and fire were piled together, just like the man and woman piled together. "Hubby, I was wrong. Please forgive me, then you'll have to serve me well today." After rounds of competition, the television program came to an end. Xiaoye and Yi Er were packing up their belongings. Xiaoye had her assistant around, so she was very free. She patted Yi Er's back. "I can't bear to part with them." "Yeah, me too. I think I have some feelings for them. Next time if there's an opportunity like this, you must call me." Xiaoye shrugged. This time she helped Yi Er with the clothes. Although the money was not much, she was very happy. In the past, Zhuang Yichen had helped her with everything. But this time it was considered her own business, right? "The next time you walk the runway you can do something special. I'll get my dancers to walk the runway. You can dance the tango for an evening gown show." Xiaoye hugged Yi Er and kissed her on the cheek. "Good idea, Yi Er. You're getting more and more business-minded, ha." The two of them were now living in the 9th mansion. When they had competitions they would be at the same place, so they always went out together and went home together. The culprit had not been caught and there was no news at all. Jiang Zhao never dared to let his guard down. The bodyguards were still following them, so Yi Er did not dare to say anything. After saying goodbye to Xiaoye, they prepared to go home. Attention Songshu 566. Chapter 725. She retrieved the letter from the mailbox downstairs. When she saw the American postmark, Yi was a little excited. She started to open the letter even before she reached home. She could recognize Yunwu's handwriting at a glance. Unwu had practiced calligraphy before and his handwriting was very beautiful. The handwriting was elegant and masculine, and it was very similar to Yunwu's. Looking at these words, Yi felt that Unwu was smiling at her. Yi, hello, it's been 3 weeks since I last wrote to you, right? My surgery was a success. I'm just telling you. Are you very happy for me? Your show should be over by now, right? How is it? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Anen has also been learning to dance recently. I keep telling her that it's too late for her to learn, but she says that girls should know how to twist and turn. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. I think this girl is really a little annoying. She keeps pestering me to watch her dance. I feel that I need to write more recently. And doesn't like it when I call you. I think I'll just let her be. Don't reply to me if I believe you. I'm afraid she'll be angry. Yi ran into the house and called Jianghu. Zhao, did you know? Unwu seems to be in a relationship with an An. What nonsense are you talking about? It's true. He wrote me a letter. His words are full of love for Anen. You're so happy that there's one less person who has a crush on you? How so? Unwu has someone he likes. I'm very happy. Jianghu also heaved a sigh of relief. If you're free in the afternoon, come and pick me up from work. Okay. Yunwu's letters came quickly. Sometimes they were sent by international express delivery, and sometimes they were sent by post. The postmarks were dated from 3 to 5 days to 2 to 3 weeks. Yi received the 9th letter from America. Yi, hello, Haicheng must be very hot recently, right? It's already autumn, right? I'm fine. After the surgery and didn't allow me to go out. I was surrounded by servants every day, so I was a little annoyed. Today I went out with an and grandpa to play. I wanted to go to a crowded place, so and made the decision to go to the Empire State Building. She even took a lot of photos. Don't you think N is becoming more and more like a child? After coming to America, she was much happier. Grandpa liked her more and more now. She was actually a good girl, right? I'm going to sleep. A young and mature girl like you should learn more from the current and An. Sleep early or you'll grow old quickly. Yi looked at the 3 of them in the photo. Shi Jintian stood in the middle, while Unwu and Anan stood beside him. Anan's smile was indeed a lot wider than when she was in Haicheng. Was it because she felt happy now? Yi looked at the photo and felt a pang in her heart. She didn't know why, but she started to cry. Silly, shouldn't Unwu be happy now that he's happy? Seriously. Yi put the letter back into the envelope and took it upstairs. There was a big jewelry box on the dressing table. She poured out all the jewelry and put Yunwu's letter into it like a treasure. Yi, Grandpa said that he still likes the sky in Canada and that there are fewer people. It's more suitable for him to live here when he's old, so he's taking over all the businesses in the country. We won't be going back in the future. Anan has been getting more and more petty recently. Yesterday I just mentioned that I wanted to write to you and she got into a big fight with me. I think it's better that I don't write to you anymore. Her temper is getting worse and worse. Sai, I actually didn't dare to tell An that I made a promise to you in our next lives. I was afraid she'd be angry. Yi, although I won't write to you anymore, I still wish you happiness and that you'll always be beautiful, just like when I first met you. Sure enough, from then on Yi did not receive any more letters from Unwu. She looked at the jewelry box that was not full a few times and felt that something was missing. There were a total of 13 letters in the jewelry box. Only the first Unwu said, Yi, it's my first time in America. I miss you very much. After that, it was always an long and short. At that time, in a foreign country at the Seattle Lakeside Cemetery in America, there was an old man. Although he did not look thin and weak, he had a head of white hair. The girl standing beside him was dressed in plain black. She was holding orange flowers in her hands. Her expression was blank, but her cold eyes were filled with tears. There was a photo on the tombstone. The boy's eyes were pure and clean. The corners of his mouth were only slightly curved, but it was as if he was instantly bathed in sunlight. When the old man bent down and reached out his hand, his whole body was trembling. His wrinkled hand touched the photo on the tombstone. He choked out, Unwu, Grandpa didn't find trouble with her. Are you relieved? It was just that this old man's choked voice made the girl who originally looked like a girl burst into tears. She still remembered how heartless Unwu was when he chased her away. But he did that only to protect her. If she had known earlier that there was no suitable heart, even if she had to die, she would have been willing to exchange her life for his. How was she going to live alone in the future? Shi Jintian sat on the ground, hugged the tombstone and kowtowed to it. Tears fell drop by drop. What fell was his heart's blood. He had read every letter that Unwu had written to Yi'er, every sentence. According to his grandson's request and time, he had sent the letters from America one by one. He still remembered that his grandson had snuggled in his arms and quietly talked to him for the entire night. In this life, Unwu had never said so much. Ever since he changed his heart at the age of 8, he had never said so much. Grandpa, let me tell you. Back then, I went there to draw because I wanted to see Yi'er. At that time, I didn't know that feeling was like. I was so slow, too slow. I've seen many of her expressions. Happy, sad, sly, disappointed, hopeless, hopeful. In short, I've seen many of them. Grandpa, I didn't know that being able to see a person's emotions was because of excessive attention, and excessive attention was because I liked her too much. I liked her too much. Grandpa, in the past 20 years, the happiest time of my life was when I was drawing on that street, and when I came back from the grasslands, I wrote her cards and sent her flowers every day. I still remember that she pitied me and thought that I was a poor artist who couldn't afford the rent. She gave me the money to pay the rent so that I could live a better life. She said that boys mature later and can still grow up at 18 to 19 years old. She didn't even know my name back then and she actually gave me money randomly. Grandpa, since I was young, you taught me to be wary of people and not to trust anyone casually because anyone around you could harm you. But at that time I really believed her. I believed that she was a kind girl and that she wasn't sent by my enemies to harm me. She was purely afraid that I would suffer. Grandpa, I really believed that she was actually very kind. I'm thinking that at that time she probably liked me a little because I felt that she wasn't someone who was very compassionate. She was actually very greedy and stingy. Grandpa, I think that at that time she probably liked me a little, right? That day Xianxia had been holding Unwu in his arms the whole time. Unwu was lying on his chest, and the clothes on his chest were extremely wet and sticky. All that was left were Yunwu's tears. He hugged Yunwu's head and said, "Good grandson, Grandpa believes that Yi'er liked you back then. It's just that at that time you guys didn't understand." Unwu sighed softly and said, Luckily I didn't understand." Luckily, the old man hugging the tombstone sat there until sunset. Then he slowly looked up and said, "And you should learn to manage the business. Don't forget that your surname is also Shi." And nodded heavily. "Okay." The setting sun stretched the silhouettes of the old man and the young girl in the cemetery, cutting into a lonely silhouette. The late autumn maple leaves in Haiqing were like fire. The pure white wedding gown trailed on the maple leaves and the colors were distinct. Hearing the photographer skillfully teasing the model, the man wrapped his arms around the woman's waist and carried her up. Their smiles followed the click-click sound of the shutter. They ran. Yi'er had her wish fulfilled and had her wedding photo shoot taken. From time to time, she would run over to the photographer to take a look at the photos in his camera. The photographer looked at the photos on the camera screen with satisfaction and zoomed in. "Don't look anymore. She's definitely more compatible and beautiful than a professional model." Yi'er blushed for a moment and turned to look at Jianghu. His suit hugged his muscular body and his handsome face. Needless to say, he looked very attractive and annoying. Jianghu's gaze landed softly on the woman. "How much longer do you want to take?" "What do you mean by how much longer do I want to take? Don't you want to take photos with me? Are you annoyed with me again? How long have we been married? You're already annoyed with me, aren't you? I just want to take a wedding photo shoot, and you're already annoyed with me, aren't you? Then how are we going to survive for the next few decades?" Jianghu stared blankly at the woman who was looking at him with her hands on her hips. In the end, he hugged her waist and kissed her on the cheek. The smell of affection was so overwhelming. "I think the night view in Haiqing is not bad. Why don't we take a night shot? Dawn is not bad either. Why don't we take a dawn shot? Tomorrow's weather might be better than today's. Why don't we go overseas and take a photo shoot? It'll be fresh. Anyway, we can just continue with the shoot." Yi'er's legs went weak. Was this man trying to torture her to death? She turned to look at the photographer. Sir, are we done with this group?" "Yes, this is the last group." "Then hurry up and finish it. My mouth is stiff from smiling." Jianghu couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the Qin family was preparing to go to Jianghu, which was also a bustling city in the east. This time they were going to hold the wedding ceremony for Yi'er and Jianghu. Old Master Jiang urged them again and again, but Jianghu kept finding excuses and reasons. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back for the wedding, but he had to remove the barrier in Yi'er's heart before he could go back. On the private jet, Qin Fian was flipping through the newspaper. He didn't seem very happy. Instead, he kept complaining, "What kind of date is this? He knew that I was going on a business trip at this time, yet he chose to hold the wedding at this time. What the hell? Jiang Zhao couldn't be bothered with him. He hugged Yi Er like he was about to be the groom. When they first got married at the Qin family's banquet, he didn't feel this way at all. At that time his heart was burping. Fei Yu was holding a novel and reading it quietly. After Qin Fian said this, she gently picked up the fruit tea on the table and took a sip. Brother, is your sweetheart in Xingzhou town? What? Don't you always go to Xingzhou town at this time of the year? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Fian opened the newspaper again and read it leisurely. Fei Yu placed the fruit tea on the table. Her black hair was like satin, and she was wearing a white round-necked t-shirt. She didn't look fancy at all, but when paired with her quiet and beautiful face, it made people feel comfortable no matter how they looked at it. A young girl's lips always had a seductive shade of pink. When she licked her lips, the light on them was like jelly. She smiled gently and hugged the book to her chest. She took a deep breath and looked at Qin Fian's face that was covered by the newspaper. I'm not talking nonsense. There's no plane from High City to Starfield Town. Brother, you drive there every time. I'm not stupid. The toll in your drawer has never stopped, and you only keep the toll receipts to Starfield Town. Isn't it because you want to commemorate something? Welfare Songshu 566.
Chapter 1097. Lin Yuan's face was very ugly. He didn't care about the blood-chi wolf demon that was slowly dissipating. Because the problem in front of him was too serious. Why didn't he have a demon core? Why was the way of promotion different from other demonic beasts? Was it because the system was playing tricks behind his back, or was it because he was not a demonic beast, but a human wearing the skin of a demonic beast? Did he not have a demon core from the beginning, or was his demon core in the hands of the system when it was condensed? He thought that he had gotten rid of the system's control and turned from a pawn to a collaborator. But he didn't expect that the clown was himself. Lin Yuan's eyes were gloomy, and he couldn't speak for a while. Ho, ho ho, after a long time, the sealed world was gradually unsealed. Lin Yuan, whose wounds had already healed, took a deep breath and flew in the direction of Shening City, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, far away in the untainted world, Hong Jun, who was still wearing a snow-white robe, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes, which had always been calm and emotionless, suddenly flashed with surprise. He stretched out his right hand and quickly made a few gestures, but he didn't speak for a long time. He just frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Teacher. The Western Buddhists, who were called by Hong Jun, cupped their hands at the same time. Although they were smiling on the surface, they were inexplicably flustered in their hearts. After Hong Jun merged with the Way of Heaven, he had been in charge of the untainted world for countless years. The creatures of the untainted world under his command had conquered thousands of worlds. He had destroyed and annexed many large, medium, and small worlds. Many things had happened in these countless years, and even the untainted world had suffered more than one defeat in the battlefield of thousands of worlds. But there had never been a time when Hong Jun showed joy or anger on his face. The last time Hong Jun showed a strange expression, it was because there was a revelation in the untainted world. Any existence above the golden immortal could sense that the death tribulation of the Tao ancestor had appeared. It was just that no one was sure when this dictator would face the tribulation. This was the second time. The Tao ancestor actually frowned, as if he was thinking about something difficult to understand. As the Western sect that had also existed for countless years and created a huge Western sect, the two Western Buddhists, who had conflicts with Sanqing more than once, were naturally not stupid and slow-witted. When they thought of how the Tao ancestors suddenly called the two of them over and revealed such an expression, they probably did not know how big of a pit was waiting for them ahead. I asked the two of you to choose a capable disciple to go to that small world. Now, do you have anyone in mind? The expression on Hong Jun's face eased slightly, and he once again returned to his emotionless appearance. It was as if he wasn't the one who was frowning and pondering. His voice was as calm as ever, without the slightest emotion. Jianghu was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Now that the cultivation tribulation is coming, the Xianmen sect and the Buddhism sect are preparing for war. They really can't choose a suitable candidate for the Tao ancestors' request, so they can only take a step back. I have already sent Xianxia and Xuanhuan to set off. On this trip, they will definitely take the head of the Black Jiao for the Tao ancestor." Daoist Junti also took the opportunity to continue the conversation and said, "Although Qianqi and Xuanhuan are serving the heavenly court, they have guarded the mountain gate for the Buddhism sect for many years. They have done their best to preach and guard the Dharma treasures. This time, they should have this opportunity to serve the Tao ancestor." At this point, Daoist Junti's expression was a little awkward. He added, "However, although these two generals have great magical powers, they might not be able to take down the Black Jiao. Therefore, on this trip, these two generals are only attracting the attention of the Black Jiao and those traders. I have already ordered people to go to the Ren school to invite the Mosquito Daoran under the Grand Supreme Senior Brother. With the help of the Mosquito Daoran, a mere Black Jiao will naturally be easy to capture." When it came to the Mosquito Daoran, the Western Buddhism sect's expression was a little awkward. The Mosquito Daoran was also a great demon that had only emerged during the God Investiture tribulation. His methods were very strange. When he first appeared in the world, he ate the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit of the Jia school into an empty shell. Then, he went to the Western Paradise and swallowed 3 of the 12 grade lotus seeds of the Daoist, causing Buddhism to appear 1,000 years later. After that, although the Western Buddhism sect had taken down the Mosquito Daoran, they were rescued by an unknown powerful cultivator. Other than knowing that the Mosquito Daoran was a ferocious beast, the blood-winged black mosquito, they had gained nothing. Overall, they had suffered a great loss. Even many years later, the Western Buddhism sect only knew that the Mosquito Daoran was a disciple of the Taishang sect. The one who had rescued the Mosquito Daoran was also one of the incarnations of the Taishang sect. However, he had cast a spell to disguise himself. The two of them did not recognize him. In addition, they had no evidence at hand, so they could only suffer the consequences of their own actions. The main reason why they were sure that the Mosquito Daoran was a disciple of the Taishang sect was that the 12 grade lotus seeds were destroyed, causing Buddhism to appear 1,000 years later. However, the Taishang sect had transformed into Li heir to establish Taoism during this period of time. He even left the legend of the 3,000 miles of purple qi, and the Tao Te Ching, which was known as the ultimate treasure of postnatal merit. No one knew where he went after that, but anyone with a bit of brain could figure it out. After Laozi left the Hanggu Pass, no one knew where he went. However, he suddenly transformed into a Buddha and transformed into Shakyamuni to enlighten the Western region and India. A series of legends were also recognized by later generations of Buddhism to a large extent, treating Laozi as the original Buddha. In a sense, before the journey to the West began, the Western Buddhism sect and the Xianmen sect had not officially started the war. However, the Taishang sect had already given the Western Buddhism sect a fierce blow. Even if Buddhism later flourished, the Taishang sect still had to respect the Taishang sect as the original Buddha. And the start of all these combined blows was none other than the destruction of the 12 grade lotus seeds by the Mosquito Daoran in the Western Nirvana. In other words, the Taishang sect had almost single-handedly suppressed the Western Buddhism sect and gave them a vicious beating. As a chess piece in the Taishang sect's plan, Mosquito Daoran had played a trick on the Western Buddhism sect. If the Taishang sect had not followed up with a series of operations, they would not have even thought that Mosquito Daoran was a disciple of the Taishang sect. However, this also proved the strength of Mosquito Daoran. With the two generals Hang and Ha attracting the attention of everyone, and Mosquito Daoran secretly waiting for an opportunity to assassinate, if they could not take down the Black Jiao, then even if the Western Buddhism sect sent out their own incarnations, the Black Jiao would still be able to escape unscathed. Good. Hongjun replied indifferently. There was still no joy or sorrow on his face. Even the Western Buddhism sect, who had thought about this for countless years with Hongjun, could not tell at this moment whether Hongjun agreed or disagreed. They could not even guess what Hongjun thought the success rate of such a lineup going to the Jianghu world. Chapter 1098. Lin Yuan, who had returned to the prince's mansion in the northern frontier, paused for a moment and turned his eyes to the main hall. A young man in a blood-red robe was sitting on the main seat, leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Many servants were busy cleaning and other miscellaneous things around him. The guards of the prince's mansion were also patrolling and guarding. However, no one looked at the young man in the blood-red robe. It was as if no one had seen him at all. However, Lin Yuan only glanced at him and felt a chill crawling up his back. There was no way to describe that kind of chill because his whole body was numb. Even Lin Yuan's posture of staring at the young man in the red robe froze, as if he had turned into a statue. "Nice to meet you, Lin Yuan." The young man in the red robe narrowed his eyes slightly and put down the teacup in his hand. He smiled and said, "I am the virtuous corpse doppelganger of sect leader Tong Tian. You can call me Xianxia Heavenly Lord, or you can call me by my title." Hearing the young man in the red robe call himself, Lin Yuan only felt his scalp tingle. According to the myths and records in his previous life, sect leader Tong Tian disappeared after the investiture of gods. However, as the winner, the Grand Supreme, had an incarnation in the heavenly court. As the loser, sect leader Tong Tian naturally had an incarnation in the heavenly court, and it was Xianxia Heavenly Lord Ling Bao. However, there were not many records about Xianxia Heavenly Lord Ling Bao, but from the few records that there were, it could be seen that the Jade Emperor Zhang Bairen, who was supported by the Grand Supreme, respected Xianxia Heavenly Lord Ling Bao very much, even as much as the Grand Supreme. After all, the investiture of gods was not an ordinary thing. Even if a sage died in the tribulation, his name would be on the list. It was just that the restriction on the sage was not as strong as that on ordinary immortals. The young man in the red robe, who called himself Xianxia Heavenly Lord, was undoubtedly one of the three incarnations of sect leader Tong Tian. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Sect leader Tong Tian, your name is like thunder in my ears. It's my honor to have you visit my humble abode." Xianxia Heavenly Lord squinted his eyes and sized up Lin Yuan. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "I have always believed in education without discrimination. If you were born in the untainted land, you would be the one who carried the tripod of the Order of Jia. But it's fine now. You are not ambitious, but you are born with pride. You will never submit to others and will do anything to achieve your goal. If you enter the Order of Jia, no matter you or I, we will not be at ease." When he spoke up to here, there seemed to be a look of regret in his eyes, but it was only for an instant, and he quickly said seriously, "I didn't come here to demonstrate my strength to you or anything else. I just came to give you a reminder. In a few days, there will probably be experts from the primeval world descending here. I don't need to explain their purpose to you, right?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment and his face darkened. He said, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Chen Qi, Xingluan of the Western Order. Well, just these two names may be hard for you to understand. But if I were to say the two generals Hang and Ha, you should know who they are, right? This time, the two generals Hang and Ha will attract your attention from the front, but the one in the dark is the one who will kill you. You have to be careful. Even the Western Order has suffered losses from him." "Haha, I'm going." Xianxia Heavenly Lord laughed and his body burst like a bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Only Lin Yuan was left standing in the same place with a solemn face. For a moment, hundreds of thoughts were running through his mind. The Western Order was notorious in Lin Yuan's eyes. What these two guys did in the untainted land was enough to be called the most shameless. Usually, they were the ones who suffered losses from others. Suddenly, Lin Yuan guessed who they had suffered losses from, but Lin Yuan had no clue at all. Xianxia Heavenly Lord obviously came with bad intentions. He came here to tell Lin Yuan that an expert from the untainted land would come to the Tianwu world to kill him in the near future. He even pointed out that the two generals Hang and Ha were just a cover on the surface. The real killer was someone else in the dark, but he didn't tell Lin Yuan the real identity of the killer. At that time, Lin Yuan would be apprehensive about the killer in the dark. Maybe he would be killed by the two generals Hang and Ha before the other party could make a move. Although the two generals Hang and Ha appeared as funny figures in most myths and legends, even during the time of King Wu's conquest of the Zhou dynasty, the two of them belonged to different camps. Their mounts, appearances, secret techniques, and martial arts were almost the same. They were in a deadlock and both of them used the soul-sucking secret technique. In the end, both of them fell from their horses at the same time and were rescued by their subordinates. Even those who were watching the battle were amused. But back to the main topic, the two generals Hang and Ha were definitely the strongest in the untainted land. Take Daoist Red Cloud and Demon Master Xuanpeng as an example. Because Daoist Red Cloud beat Xuanpeng at his own game, Demon Master Xuanpeng also lost his sage position. After that, he wanted to kill Daoist Red Cloud, but he only destroyed Daoist Red Cloud's physical body. Although he had the protection of the 99 Red Cloud soul-scattering gourd, it could be seen that most of the creatures in the untainted land only destroyed the physical body and couldn't hurt the primordial spirit. However, if the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, it could be reincarnated. But the two generals Hang and Ha, who were the mountain guardians of the Western sect, used the soul-sucking secret technique. They were definitely not ordinary people when they attacked. After all, the two generals of the Western sect had done many shameless things. No one knew how many people they had cheated to join the Western sect. Other than that, they had also cheated countless treasures to fill the Western sect's storehouse. The fact that the two generals Hang and Ha could be conferred as the mountain guardians of the Western sect after their death and were responsible for guarding the treasures proved their terrifying strength. Taking a step back, an existence who could make the two generals Hang and Ha cover for him while he hid in the dark and waited for an opportunity to kill was probably more difficult to deal with than the two generals Hang and Ha. Either this guy was extremely good at assassination and instant killing, or his strength was above that of the two generals Hang and Ha. It seemed that the last time Hongjuan's projection descended, he was attacked by the system and the will of the world. He had suffered a lot, but he also saw the drawbacks of this protection. If the attacker's strength was similar to that of Lin Yuan, then neither the system nor the will of the world would attack. Only the sudden attack of an existence like Hongjun, whose strength was far above that of Lin Yuan, could make the two bosses activate and fight. However, he would deal with whatever came his way. Since the untainted land had attacked, there was naturally no reason for him to sit and wait for death. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then he rose again and flew in the direction of the endless sea. Although he was the emperor of the underworld in the Tianwu world, after all, he had not formed the underworld. He was not familiar with the secret techniques that targeted the soul. Instead of directly fighting the two generals Hang and Ha, it was better to find someone to borrow a treasure to fight. Of course, it would be better if he could ask that person to attack directly. Anyway, in the untainted land, borrowing treasures to fight the enemy or asking for help could be said to be basic. He just did not know how much he would have to pay this time to satisfy that person's appetite. Chapter 1099. After leaving the prince's mansion in the northern frontier, Xianxia Heavenly Lord's face suddenly darkened. Of course, he knew who was responsible for the assassination of Lin Yuan. Strictly speaking, there was still a deep hatred between him and the assassin. During the investiture of God's tribulation, the old man who received the guide subdued the saintess of Turtle Spirit and wanted to persuade her to join the Western religious sect. However, the saintess of Turtle Spirit was one of the 4 disciples of Tong Tian. Although she was impatient and impulsive, she was straightforward and was favored by Tong Tian. She could be considered loyal to the Jia sect and was completely different from the traitor Ding Guangxian. After all, when Guangqingzi visited the aquamarine palace 3 times and intended to stir up a dispute, his impatient disciple did not restrain herself and attacked. Not only was she defeated by the flipping sky seal and was beaten out of her original form, she also implicated a group of fellow disciples. It could be said that a large part of the reason why the Jia sect faced the tribulation was because of the impulsiveness of the saintess of turtle spirit. Therefore, Tong Tian, who was furious, expelled the saintess of turtle spirit from the palace and did not allow her to enter the palace to listen to lectures. However, in the 2 battles of the Immortal Slaying Formation and the Myriad Immortal Formation, the saintess of turtle spirit still followed Tong Tian without hesitation. In the end, she was defeated by Zhu Lu Sun in the Myriad Immortal Formation. When she chased to the west, she met the shameless old man who received the guide who bullied the weak. Finally, she was killed by Mosquito Daoran and became an empty shell. Although he was annoyed by the impulsiveness of the saintess of turtle spirit, Tong Tian still felt guilty for this disciple. Mosquito Daoran, Shangqing Heavenly Lord's eyes flashed with anger as he gently chewed on the name. He murmured, "You must not die in the hands of the Black Jiao so easily. I still have a score to settle with you." At the same time, in the untainted world. Above the heavenly court, outside the 33rd heaven, a young man in a blood-red robe and black shirt knelt outside the Tushita palace with a solemn expression. The young man looked to be at most 26 or 27 years old. His skin was fair, his face was like jade, and his facial features could be considered exquisite. However, he had an extremely long nose, which made his facial features look extremely out of place, greatly destroying the first impression he gave others. He was not famous in the untainted land, but his achievements were amazing. Back then, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit defeated several golden immortals of Kunlun in the 10,000 Immortals formation. Even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Zhu Lu Sun, was defeated by him and was chased by the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit all the way to the west. Although it was Jia Yin who suppressed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit still died in his hands. Don't think that it was easy to kill the suppressed Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. It should be known that the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was originally a 10,000-year-old spirit turtle. She inherited the word Xianxia created, and when the turtle script had the shape of wings, she turned into a human form. She could be said to be a powerful figure in the period of the Yan Emperor. She also inherited a part of the merit and luck. After killing the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, he went to the Western Paradise under the order of his teacher and bit the 12-grade lotus seed of Jiayin, causing it to become a 9-grade lotus seed. This directly caused the prosperity of Buddhism to be delayed by 1,000 years, giving his teacher the opportunity and time to transform into a Buddha. After that, he followed his teacher's order and had been cultivating in seclusion, never leaving his own cave. That was why there were few Mosquito Daoran in the world. However, he had never expected that the old bastard would be so shameless. In order to take revenge, he actually recommended him to Hongjun and asked him to go to the small Kiliacosm to assassinate the Black Jiao. He even did not hesitate to push out the 2 mountain gods of Shur sect to help him and cut off his retreat. It could be said that it was an opportunity for Generals Hang and Ha to go to the small Kiliacosm to kill the Black Jiao. Although Generals Hang and Ha belonged to 2 camps during the period of King Wu's attack, they were under the jurisdiction of the Western sect after they became gods. They had always been in charge of guarding the Western sect and had never offended any mighty figures or people with deep foundations. As long as they were not killed by the Black Jiao on this trip, if the matter failed, they could blame it on him for the assassination. If the matter succeeded, they would naturally have a share of the credit. On the other hand, although his teacher was still a heavenly sage in the untainted world, it was true that Sanqing joined hands to plot against Hongjun. Although Tong Tian had left the untainted world for many years, he was still in contact with his teacher and uncle Master Yuanshi. Therefore, Mosquito Daoran naturally knew that the good corpse clone of Tong Tian, Lord Shangqing, was in that small Kiliacosm at the moment. This also meant that it was an opportunity for others to do this task. No matter whether they succeeded or failed, they would be rewarded by the Tao ancestor. However, if he went to that small kiliacosm, once he fell into the hands of Lord Xianxia, he would really be unable to live or die. In the entire untainted world, there was really no one who was more protective than Tong Tian. Although Sanqing was acting in the war between the three sects, Tong Tian's intention to stand up for his disciple could not be faked at all. Although the matter between the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and Guangqingzi had caused the entire Jia sect to be tainted with the aura of calamity, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was loyal to Tong Tian. Even the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was suppressed by Daoist Jiayin because Tong Tian shouted in the 10,000 Immortals formation, "Quickly bring me Zhu Lu's son." Even when facing a mighty figure like Daoist Jiayin, who was on the same level as Grandmaster Tong Tian, the goddess of Turtle Spirit did not retreat at all. She loyally carried out Grandmaster Tong Tian's orders, which led to the disaster later. According to his understanding of Tong Tian, if he fell into his hands, even his teacher could not get him back. Therefore, Mosquito Doran's only purpose in coming to the Tushita Palace was to ask his teacher to protect him on account of his loyalty to his teacher, so that he would not go to that small kiliacosm where there was no chance of survival. However, what made him despair was that he had been kneeling outside the Tushita Palace for 12 hours. Corresponding to the time in the mortal world, he could be said to have been kneeling here for a year, but his teacher had no intention of showing up. The gate of the Tushita Palace was tightly shut, and he could not even see a Daoist child. It was clear that he had acquiesced in this matter. Mosquito Doran lamented in his heart. Suddenly, he kowtowed twice and said in a sorrowful voice, "I know that teacher is in a difficult position. Since teacher is unwilling to show up, I will not force you. After this farewell, I don't know if I will still have the fate to serve teacher. I only hope that teacher can fulfill his wish as soon as possible. I will leave now." After Mosquito Doran finished kowtowing and stood up, he turned into a blood-winged black mosquito and flew into the sky. Only then did a faint sigh come from the Tushita Palace. Karma is the most difficult thing in the world to return. The cause of the past is the effect of today. So what if you can avoid this calamity? It is the end of the calamity. A calm voice rang out. It seemed to have penetrated time and space and directly exploded in Mosquito Doran's mind. Chapter 1100. Returning to the timeline of the Tianwu world. It had been 3 months since he met the Xianxia Skylord. In these 3 months, Lin Yuan had been paying attention to the movements of the Gate of Heaven. However, the strange thing was that other than the cultivators and demonic beasts guarding the Gate of Heaven, Lin Yuan's eye of God could not see anything strange at all. Not to mention the experts from the Eldritch world, even the Sky Demon, who had been continuously entering the Tianwu world, could not be seen. This did not make sense and was impossible. It was still unknown whether the 2 fox demons had entered the Tianwu world through the Gate of Heaven. However, they were backed by the patriarch Yang Mei, who had attained the great Tao of space. He was a fierce man who could fight head-on with Hong Jun, who had merged with the heavenly Tao. If such an existence wanted to open a crack in space and send in 2 demonic king-level fox demons, it would be extremely easy. However, other than the patriarch Yang Mei, there were not many existences in the Eldritch world who could play with space to perfection. Especially now that the patriarch Yang Mei was in the sea of bitterness outside the Gate of Heaven, who would dare to play with space in front of the patriarch Yang Mei and send in Generals Heng, Ha and the unknown assassin. Whether it was Generals Heng, Ha or the assassin, if they wanted to enter the Tianwu world, the only way was through the Gate of Heaven. To put it bluntly, if they had obediently entered the Heaven Martial world through the Gate of Heaven, it would have been fine. Although old ancestor Yang Mei and Hong Jun were not on good terms, he would still give Hong Jun some face. He would not have killed a few juniors. However, if they thought the patriarch Yang Mei was a fool and wanted to enter the Tianwu world through the Gate of Heaven, then sorry, the patriarch Yang Mei did not even need to do anything. He just needed to casually tamper with the space, and Generals Heng, Ha, and the assassin would not even know how they died. However, it had already been 3 months. There was no movement at all. It couldn't be that the Xianxia Heavenly Lord was so bored that he was making fun of him, right? However, regardless of whether Generals Hang, Ha, and the assassin would come or not, today was an important day. The youths who had been gathered by Lin Yuan to impart the Sutra of all living beings and then sent to the various worlds for training would return today. Although he could sense the actions of these youths through the universal scripture, Lin Yuan had never done so, nor did he give them any mission objectives. He only borrowed the power of the system to send them to the myriad worlds to train for 3 months, and when the time was up, he would bring them back through the system. As for how many of them he would be able to return, it was still unknown. The myriad worlds were not some blessed enclave. Lin Yuan wasn't the master god of the infinite style, nor was he the director of an orphanage. He couldn't decide which world these youths would go to, nor could he give them any cheat. The only thing he could give them was a cultivation method of the all-being scripture that suited them. However, with a suitable cultivation method, after going to the myriad worlds, it didn't mean that they would definitely become cultivators. The myriad worlds was just a general term. Other than the Tianwu world and the chaotic world, there was also the world of his previous life that had already entered the age of Dharma's end. There wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual chi between heaven and earth, and there were also worlds that were completely unsuitable for life forms to live in. To put it bluntly, many of these youths who were sent to the myriad worlds were unlucky, and died as soon as they arrived in other worlds. There were also some who wasted 3 whole months without any progress in their cultivation, and were instead assimilated by the age of Dharma's end, causing their aptitude to be damaged. A milky white screen of light unfolded in front of him. One by one, the youths who seemed familiar stepped out of it. After the screen of light dissipated, Lin Yuan confirmed that out of the 217 youths, only 140 had returned safely. Of these 140 youths, another 30 had been affected by the age of Dharma's end. Originally, they could be considered to have excellent aptitude, but now, they could only be described as mediocre. However, other than these unlucky youths, there were also a few youths who made Lin Yuan's eyes light up. One of them was dressed like a Daoist, but from his cloth to his Daoist robe, everything was pitch black. Lin Yuan couldn't sense the aura of a living person from his body, but the netherworld energy in his body was very close to him. It was very clear that this youth had obtained some ghost Dao inheritance. If he didn't die unexpectedly, once the world was repaired, he would become the Tianwu world's first batch of underworld gods. One of them was dressed in grey monk robes. His face still had a bit of childishness, but it was completely different from the white and clean appearance in Lin Yuan's memories. Now, his skin was a healthy bronze color. Even from a distance, Lin Yuan could feel the powerful qi and blood on his body. It was clear that he had entered a high cultivation world and obtained some Buddhist inheritance, cultivating some Vajra unbreakable cultivation method. There was also a youth who was dressed similarly to when he had left, but his aura had clearly changed. Furthermore, his body was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. On his back was a small bag with a golden pill furnace. It seemed that he had obtained some kind of pill Dao inheritance. Just like how the all-life scripture would present different contents to different individuals, even the all-life scripture that had been recorded down would change according to the cultivator. Once this mystical cultivation technique was cultivated, it would constantly adjust itself, changing its contents according to the growth of the host. It would never be outdated no matter what time it was. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across these 140 youths, and he said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know what you have experienced during this period of time, the fact that you are able to come back alive means that this period of training has been successful. Next, you will have about a month's holiday. You can do whatever you want to do. After a month, gather here again, and I will start the second training for you. I hope that next time, I will still be able to see each and every one of you." At this point, he turned his gaze to Kagura, who was waiting at the side, and said indifferently, "Choose a substitute from the reserve force to receive my inheritance. Replenish the 217 people." After a month, we will set off together with them. Yes. Kagura lowered her head slightly and responded in a deep voice. However, Lin Yuan slowly turned his head and cast his gaze in the direction of the divine gate. He smiled coldly and said, "You're finally here. I thought that person was really using me to make fun of me." At this point, he turned his head to look at the youths who had returned, and changed the topic. Coming at the right time is better than coming at the right time. All of you, follow me. I will let you see how the realm that you will at least reach in the future fights. Chapter 1101. On the other side. Generals Heng and Ha, who had just arrived in the martial heaven realm, had gloomy expressions. They looked at the Heaven Gate guardians around them and were at a loss. The two sides were in a strange stalemate. After all, even though they knew beforehand that this was a minor world, they'd never imagined that the environment here would be so bad. The spirit energy of the heavens and the earth was already scarce to a certain extent. They didn't even doubt that if they were to cultivate in this world for half a year, their cultivations would probably regress instead of advancing. Moreover, why were the cultivators of this world so strange? Generals Hang and Ha had also suppressed their cultivation to the limits of the Jianghu world. The surrounding monsters and cultivators were more or less at the same level, but if they really fought, they would be able to easily kill most of them without using a soul-sucking secret technique. But the problem was, they were panicking. The universe was a boundless battlefield. Starting from the middle thousand realms, countless experts went on expeditions to other realms. The various realms and the bitter sea were all battlefields. However, the carrying capacity of a minor dimension was limited. The resources were also limited. Therefore, they weren't disturbed. Even if someone found a minor dimension, they would only leave a coordinate and let it grow. After all, a fruit that wasn't ripe wasn't delicious. But this minor dimension, it obviously didn't participate in the war of the universe, but it was hostile to cultivators from other realms. This was something that they didn't expect before coming here. A minor dimension resisting cultivators from other realms. What a joke. Even in the cruel 10,000 realm battlefield, the flames of war wouldn't be brought to a minor dimension. If powerful beings from other realms went to a minor dimension, they would bring a lot of knowledge, technology, cultivation methods, seeds, precious beast bloodlines, and so on. For the powerful life forms from other worlds, the small Kiliacosm couldn't wait to welcome them. How could it be like now? They didn't even say a word, and directly surrounded him with covetous eyes, as if they wanted to start a fight immediately. But even if they didn't agree, they should at least say something. The two of them were natives of the great desolate realm. Even if they could imitate and translate languages, they still needed the other party to speak first before they could use it. The atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier. At this time, a muffled voice was heard. It was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Everyone was startled and shivered. "Seniors, please take a rest. These two are here to cause trouble for me. I'll take care of them." Lin Yuan's voice came from the void. He stared at Generals Heng and Ha with his heterochromatic eyes. He slowly switched from the common language of the Tianwu world to the ancient Chinese of his previous world, which he had not used for a long time. He said, "I didn't expect that I would be able to alarm Generals Qin Qi and Jing Luan to come together. Can I have a word with you?" "Humph. Ha." Generals Heng and Ha didn't know how Lin Yuan knew their names and origins, but when they saw their target swaggering in front of them, their bodies reacted faster than their minds. They used the soul-sucking mystic skill almost at the same time. Obviously, they planned to destroy Lin Yuan's soul the moment he appeared. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. When he saw the yellow and white chi coming towards him, he didn't look surprised at all. He just shook his head slightly. A red light appeared out of nowhere and turned into a red gourd. The moment it appeared, it grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge gourd more than 100 feet wide. Then, endless red sand flew out of the gourd and collided with the yellow and white qi. When Generals Heng and Ha saw the red gourd, their expressions changed and they panicked. They were existences that were adept at attacking the soul to begin with, so they naturally wouldn't fail to recognize this infamous connate spirit treasure. When the untainted world was created, there was a primordial spiritual root gourd vine at the foot of Mount Buzhou. There were 7 primordial spiritual treasures: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. These 7 primordial spiritual treasures were refined into several famous treasures. They were Taoist Red Cloud's soul-dispersing gourd, Taoist Luya's immortal-killing flying dagger, Goddess Nuo's demon-summoning gourd, and Laozi's purple gold gourd. The other 3 gourds were not famous, but they were obtained by sect leader Tong Tian, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, and Taoist Hongjun respectively. Moreover, the primordial spiritual root gourd vine was used to create humans by Goddess Nuo. In the end, it turned into a treasure of merit. The 7 gourds it produced naturally shared some of the merit power, making them more powerful. Although Goddess Nuo was a great saint of the demon clan, she was also the holy mother of the human clan. The reason why she could command all the demons in the world was mainly because of the demon-summoning gourd in her hand. As for Taoist Luya's immortal-killing flying dagger, it was even more outrageous. When he said, "Treasure, please turn around," it could be said that except for a few people, all the others who were targeted by Luya were doomed to die. However, among the 7 gourds, the most vicious one was Taoist Red Cloud's soul-dispersing gourd. Without injecting magic power into it, this red gourd looked only 3 feet and 3 inches in size, but it contained an endless amount of soul-dispersing red sand. Once the soul-dispersing gourd was used, the red sand would cover the sky and earth. Anyone who touched it would be destroyed in body and soul under the golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. They would not even be able to enter the reincarnation cycle. What surprised Generals Heng and Ha the most was that they recognized this treasure. After all, Taoist Red Cloud's physical body had been destroyed by the demon master Kuinpeng. Even if he could refine it again after countless years, his skills would definitely be reduced to less than 10%. This soul-dispersing gourd could be said to be Taoist Red Cloud's lifeblood. Without the protection of this treasure, Taoist Red Cloud would definitely be doomed if he was targeted by a powerful enemy. How did this Black Jiao get this soul-dispersing gourd? Did he borrow it? Or, was Taoist Red Cloud dead? Humph. Ha. Generals Heng and Ha continued to use the soul-absorbing mystic technique, blasting out yellow and white qi to fight against the soul-dispersing red sand. They had no intention of retreating. However, this is also normal. After all, they are all big shots who have been famous for many years, and they are good at hurting people's souls. If the one who used the 99 soul-scattering gourd here was Red Cloud, they might be a little afraid. However, if the opponent was Lin Yuan, they would never admit defeat so easily. More importantly, Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly and opened his eye of God, paying attention to every movement around him. He did not dare to be careless. After all, the mysterious assassin had not shown up yet. Now that he had used the soul-dispersing gourd to fight with Generals Heng and Ha, it would be difficult to find a more suitable opportunity to assassinate him. If the assassin was here, he would definitely not miss this opportunity. Chapter 1102. Generals Heng and Ha looked at each other and continued to use the soul-sucking secret technique, but their eyes were more serious than before. After all, they came from the great thousand worlds of the primitive era. Suddenly coming to a small thousand world with such a lack of spiritual qi, they were not used to it. The difference in the density of spiritual qi between the two worlds was so great that it even affected their strength to a certain extent. The efficiency of their spiritual qi recovery was so low that it made their hair stand on end. How great was the gap between them? For example, if the least talented human in the Tianwu world were to come to the primitive era, they would be able to step onto the path of cultivation with just a few breaths. The most annoying thing was that Generals Hang and He did not dare to wantonly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in this small thousand world. Even if their cultivation method could convert all the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into spiritual qi, there was a huge difference between converting immortal qi and converting air. If they were to freely absorb the spiritual qi of Tianwu world, it was hard to say whether they could quickly recover their spiritual qi, but it was certain that it would not be long before the spiritual qi that they had painstakingly cultivated would be contaminated by the inferior spiritual qi. In the worst-case scenario, it could even harm their foundation. In the worst-case scenario, it would cost them thousands of years of cultivation. But Black Jiao was different. This Black Jiao had grown up in such a small thousand world. The quality of his spiritual qi was inferior, but it did not need to be that high to use spiritual qi to fight against enemies. After all, spiritual qi could strengthen spiritual qi to a certain extent, but spiritual qi always had a basic lower limit. The Khanate gourd was nurtured by the Khanate gourd vine, and it had been nurtured by an expert like Daoist Red Cloud for countless years. Even if its lower limit was low, how low could it be? Most importantly, the ninefold soul scatter gourd was a precious treasure that targeted the soul as well, and it was on par with their soul assimilation secret techniques in essence. If it was only the two of them fighting the Black Wirm, then they would sooner or later be completely exhausted of their energy and be at the mercy of the Black Wirm. Fortunately, in 2 breaths of time, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Almost without thinking, he swung his flood dragon body and moved nearly 1,000 meters forward. Only now did Generals Hang and He's expressions gradually stiffen. Although they didn't manage to get the upper hand against the Black Jiao in the beginning, they were only here to provide cover. There was no need for them to fight to the death with the Black Jiao. As long as they could keep the Black Jiao here and ensure that the Black Jiao's attention was focused on them, their mission would be considered complete. Whether they could kill the Black Jiao or not depended on the mysterious mosquito Daoran. But the question was, why was it like this? Why did Black Jiao seem to have known about Mosquito Doran's existence and avoided it in advance? And during this process, Black Jiao didn't relax his control of the 99 soul-dissipating gourd at all. Even though he was multitasking, he was still able to suppress the 2 brothers. This undoubtedly showed that Black Jiao wasn't serious at all. Fellow Daoist mosquito, the 99 soul-dissipating gourd is a primordial spiritual treasure with the power of merit. Even if the Black Jiao is extraordinarily talented, he can't control the magic treasure and use divine sense at the same time. We'll hold him back. You can go all out to show off your power. Chen Qi's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his hands, took out the demon-slaying pestle that had accompanied him for many years, and smashed it fiercely at the 99 soul-dissipating gourd in mid-air. After all, Xuanhuan was one of the generals Hang and He. Although they belonged to different camps at the beginning, they were both worshipped as the mountain guardians of the Western sect after they became gods. In addition, their divine sense and cultivation methods were similar. Over the years, they lived and ate together, and their relationship was even deeper than that of blood-related brothers. Even if they didn't communicate when they fought together, they were in a state of tacit understanding. Therefore, the moment Chen Qi spoke, Xuanhuan had already begun to increase the output of his Dharma power. The white smoke coming out of his nose became thicker and thicker. He was going to fight the primordial spiritual treasure, the 99 soul-dissipating gourd, by himself. The Western sect has always been shameless. It's normal for the 3 of you to fight against one. Lin Yuan sneered while dodging the danger that could not be seen with the naked eye, but he could feel the danger. In the untainted land, there were many cultivators who put their cultivation on magic treasures. Even many powerful figures did so. Most of them had acquired spiritual treasures or even self-refined magic treasures. But the 99 soul-dissipating gourd was different. First, it was a primordial spiritual treasure stained with the power of merits. If Lin Yuan wanted to control it freely, he had to constantly pour in a large amount of demonic power to control it. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan had to consider whether his demonic power was sufficient when he wanted to use some divine sense and magic arts, let alone control many magic treasures. After all, he was not so extravagant as to waste the power of incense here. Second, the 99 soul-dissipating gourd was originally Taoist Red Cloud's treasure. As mentioned before, most treasures had inhibition formations. The more inhibition formations were refined, the more power could be exerted. However, the 99 soul-dissipating gourd was borrowed. Lin Yuan couldn't refine all the inhibition formations on it, could he? Even if he could do it, Taoist Red Cloud would not agree to it. After all, refining all the seals was equivalent to erasing Taoist Red Cloud's ownership of the connate spiritual treasure. Therefore, even at his limit, he could only refine 40% of the seals at most. What was more, Lin Yuan couldn't do that. How could he refine a primordial spiritual treasure in 3 months? Did Taoist Red Cloud really think he was on the same level as Hongjun? Not to mention the 99 soul-dissipating gourd, which was Taoist Red Cloud's personal treasure, even a post-celestial spiritual treasure would need to be nurtured for countless years. Unless one had the strength to crush the opponent, refining a treasure would take at least 80 to 100 years. Now, there was an expert hiding in the dark who kept attacking him. He must have known that Xianxia didn't have the strength to fight back. Moreover, xuanhuan was attacking the 99 soul-dissipating gourd without caring about the consumption of energy. This meant that Lin Yuan couldn't relax his control over the 99 soul-dissipating gourd. Otherwise, he would lose this primordial spiritual treasure that could suppress Xianxia and xuanhuan. He wasn't confident that he could deal with their soul-absorbing secret skill. At this moment, Xianxia stopped using the secret skill and took out the demon-slaying pestle. He didn't want xuanhuan to bear all the pressure. Instead, he wanted to attack the 99 soul-dissipating gourd directly, in an attempt to destroy or knock down this primordial spiritual treasure. It was a standard 3-on-1 battle. Moreover, they had Lin Yuan under control. He could only watch anxiously but couldn't do anything about it. Apart from the Western sect, there weren't many who dared to use such a shameless way of fighting. After all, the cultivators of the celestial sect of wonders also cared about their reputation. Chapter 1103. Fortunately, the one who controls the 99 soul-scattering gourd has never been me. Lin Yuan's joking voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, the flood dragon's tail swung fiercely. Endless black water from the netherworld sprayed out and turned into a roaring black flood dragon. It kept biting the void, intending to force out the assassin who was hiding in the dark to attack him. Mosquito Daoran, who was hiding in the void, was shocked. Although he did not know why the black jiao could locate him, he still subconsciously retreated in the face of the black jiao formed by the liquid with dense netherworld aura. As he retreated, he immediately revealed his figure from the void. Very few people knew that Mosquito Daoran actually cultivated the Great Way of Space. Otherwise, Mosquito Daoran would not have been able to hide beside White Lotus Boy without being discovered by Daoist Jiayin. After killing the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, he would not have been able to fly to the Western Paradise and absorb the level 3 Dharma power of the 12 Lotus Seats. After all, Daoist Jiayin and Daoist Xuandi were Heavenly Way sages. Except for Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was in harmony with the Way of Heaven, they could almost be said to be invincible. Even if a few existences whose fighting capacity was not inferior to theirs appeared, they could not be compared with the invincible sages. If they really made a deadly enemy, they would be tortured to death sooner or later. However, except for some foreign species, Heavenly Way sages could be said to be supreme in all aspects in untainted land. If Mosquito Daoran did not cultivate the Great Way of Space, not to mention hiding his figure, his basic speed would be far inferior to that of Heavenly Way sages. In the web novels of Lin Yuan's previous life, there was a very reasonable sentence: if space does not appear, time is king. Although 3,000 of the 3,000 grand daos was only a quantifier to describe a large number of grand daos and not an exact number, these grand daos still had their differences. For example, the grand daos of space, time, fate, karma, and so on were definitely much stronger than the basic grand daos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, the specific strength depended on the user. For example, Pangu's Great Tao of Strength was not as powerful as the Great Tao of Time and Space. However, Pangu's Great Tao of Strength was deep enough to shatter any time and space with a single punch. Otherwise, the prehistorical world would not have become a great world as soon as it was created. If the basic Great Daos of the 5 elements were used well, they could also crush the more powerful Great Daos. After all, the foundation was the foundation, but the more powerful Great Daos were not so easy to comprehend. The prehistorical world had never lacked talented people, and there were also many people who practiced top Great Daos. However, the difference between walking 1 meter and walking 2 meters was like heaven and earth. There were definitely many experts who practiced the Great Tao of time and space in the prehistorical world, but most of them were like brothers among brothers. Mosquito Daoran believed that his attainments in the Great Tao of space were not bad. In the entire prehistorical world, only Patriarch Yang Mei, an extremely special existence, could surpass him in the Great Tao of space. But this Black Jiao, Mosquito Daoran could not find the slightest aura of the Great Tao of space. This Black Jiao had not even comprehended its own Tao. Even if it wanted to prove its own Great Tao in the future, it would basically be in the direction of the Netherworld or the Ghost Tao. Under such circumstances, it was simply too strange for it to be able to discover him. Although Lin Yuan did not know the doubts in Mosquito Doran's heart, even if he knew, he would not take it seriously. There was a path to heaven, but you did not take it, and there was no door to hell. Of all the places to play with the Great Tao of space, why did you come to the Tianwu world to show off your existence? The ancestors who played with the Great Tao of space in the prehistorical world were in the sea of misery outside the heavenly gate. He still had the willow branch that Patriarch Yang Mei had given him. Even if he could not comprehend the Great Tao of space in the future, ordinary Great Tao of space cultivators would not be able to hide in front of him. The dark water Black Jiao swung its tail again. Boom! The void shattered, and heaven and earth shook. Mosquito Doran's expression changed again and again, and he retreated again and again. The problem he was facing now was equally awkward. After all, he cultivated the Great Tao of space, and his main divine powers relied on the Great Tao of space to perform. However, he did not know why the Black Jiao could not only accurately locate his position, but even the divine powers that he stored in the void that could break space at any time were as transparent as if they were transparent. Before he used the divine powers, they would dodge. Even if he hit it, it would only be a superficial wound, and could not cause any effective damage. More importantly, he was an existence that had comprehended his own Great Tao. Although he had not become a saint, he was much stronger than Generals Heng and Ha. When he came to this small world, he had already suppressed his cultivation, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not suitable for him. Moreover, after using the Great Tao of space, he had been regarded as an alien by the will of this small world, and he constantly felt a repulsive force. Even if he could forcibly suppress this repulsive force, it was not a long-term solution. The repulsive force of the will of the world was not unfamiliar to him. When he followed his teacher's order to plot against the Western sect, Daoist Kandi and Daoist Jia also used a similar method. If it was not for his teacher's protection, he would have been killed long ago. 30 minutes. At most, it would take him 30 minutes. If he did not leave this world, who knew what kind of monster the will of this world would create to deal with him? Taking a step back, even if the cultivators and demonic beasts of Tianwu world were not his opponents, if the will of the world revealed his whereabouts to the incarnation of Tong Tian's sect leader, he would not be able to escape death. Mosquito Daoran put his palms together. When he opened them again, a large number of blood-winged black mosquitoes flew out from his palms and whizzed toward the black Jiao. At the same time, he thought to himself, I have to get rid of this black Jiao as soon as possible. These blood-winged black mosquitoes were his children, but they did not have their own will. At most, they were puppets, but they were extremely powerful. Once released, no matter what kind of existence the opponent was, they could bite them to death, and absorb their flesh, blood, essence, and dharma power completely. During the investiture of the gods' cataclysm, Mosquito Daoran used these blood-winged black mosquitoes to kill the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and absorb enough power to use the Great Tao of Space. With a flap of his wings, he arrived at the western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. Even the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, who was in the form of a 10,000-year black tortoise, could not withstand the bites of these blood-winged black mosquitoes. Even the White Lotus Boy, who was in charge of capturing the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, could not do anything to these blood-winged black mosquitoes. This proved the power of Mosquito Doran's technique. Ridiculous. Lin Yuan's blue and white eyes flashed coldly. Previously, he was not sure who his opponent was, but after seeing these blood-winged black mosquitoes, if he still could not guess his opponent's identity, then he was too stupid. Chapter 1105. Pfft. Mosquito Daoran sneered when he saw Lin Yuan control the nether water black Jiao to transform into a human. Then, he sneered at Lin Yuan, Black Jiao, do you only have these two abilities? Although he said that, Mosquito Doran's eyes clearly flashed with wariness. After all, he knew himself best. He was a blood-winged black mosquito, one of the 5 most ferocious insects of primordial chaos. He was born as a mutant and naturally had the abilities of a mutant. For example, his mouth part was said to be able to break and absorb everything. Ordinary magic treasures would be damaged after 2 or 3 hits when they collided with his mouth part unless it was a treasure on the level of the Xianhuan pagoda of heaven and earth. After all, it was a divine item that was said to be invincible once it was used. He could do nothing about it. However, other treasures like the 12 lotus platforms would not fare well against his mouth part. However, the black liquid controlled by the black Jiao could be said to be his greatest nemesis. It was hard to say if he would be able to defeat the black humanoid if he used his mouth part as a black spear to clash head-on with that black humanoid. If he did, wouldn't he be afraid that he wouldn't die quickly enough if he ended up sucking in an existence similar to the water of the Styx? Blood-winged black mosquito, another name is bloodthirsty black mosquito. Am I right? Lin Yuan's main body narrowed his eyes and sneered, why are you pretending to be afraid of the nether water? If I remember correctly, you were born from the nether blood sea. You are one of the 2 connate life forms born from the nether blood sea's origin. The other connate life form is the nether river patriarch, who is said to be, I will not die as long as the blood sea does not dry up. When he spoke up to this point, he paused and teased, let me guess. Are you thinking about how many moves you will need to kill me? Otherwise, you will find a chance to suck in 2 mouthfuls of nether realm black water and pretend to be heavily injured and weak to lure me over and kill me in one blow? Humph. Mosquito Daoran snorted coldly and did not answer Lin Yuan's question directly. Instead, he said, Black Jiao, I have thousands of incarnations. Unless you can destroy all the blood-winged black mosquitoes in the world, my true spirit can return even if you seal me in the nether river. So, I'll give you 2 choices now. Either you obediently let me kill you, and we can both save some time and energy. Or, you step aside and I'll pretend that I never came to this minor kiliocosm. What do you think? After being exposed by Lin Yuan, Mosquito Daoran wasn't very angry. However, he really couldn't understand why this black Jiao would know about him. He had only left the mountain once under his teacher's order. He had been cultivating in the cave all this time. Then I have to thank you for reminding me. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. The black figure in front of him shook its black spear. White flames came out of its body. Then he stared at Mosquito Daoran and said, after all, there is nothing more suitable than fire to kill insects. Mosquito Doran's eyes narrowed as he stared in disbelief at Lin Yuan. He didn't know what to say. He could only say, as expected of the death tribulation of the Hongjun Dao ancestor. This black jiao was not strong in Mosquito Doran's eyes. The black jiao had not even reached the limit of this minor kiliacosm. Even if he reached that level, he would be an ordinary person in the great wasteland world and not a powerful person. However, this black jiao was very strange. First, he threw out the 99 soul-scattering gourd to subdue generals Heng and Ha. Now, he was facing off against him. He clearly didn't have any trace of enlightenment, but he could see through the power of the spatial laws to a certain extent. Not only could he avoid his magical powers, but he could also lock onto his position at critical moments. Now, he had summoned something like the Nether River to form a water serpent to fight. Only now did he become serious. However, this black jiao clearly majored in the Nether River technique. How could he summon the flames that he hated in the blink of an eye? Speaking of which, he wasn't afraid of those flames. After all, he had accumulated more than 10 million blood-winged black mosquitoes over the years. Even if some of them were killed, he could still leave this minor kiliacosm safely. Hiss, whoosh, the black figure stood in front of Lin Yuan. It seemed to be imitating the breathing of a human. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. The white flames rose again and condensed into a mysterious pattern beside him. Mosquito Doran didn't know what that mysterious pattern represented, but he could clearly feel that the surrounding temperature was dropping. Strange, Mosquito Doran secretly clicked his tongue. Even though the Black Flood Dragon had clearly summoned flames, it instead caused the surrounding temperature to drop. It was as if this entire region had temporarily turned into a ghost realm. A minor kiliacosm that lacked spiritual energy was enough to make him suffer. If this place really turned into a ghost realm, it would be almost impossible for him to kill the Black Jiao even if he had to pay the price of damaging his foundation. This was because there was no spiritual energy in the ghost realm. There was only endless evil spirit and resentment. It was not a power that he could absorb at all. After all, he was only one of the 5 great ferocious insects. Although his bloodline was top-notch, he couldn't absorb much spiritual energy in the ghost realm. The mysterious pattern beside the black figure became more and more eye-catching. At the same time, Mosquito Doran also realized that the spiritual energy around him was rapidly being sucked away. It was replaced by the aura of the netherworld, which was entwined with resentment and evil spirit. It could be said that at this moment, the Black Jiao directly turned this area into its home ground. Mosquito Doran, he had lived for so long that he almost couldn't remember some things in the past. For example, why did he become a disciple of the Grand Elder? But at this moment, he finally remembered those old things. During the God Investiture Tribulation, he called himself Mosquito Doran. If someone asked him about his background, he would only say that he was a blood-winged black mosquito. He didn't mention that he was a bloodthirsty black mosquito, one of the 5 great ferocious insects that didn't belong to the 10 great ferocious insects. That identity was a complete disgrace to the mainstream cultivators in the untainted world. Therefore, he was placed under the command of the Grand Elder to learn the Tao Te Ching and learn the peaceful in action. He hoped that through these teachings, he could wash away the mark of the netherworld blood sea on his body. Reality proved that he did very well. He really washed away the mark of the netherworld blood sea and became one of the Grand Elder's disciples. He followed his master's order to go to the Western Pure Land to destroy the 12 Lotus platforms. That was something that both he and the Grand Supreme had taken as a gamble. Now, seeing that the surrounding environment was constantly turning into a ghost realm, Mosquito Doran's face gradually revealed a terrified expression. Chapter 1106. Mosquito Doran was the disciple of the Grand Supreme and belonged to the 3 sects of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Since he had never been tainted by the Chi of Calamity, he was not worried that he would die inexplicably in the cultivation tribulation. He traveled to various battlefields, and from time to time, he would crush and kill his enemies through force or other means. His purpose was only to gain experience. Until his teacher personally came to him and gave him the order. The matter of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, now that he thought about it, Mosquito Daoran had never regretted it. The Western sect's methods were even more strange and powerful than he had imagined. Therefore, the great Tao of space that he was so proud of might not have been hidden from the Daoist priest. Otherwise, why would the White Lotus boy happen to take the wrong cloth bag and open the cloth bag that he was hiding in? Moreover, when he was just released, he only felt extremely hungry and needed a large amount of flesh and blood to fill his hunger. Therefore, when he saw the original form of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit that was beaten up by the Daoist priest, he did not even ask and directly devoured it. When a large number of coincidences gathered together, it was definitely not a coincidence. It was very likely that he had been discovered by the Daoist priest long ago. In addition, the aura on his body was the aura of the celestial sect of wonders that could not be concealed. Therefore, although the Daoist priest was not sure which sect he was from, he had indeed used the Tao of the celestial sect of wonders to cause the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit to die tragically in his hands. It also caused his teacher to pay a huge price to appease the furious Grand Master of Heaven and protect him who did not know anything at that time. However, the matter of him barging into the Western Paradise and eating the 12th grade Lotus platform was beyond the Daoist priest's expectations. After all, the old thief had probably only sensed him, and he was one of the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. Therefore, he wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife and get rid of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, who would pose a great threat to the Western sect in the future. Then, he secretly used this matter to sow discord between the three sects. Due to the unbearable past, Mosquito Daoran suddenly had a kind of fear and interest. He was afraid that once he fell into this ghost realm and absorbed the aura of the netherworld, he would once again become that incomparably ferocious bloodthirsty black mosquito. The black human figure casually stabbed the black spear in his hand into the void. His hands continuously formed mysterious seals. The pattern formed by the white flames behind him suddenly froze, and the surrounding ghost realm space was completely formed. Good timing. Mosquito Daoran suddenly shouted, immediately attracting Lin Yuan's attention. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he kept looking around secretly, as if he was trying to escape from Lin Yuan's hands using some kind of secret technique. However, how could he let the mosquito Taoist leave so easily when he had already acted tough? The ghost realm was fully activated, covering both the humanoid shadow and the mosquito Daoran. The Tao that can be said is not the Tao. A name that can be named, an extraordinary name. Mosquito Daoran began to recite the Tao Te Ching continuously after sensing that his surroundings had turned into a ghost town. He hoped to suppress his bloodthirsty side through this method and not absorb the ghostly aura of the netherworld around him. Lin Yuan sized up Mosquito Daoran with great interest, but he nodded silently in his heart. This fellow was actually still unwilling to absorb the netherworld aura when he was already in such a plight. Or rather, what was this fellow afraid of? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan said with a smile, Mosquito Daoran, I know that you can absorb the netherworld aura in the ghost realm. After all, you also came from the netherworld blood sea. So what if you have been practicing the Tao Te Ching for so many years? In the end, it is a cultivation method that only the human race should master. What's the use of practicing it? You were born in the netherworld blood sea. Absorbing the netherworld aura here will only be beneficial to you. Mosquito Daoran just turned a deaf ear to Lin Yuan's teasing and continued to recite the Tao Te Ching silently. Seeing Mosquito Daoran's indifference, Lin Yuan felt a burst of irritation for some reason. He sneered and said, well, I'd like to see how long you, Mosquito Daoran, can hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of incense on the interface jumped. A moment later, 4 ancient swords with their own characteristics appeared beside Lin Yuan. It was the immortal slaying sword formation formed by the four swords of death, slaughter, trap, and death. At the same time, Xianxia Heavenly Lord, who was secretly observing, changed his expression and murmured, "How could this be?" The immortal slaying sword formation was originally his specialty. Now that the four immortal slaying swords and the immortal slaying sword formation were in his hands, how could this black jiao find the four immortal slaying swords? In addition, the immortal slaying sword formation could not be set up casually. Without the help of the immortal slaying sword formation, at least 4 sage-to-be experts at the peak of the sage-to-be would be required to hold a sword in 4 directions and activate it with great dharma power. However, Lin Yuan could directly activate the immortal slaying sword formation without the help of the immortal slaying sword formation, which was greatly beyond his expectation. He had already made up his mind to stay out of this matter. No matter what the fate of Generals Heng, Ha, and Mosquito Daoran would be, as long as he felt that they had paid a sufficient price, he would naturally end this matter and would not attack them again. After all, he was a big shot standing at the peak of the Great Thousand World and would not be calculative about every little thing. Of course, if he felt that Mosquito Daoran had not paid a sufficient price, his personality would also affect his 3 separations. Naturally, he would not let this matter go. With the command of Lin Yuan's mind, the 4 swords each took their own positions and formed a huge sword formation. They constantly shot out blood-red sword shadows toward Mosquito Daoran. So that's how it is. Amazing, really amazing. Xianxia Heavenly Lord carefully observed the 4 swords that Lin Yuan had summoned. However, the power and murderous aura that they should have were not even 1/10 of them. It was not until now that he realized that there was nothing wrong with the ability of his original body. He did not even know that the 4 immortal slaying swords had been stolen. It was that although the Black Jiao had indeed summoned the immortal slaying sword formation to deal with Mosquito Daoran, it was different from the real immortal slaying sword formation. The immortal slaying sword formation here was just a random image taken from the long river of time. Under the enhancement of the incense power, it had a part of its past power. However, it was still a poor imitation. It could be said that it had the appearance but not the spirit. Those red sword shadows seemed to be the sword chi of the immortal slaying sword formation, but in fact, the Black Jiao had imitated the incense power into the immortal slaying sword chi and blasted it on Mosquito Daoran. It was no wonder that the immortal slaying sword formation, which was known as the #1 killing formation in the untainted land, was not even 1/10 of its original power and murderous aura. Mosquito Daoran was still silently reciting the Tao Te Ching. Soon, a thick layer of mana shield appeared on his body. Chapter 1107. The Tao Te Ching could be said to be a powerful counterattack against Hongjun by the Grand Supreme. After the investiture of the gods, the great Zhou dynasty ruled the world and enjoyed the fate of the country for 800 years. The royal family's prestige collapsed and the country was torn apart. The feudal lords rose and attacked and annexed each other. Gradually, the spring and autumn period became chaotic. In this chaotic period, countless powerful figures emerged. There was no need to mention the ancestors of the various schools of thought. In fact, there were only a dozen schools of thought that left their names. However, at that time, there were far more than just 100 schools of thought. Heroes and sages were also constantly emerging and there were always a few names that could not be ignored. Confucianism, Confucius. Taoism, Laozi. School of Mo, Moz. Not to mention the school of Yin Yang and its ancestor Zhou Yan, which was separated from the Taoism. It was a game between Hao Yan and the Grand Supreme. Who knew which of the sages in the world were the spies of the powerful figures in the untainted land and which of them were the powerful figures born in time? But no matter what, Laozi, Li Er, appeared because the Grand Supreme did not hesitate to gamble his own good corpse incarnation and reincarnate into the mortal world to plan this great merit for himself. Before the appearance of the Tao Te Ching, the Grand Elder was generally addressed as the hierarch of the Ren school. Li Er traveled to various countries to promote Taoism. Before he left Hanggu Pass and became a Buddha, he gradually became known as the Tao ancestor. This behavior was tantamount to a provocation and declaration of war against Hongjun. Because everyone who knew about the existence of the untainted land knew that the Tao ancestor was Hongjun from the beginning. After Laozi was born, the Tao ancestor gradually became Li Er. After dealing with Hongjun, Li Er lightly rode out of Hanggu Pass on his green ox and transformed into Shakyamuni to perform the beard transformation Buddha. He connected the whole incident. At that time, the Grand Supreme was already a heavenly sage. Even if he founded Taoism and went with the general trend to obtain great merit, it was meaningless. Firstly, he was already one of the sages of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, he could no longer rely on his merits to become a sage of the human Tao. Furthermore, during the chaotic times of the spring and autumn period, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were not just for show. With their hatred for Hongjun's disciples, if the Grand Supreme wanted to become a sage of the human Tao, they might think that this was another scheme of Hongjun's. They would definitely interfere and cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, the Grand Supreme had completed the stealing of the position of the Taoist master step by step and attacked the Western sect at the same time. Perhaps in the eyes of the Grand Supreme at that time, the battle between the celestial sect of wonders and the Western sect was actually nothing much. It was just Hongjun's scheme. Then the question was, where did the power of merit that was obtained after the establishment of Taoism go? The answer was, Tao Te Ching. In the world of low-level martial arts, the Tao Te Ching might be an ordinary Taoist scripture with some principles recorded in it. Even the cultivation method of Laozi in it was an unsolved mystery. However, in a world like the untainted world, the Tao Te Ching was definitely a real treasure of merit. Its grade was definitely not low. However, it was also during the spring and autumn period that the Grand Supreme had done too much. Therefore, after the calamity of the journey to the west began, the celestial sect of wonders was defeated by the Western sect. It was obvious whether Hongjun had interfered behind this. Interestingly, many people thought that Patriarch Bodhi was the incarnation of Buddha, but in fact, he was not. Because there were many interpretations of the journey to the west. For example, Sun Wukong's cultivation method was said to be the Great Way of Heaven immortal art, and some said it was the Great Way of Heaven immortal art. However, there was no doubt that Bodhi had given Sun Wukong the cultivation method of the celestial sect of wonders. In the original book, there was a poem that said, Tao is the most mysterious. Don't treat Jindan as an ordinary thing. If you don't meet a good person to teach you, you will be speechless. Have you ever seen a disciple of the Western sect of wonders cultivate Jindan instead of Jindan? From the beginning, this heaven's equal sage of the Eastern land did not aim to cultivate Buddhism. It was just that the celestial sect of wonders was defeated in the calamity of the journey to the west. Therefore, in the end, the monkey became the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western sect. Mosquito Daoran sat cross-legged in the gloomy demonic region and kept reciting the contents of the Tao Te Ching. His facial features, which had become somewhat ferocious due to the influence of the nether ghost Qi, gradually became peaceful. He constantly emitted a natural and indifferent aura, as if he had completely merged with the world. When the Black Jiao and Mosquito Daoran showed their skills, it might be nothing in the untainted world. However, in the eyes of the guards of the Celestial Gate, it was undoubtedly at the level of immortals fighting. After all, the Tianmu world was a small kiliacosm. Coupled with the fact that someone was secretly suppressing it, it was unable to complete the 3 realms. Not only was there an upper limit to the realm of these cultivators and demonic beasts, there was even a gap in the originally powerful cultivation techniques due to the changes in the great Tao of heaven and earth. Those powerful techniques and divine abilities that originally only existed in the records of cultivation techniques could not be used. When one reached the realm of ascension, it was simply a wrong path. If someone were to delve into these techniques and divine abilities, Qi deviation would be the most basic operation. However, the skills of the Black Jiao and Mosquito Daoran, one of them revealed a set of seals and directly turned the world into the gloomy demonic region. The other was reciting scriptures that they could not understand. However, he was one with the world and was not affected by the gloomy demonic region. The xianxia heavenly lord who was secretly observing looked at the mosquito Daoran who was reciting the Tao Te Ching with a gloomy gaze. For a moment, he was speechless. He had always thought that when he joined forces with his two elder brothers to scheme against that old man, Hongjun, all these years of running around the myriad realms, he had barely reached the stage where he could exchange blows with Hongjun outside of the eldritch world. This was already a very impressive progress. However, he did not expect that he had still underestimated the heroes of the world. There was no need to talk about old ancestor Yang Mei who was currently in the Sea of Sufferings. At his peak, he was able to directly pull Hongjun who had already merged with the heavenly Tao into the river of time to battle in the eldritch world. In the end, they were evenly matched. As for that big brother of his, it seemed that he had not been idle all these years. From the Tao Te Ching, he actually could not sense the presence of a heavenly Tao sage. However, if he were to be serious, this power was indeed the power of a sage. No, calling it a sage was a bit of an insult to this power. This was the power of a chaos Daluo golden immortal. Without the support of the primordial violet energy, without entering the heavenly Tao, earth Tao, and human Tao, he had the power that was not inferior to a sage. His elder brother had probably followed him and schemed against that old man, Hongjun. Although he was still one of the 6 heavenly sages in name, he had already transformed from a prisoner to an existence that was not inferior to Hongjun in the eldritch world. He was a sage of the great Tao. Humph. The xianxia heavenly lord snorted coldly. Staring at the mosquito Daoran who was reciting the Tao Te Ching, he murmured, "Is this a warning to me not to attack your disciple? Is the hatred of the Guiling going to end here? Don't even think about it." Chapter 1108. The Power of the Primordial Chaos Daluo. The Grand Pure One is not simple. Ever since Lin Yuan realized that his cultivation was damaged, the system, which had been pretending to be dead, was blown out. Although Lin Yuan did not communicate with the system, he still thought of some things in his mind. Mosquito Daoran recited the Tao Te Ching, which was tantamount to showing his roots. Without a doubt, Mosquito Daoran was definitely one of the Grand Pure One's favorite disciples. After all, this Mosquito Daoran, one of the primordial 5 ferocious worms, became famous in order to buy time for the Grand Pure One to become a Buddha. But now, it seemed that things were not as simple as he had expected. Attacking the Western sect was really just a matter of convenience for the Grand Pure One, and it was a matter of convenience. The Grand Pure One's incarnation, Li Er, went to the mortal world and created Taoism. He passed the position of the sect master of Ren and the primordial purple Qi to the great Taoist master Xiandu. He also used the heaven and earth exquisite black and yellow pagoda, the Vajra bracelet, and the Tao Te Ching to suppress the luck of Taoism. Thus, it caused the origin of the great Tao to tremble and gave a Tao fruit to the Grand Pure One. The Grand Pure One abolished the position of the heavenly Tao sage and established a sect. He received the support of endless merit of the great Tao. His realm fell to the peak of the sage to be, and he regained the primordial chaos Daluo golden immortal realm. After calling himself the Tao sage, he became a true Tao ancestor. Even the profound sect belonged to the Tao. Since the appearance of the Tao Te Ching, the Grand Pure One could truly transcend the world and be free. He was no longer under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. The system showed words of praise. Of course, if it was still the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, it would definitely be furious after being stabbed in the back by the Grand Pure One. However, the problem was that he was just an incomplete origin of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Ever since Hongjun merged with the heavenly Tao and stole its authority, he became a special existence that wandered in the universe. Therefore, it was not unhappy that the Grand Pure One had escaped the control of the heavenly Tao. Instead, It was still in the primordial world because the Grand Pure One still stayed in the primordial world after he transcended. It must have had a plot against Hongjun. It was happy that Hongjun had a strong enemy. But the problem is, Lin Yuan and the system opened their mouths almost at the same time. Both of them looked surprised. Logically speaking, the Grand Supreme had established Taoism, attained the status of Tao Saint, and accepted the Taoist sect under his wing. To Hongjun, such an action was not as simple as losing the position of Tao ancestor. If Hongjun was not an innate god and had obtained the absolute right to rule the Eldritch world, he would not be a match for the Grand Supreme at all. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would not have stayed in the untainted world to continue the game with Hongjun after stabbing him in the back. After all, the world of cultivation was the same in that world. The law of the jungle was the key. If one did not have the strength of a chess player, the chess player on the other side did not need to play with him at all. He could just kill him directly. But the biggest problem was that the Grand Supreme's series of actions were done right under Hongjun's nose. Why did this happen? Was Hongjun's eyes covered, or did he not want to care about it and deliberately let the situation develop to this point? If it was the former, could there be an existence equal to Hongjun in the entire Eldritch world who held back Hongjun when the Grand Supreme moved and prevented Hongjun from interfering with the Grand Supreme's Tao? If it was the latter, they even had to carefully consider whether the Grand Supreme was an enemy or a friend. The most terrible thing was that no matter which of these two possibilities was true, it was not good news for Lin Yuan. Because in the Eldritch world, there were some existences who could shake Hongjun, who was in harmony with the Tao of Heaven, but they were definitely old monsters at the level of Yang Mei and Shi Qin. Since they did not participate in the suppression of Hongjun back then, they might not do anything today, countless years later. Therefore, the person who held back Hongjun was definitely someone who had a deep hatred for Hongjun. After counting, there were only a few people, who were either powerhouses of the human Tao or powerhouses of the Tao. There were several versions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors since ancient times. After eliminating the least possibility of the 3 sovereigns, Fuxi, Zhurong, Shenong, and Fuxi, Nuwa, and Shenong, it was certain that no matter which version of the 3 sovereigns there were 2 powerful figures, Fuxi and Shenong. The remaining one, whether it was Suiren or the Yellow Emperor, was not easy to deal with. Especially the Yellow Emperor Xuanhuan, who repeatedly jumped between the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, was an absolute hero who mastered killing and conquering. Lin Yuan even personally believed that these 4 versions were wrong. The real 3 sovereigns should be the 3 human leaders, Yu Chao, Suiren, and Ji Xing, who were recorded in Zhuangzi. However, although the 3 human sovereigns shared the fruit of the heavenly way sage, the 3 of them were not to be trifled with. If they set up a trap to trick Hongjun into the fire cloud cave, it was definitely more than enough to hold Hongjun back for 100 years. As for the powerhouse of the Tao, there was nothing to say. There was only the primordial spirit of the Earth Empress, who had turned into Samsara, Empress Pingxin. Although Empress Pingxin, who was supposed to be on par with Hongjun, became a prisoner in the netherworld, if she had any plans, whether it was the Xitigarbha Bodhisattva of the Western religious sect, the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, the immortals of the Xianmen and the Divine Way, or even the mysterious Lord of Mount Tai, they might not be able to gain any benefits in the netherworld. After all, Empress Pingxin was invincible in the netherworld. If she wanted to do something, Hongjun's real body had to suppress her, and it would take a long time. Was there anyone in the untainted land who was easy to deal with? Not to mention the system itself, which had been causing trouble for Hongjun. Tong Tian, who was sent out by San Qing, was also a top powerhouse in any great wide world. Therefore, for countless years, the system and Tong Tian were not the only ones who were secretly active. The powerhouses in the untainted land were also trying to find ways to save themselves, such as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Dao Pingxin and Tai Shangtao ancestor. Now, they might have completely gotten rid of the Black Zhao's control. Death Test, it was not necessarily a person or a thing. In recent years, Hongjun had been going against the flow and ruling the untainted land alone. The others had been complaining about him for a long time. It was impossible to change the old habits. Sooner or later, a long war would break out. The secret brewing in the heaven martial world was probably just a fuse. From Lin Yuan's point of view, it was a good thing for the overall situation. After all, when fighting against Hongjun, he could have a group of powerful allies, which would greatly increase his chances of winning. However, from the perspective of his own interests, if they met, how should he face Empress Pingxin? What attitude would Empress Pingxin have towards him? Chapter 1109. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, a voice exploded in his mind. Lin Yuan, if you kill this mosquito Daoran for me, I will reward you generously. This was the voice of Xianxia Heavenly Lord. Lin Yuan was speechless. Therefore, it was better to rely on oneself than on anyone else. Among the Sanqing family, although the Grand Supreme had always played the role of a big brother and a peacemaker, they were still brothers after all. Their relationship was not bad. Even when the Sanqing family joined forces to plot against Hongjun, the Grand Supreme and Yuanshi were not selfish at all and sent the youngest Tongtian sect leader out. But now, because of the old grudge between the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and the Mosquito Daoran, Xianxia Heavenly Lord actually asked him to kill the Mosquito Daoran without hesitation. This was really, he did not know what to say. With the Tongtian sect leader's protective and vengeful character, he was probably beyond saving. Seeing that Lin Yuan did not respond, Xianxia Heavenly Lord clenched his teeth and communicated with Lin Yuan through divine thoughts again. The 4 celestial slaying swords are still in my original body's hands. If you help me get rid of this fiend, I will sacrifice my face and ask for the 4 celestial slaying swords and the celestial slaying formation map for you. So what? Although Hongjun did not have a good reputation, the great Tao of 3 corpses was indeed something. Although the cultivation of the 3 corpses incarnations could not surpass the original body, most of the 3 corpses incarnations were transformed from treasures. Most of them were not inferior to the original body in terms of combat power. They even mastered some techniques that the original body would be envious of. More importantly, the 3 corpses incarnations had independent consciousness. Although they would listen to the instructions of the original body, when they were independent, it was not wrong to say that the 3 corpses incarnations were 3 independent cultivators. Just like how Xianxia Heavenly Lord was one of the 3 corpses incarnations of the Tongtian sect leader, but he still addressed the original body as a fellow cultivator. As for whether his words could be trusted or not, after all, he was one of the Sanqing. Although the Tongtian sect leader did not care about his reputation as much as the Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, he could still stick to his words. In addition, the Tongtian sect leader had asked Meng Qi to kill Mosquito Daoran, which meant that Meng Qi had formed a karma with the Taishang. On the other hand, the Xianxia Heavenly Lord had also formed a karma with Meng Qi. If the Xianxia Heavenly Lord did not give Meng Qi the 4 immortal slaying swords and the immortal slaying formation map, the karma would harm Meng Qi sooner or later. Junior will try his best. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he agreed with a smile. What was there to be afraid of having karma with the Tao Saint Grand Elder? Ever since he had been saved by the system and sent to the heaven martial world, he had formed karma with Hongjun. Lin Yuan was very clear about this. From the start, he had been trying to level the relationship between himself and the system because he knew that he did not owe the system any karma. Although the system had saved him, it had also nurtured him as a weapon to deal with Hongjun. Thus, he did not owe the system anything. Then there was the problem. Since he had already formed a karma with Hongjun, so what if there was another Tao Saint? If he could not defeat Hongjun, his body and soul would be destroyed. Senior Luo Ho was an excellent example. If he could defeat Hongjun, it meant that he would not be afraid when facing the Taishang Tao Saint. He would just have to use his strength to fight. The main thing was that the Taishang's personality was there. If one said that he was quiet and did not do anything, there would be no problem. He could play the role of a good big brother and a good teacher. However, when it came to matters that would affect his fundamental interests, the Taishang would not be heartless. Lin Yuan did not believe that the Taishang would fight to the death with him for the sake of Mosquito Daoran. There were no good people in the Eldritch world. Be it Sanqing, Hongyun, Hongjun, or even the various Eldritch world bosses, if one were to compare them seriously, one would not be able to find half a good person. In other words, those who were truly good would not be able to leave their names in the harsh environment of the Eldritch world. They would have been eaten clean. Different from those stories that had been processed by art, the real cultivation world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Although it was not to the extent that people would kill for treasures and seek revenge every day, similar things were done by everyone. Although the shameless duo of the Western sect was extremely shameless, on the other hand, they were the most honest existences. Shameless was shameless, evil was evil, and they did not hide it. In terms of actions, one did not care about one's heart. In terms of heart, there was no saint. This sentence was applicable in any world and any place. As for protecting one's shortcomings, the Tongtian sect leader's character of protecting one's shortcomings was the same as the Yuanshi Tianzuan's pride. The latter did not care who the problem was, as long as one embarrassed him, he would fight it out. However, the Tongtian sect leader did not care who one was or what one's background was. If one dared to touch the person he liked, he would definitely kill that person. However, protecting one's shortcomings did not mean that the Tongtian sect leader would do it at all costs. Just like now, although Mosquito Daoran, who killed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, was close at hand, Xianxia Tianzuan, who had the ability to kill him, did not do it directly. Instead, he did not hesitate to use the 4 celestial slaying swords and the celestial slaying sword diagram as the price to ask Lin Yuan to do it. It was obvious that he did not want to fall out with the Taishang, but he also wanted to avenge the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Naturally, it was the same when it came to the Taishang. When Lin Yuan's cultivation of the scripture of all beings was completed, he would definitely not be inferior to a sage of the Great Path. Coupled with the supremacy of the Great Path, Lin Yuan's strength would definitely not be inferior to that of an Origin Daluo Golden Immortal with the help of the scripture of all beings. If he went to the Tianwu world, even Hongjun at his peak would have to temporarily avoid him. He did not believe that the Taishang would fall out with him over a Mosquito Daoran and insist on a life and death battle. System: deduct the power of incense and increase the power of the celestial slaying sword formation. A cold light flashed through Lin Yuan's heterochromatic eyes, and he silently communicated with the system in his mind. In the instant that he said this, the power of incense suddenly dropped and directly fell to 300 million. Although Lin Yuan was pained, he could understand. Laozi had bestowed the original copy of the Tao Te Sutra to Yi Shi. Apparently, after Yi Shi finished comprehending it, he sent the original copy to the Red Cloud Cave to be used to suppress the human race's fortune. The Tao Te Sutra, which had already absorbed a lot of power of virtue, transformed into a supreme treasure of human virtue. Although Mosquito Daoran had only recited the Tao Te Sutra, Lin Yuan's celestial slaying sword formation was not the real deal. In order to break through the defenses of the Tao Te Sutra, it was not difficult to understand why he would expend a lot of incense. Furthermore, once he killed Mosquito Daoran, wouldn't the 4 immortal slaying swords and the immortal slaying sword formation truly fall into his hands? This might be a small loss, but the benefits were indeed quite significant. Words are not good, but words of praise are not good. Those who are kind do not argue, but those who argue are not good. Mosquito Daoran was still reciting the Tao Te Sutra. Lin Yuan, who had read the contents of the Tao Te Sutra in his past life, could vaguely remember that Mosquito Daoran had already reached the end of the book. If his guess was correct, once he finished reciting the entire book, it would definitely be the time for Mosquito Daoran to counterattack. Chapter 11:10. The way of heaven, benefits but not harms. The way of the sage, for the sake of not fighting. Lin Yuan did not know how much content was in the Tao Te Ching written by the Taishangshu. Most of the books circulating in the future were missing due to various reasons such as natural disasters and man-made disasters. Many of the books even had monster-like existences. However, when he heard Mosquito Doran's words, the Tao Te Ching that Lin Yuan knew had already ended. Moreover, these two sentences carried an inexplicable power. Translated into plain words, it meant that the law of nature was to let everything benefit without harming them. The sage's code of conduct should be to not compete with others in everything he did. If there was no mythological background, there would be no problem with this sentence according to the above understanding. However, with the mythological background, these two sentences were equivalent to completely denying Hongjun. People only knew that the destined 6 sages became heavenly sages after being bestowed with the Hongmeng immortal chi by Hongjun. They had to respectfully address Hongjun as their teacher. However, if they did not participate in this grand scheme, who would have thought that the so-called destined 6 sages were just prisoners and dolls? They had been thinking about how to escape and overthrow Hongjun's rule from the beginning to the end. The moment the Taishangshu wrote the Tao Te Ching, it was tantamount to declaring war on Hongjun. After these two sentences were read, the endless power of morality suddenly appeared from all directions and supported Mosquito Doran's body. In the tide of the power of morality, the Sinluo demonic region created by Lin Yuan was as fragile as a piece of white paper. It was easily torn apart and the real world was revealed again. Lin Yuan's face suddenly turned pale and a look of horror flashed across his eyes. This Sinluo demonic region was not a small trick. As the world was getting closer and closer to completion, he condensed a piece of underworld soil with the help of the underworld black water. Every inch of land required more than 50 kilograms of underworld black water. If he wanted to condense an inch of underworld soil without carrying out a large-scale massacre, Lin Yuan would have to work day and night for 3 full days to condense a piece of underworld soil. This piece of underworld soil combined the power of the underworld river that Lin Yuan currently controlled with the power of the hungry ghost path and the Azura path's reincarnation power. He even borrowed many characteristics of the law of space from the willow branch that ancestor Yang Mei had given him. This was how he created the Sinluo demonic region. However, Mosquito Doran had only read the Tao Te Ching once and directly broke his 3 Luo Qing. If he wanted to create another piece of Luo demonic region, he would have to start. Amazing! Lin Yuan took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, and praised from the bottom of his heart. The Tao Te Ching deserved to be called a merit treasure. For the first time, he truly felt the gap between himself and the real big shots in the untainted land. However, Lin Yuan was not discouraged. After all, the Tao Te Ching was a merit treasure. With the help of the Tao Te Ching, it was very easy for it to break his Sinluo demonic region. If it could not break it, Lin Yuan would have to think about what went wrong. Now, the heaven martial world had not completed the 3 realms and 6 paths. Lin Yuan could only imitate a similar power. When the world was completed, his Sinluo demonic region would naturally be supported by the power of the world. He dared not say that he would be recognized by the Great Way, but he would really become the underworld of the heaven martial world. At that time, not to mention the Tao Te Ching, even the Tao Te Ching, would not necessarily be able to destroy this underworld. Many people would combine the netherworld and the netherworld together. In fact, it was different. The netherworld was just the layout of the Western sect. It combined the rules that existed in the netherworld to create a set of reincarnation processes. There were 5 types of immortals: heaven, earth, man, ghost, and god. Among them, ghost immortals were the weakest. In a sense, the netherworld was a subordinate unit. Normally speaking, when the underworld was mentioned, practically everyone's first reaction would be the underworld. This was because the legends of the 10 kings of hell and the 18 levels of hell were too widespread. This caused many people to think that the underworld was referring to the underworld. But in fact, the netherworld was just a government office built in the underworld. Fengdu, Mount Tai, and the netherworld corresponded to the Tao of the Tao Te Ching, the god of Haotian, and the Buddhism of the Western religious sect respectively. They divided the position of the Saint of Earth and completely restricted Empress Pingxin. Anyone who knew a little about the netherworld knew that the Lord of Mount Tai had always been a mysterious existence. The ones who really fought fiercely in the underworld were Divine T, Yule, the ghost emperors of 5 directions, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, and the 10 kings of hell, who represented the Tao Te Ching and the Buddhism Te Ching. After all, although the Lord of Mount Tai was backed by the heavenly court, all the immortals in the heavenly court, except for the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals formed by the great cultivators who were ranked on the immortal list, all the immortals in the heavenly court had a backer. When they gave Haotian face, they would call him God or Great Emperor. When they didn't give him face, they wouldn't listen to him. How could Haotian really ignore their feelings and forcibly activate the list of deification to control these immortals? Even worse, Sanqing's incarnations like the Lord of the Tao Te Ching and the Lord of Lingbao served in the heavenly court. Haotian could only coax and worship them. Even if Hong Jun was dragged out, Haotian had to call them senior brothers. The weakness of the heavenly court was not a matter of a day or two. It was said that the Lord of Mount Tai was the first successor to the throne of the Earth Empress. In other words, if Empress Pingxin suddenly died one day, the Lord of Mount Tai could take over the throne of the Earth Empress, who controlled the netherworld and samsara. However, in fact, not to mention whether there was any succession in the untainted world, Empress Pingxin was invincible in the netherworld and was an invincible sage. Lin Yuan really couldn't think of any accident that could kill Empress Pingxin. If such a thing really happened, the netherworld would be plowed by the plow. How could the Lord of Mount Tai live alone? Therefore, the Lord of Mount Tai was not really mysterious. From the perspective of the weakness of the heavenly court, this branch of the underworld only needed to take care of its own affairs. At the same time, it was responsible for communicating with Empress Pingxin and supervising the struggle between the underworld and the underworld of Fengdu. It was to ensure that neither side would do anything too excessive. Otherwise, if Empress Pingxin was angry, no one would have a good ending. To put it in a more humble way, the underworld of Mount Tai did not have the ability to compete with the Buddhist and Taoist sects for who was the head of the underworld. To put it in a more grandiose way, the underworld of Mount Tai was established by the heavenly court to mediate and judge the struggle between the Buddhist and Taoist sections. There were many people who caused trouble in the underworld, especially in the netherworld. It could be said that it was plagued with disasters. However, there were not many who caused trouble in the netherworld. Even if there were, they would not have a good ending. The Tianmu world did not have the 5 major systems of heaven, earth, man, ghost and god. If the netherworld was established, Lin Yuan would be in a state of supremacy. Chapter 11:11. Black Jiao, your realm of ghosts has been broken. What else do you have? Just use it. Mosquito Daoran looked at the Black Jiao seriously. He held the handle of his spear with one hand and pointed the sharp spearhead to the ground. Lin Yuan did not take over the conversation. Although Mosquito Daoran had broken the realm of ghosts by reciting the Tao Te Ching, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he signaled for Lin Yuan to continue attacking. Under such circumstances, if Lin Yuan continued to be aggressive, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. In fact, Mosquito Doran's behavior was not rare in the untainted world. Some people called it a Tao discussion. In layman's terms, it meant to learn from each other. If Lin Yuan answered, no matter what the result was, if Mosquito Daoran died in his hands, it would be his fault. In the future, when the world was repaired or he entered the untainted world, the Grand Supreme, Xuandu, Taoism, and the mighty figures of the human sect would have plenty of excuses to find trouble with him. Because this was a learning from each other, not a life and death battle. Mosquito Daoran, I respect you as a senior. Today, I can leave you a whole corpse. I will accept this karma. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He said jokingly, "Senior, have you forgotten why you came all the way to this spirit space? Now you think I am difficult to deal with and want to find an excuse to get rid of me. Do you really think I am a fool?" Surnamed Lin. Mosquito Daoran was shocked. He had expected that Lin Yuan would refuse his request for a Dao discussion. However, he did not expect that the black Jiao in front of him was surnamed Lin. Although he did not know the growth path of this black Jiao, he was sure that the dragon bloodline in his body was very pure. Although he was only a flood dragon, in terms of bloodline density, he was not inferior to the dragons of the ancestral dragon's generation, but compared to the dragons of the four seas in today's untainted world, he was probably not inferior to a true dragon. With such a pure bloodline, Mosquito Daoran wouldn't be surprised even if this black Jiao told him that it was the son of some prehistoric almighty being. But this black Jiao's surname was not Ao. Mosquito Doran's lips curled into a sinister grin. Me? Good, good, good. It seems like you, the black Jiao, are really lucky. But that's fine, since you are not of the dragon race's bloodline, I won't have to worry about the Ao clan's revenge anymore. The bloodline of the Four Seas Dragon Clan. Suddenly, the Heavenly Gate Guardians who were watching the battle were shocked. They looked at Lin Yuan and Mosquito Daoran with fear in their eyes. The fact that the black Jiao was not a native of the Tianwu world was something that had been determined since a long time ago. This was because the black Jiao was an existence that appeared out of thin air. Even if the various forces tried their best, they still couldn't find the birthplace and clan of the black Jiao. How could an existence that could cultivate to the limit of the Tianwu world be a fool? It was just that no one had brought this matter to the surface. Even the matter of the reincarnation of the demon emperor was just a joke. Not to mention the great cultivators on the human side, even the demon beasts of the desolate demon realm were unwilling to enter the cycle of reincarnation. They would prepare a grotto heaven and leave behind countless backup plans. Even if they successfully completed their reincarnation, it was normal for them to not appear in the world for decades. After all, anyone in the cultivation world could be said to have enemies everywhere. Even if there was no hatred, it was naturally excellent to have one less cultivation resource. Therefore, once they appeared in the world, they would be almost as strong as when they were at their peak. For example, although young Qinglin of the Blood God sect successfully completed his reincarnation, if it wasn't for Lin Yuan's strong rise in the northern frontier and his suppression of the sects, who knew when this ancient cultivator would appear in public? A reincarnation of the demon emperor of the spirit awakening realm, wouldn't it be a joke? However, Lin Yuan had indeed pulled the tiger skin well back then and displayed the deterrence of the ancient demon court to the extreme. After all, those who were not powerful could not defeat Lin Yuan, and those powerful figures were very clear about one thing: the ancient demon court was not destroyed. Instead, it disintegrated on its own for some reason and disappeared in the long river of history. Now, the top figures among the guardians of the heavenly gates were most likely small fries in the era when the ancient demon court was active. These small fries had become big shots and lived until now. Who could guarantee that the experts of the ancient demon court had fallen? Therefore, under the premise that there were no huge benefits, indeed, no one was willing to offend Lin Yuan. After that, Lin Yuan rose in the northern frontier and established the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. Although it attracted the attention of some people, they did not get much benefit. The Black Jiao pulled out a background that seemed to be even more terrifying than the ancient demon court in the Endless Sea. Moreover, there were indeed experts from other worlds who came to suppress all enemies for Lin Yuan. In a short 3 minutes, it was enough to scare these big shots who were used to being at ease. However, where Lin Yuan came from and how powerful the forces behind him were still unsolved mysteries. There were experts from the outside world who entered the Sky Martial world to deal with Lin Yuan. This could be said to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. The natives of the sky martial world did not know how vast the various worlds were, but only a small number of people could obtain the cultivation resources of any world. This was an ecological environment that could not be avoided in any world. Therefore, the more powerful the forces behind Lin Yuan were, the more enemies he would have. This was something that could not be avoided. For example, the cultivators of the sky martial world, whether it was the imperial court, sect, or aristocratic family, there were many conflicts between them. However, in the end, there were almost no deep hatred between them. 99% of them were for resources and benefits, and there were very few boring disputes over face. However, now it seemed that the background of the dragon race of the Four Seas was not simple. The Endless Sea was originally ruled by the whale race. With the appearance of the dragon race of the Four Seas, and after a long period of war, the powerful whale race was killed and expelled. The overlord of the Endless Sea was changed to the dragon race of the Four Seas. This was something that everyone knew, but no one knew where the powerful dragon race of the Four Seas came from. They only knew that when they appeared, they had the strength to contend with the overlords of the Endless Sea and the natives. After reproducing for so many years, the dragon bloodline demonic beasts became nobles among the demonic beasts. However, it was also a fact that the throne of the dragon race of the Four Seas was not stable. Not to mention the demonic beasts and the various sea demon clans in the Endless Sea, even the guardians of the Heavenly Gate wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to bite off a piece of fat meat from the Endless Sea. However, when the young man in the blood-red robe finished speaking, immediately many people gave up on this idea. When they looked at the Endless Sea, there was a faint trace of fear. Chapter 11-12. Although the two cultivators from the outside world who were dressed like generals were suppressed by the Scarlet Gourd as soon as they entered the arena, the Heavenly Gate guardians who had a little bit of eyesight could see that the other party's strength was definitely not inferior to the top among them. Moreover, the purity and quality of the energy was far above theirs. The moment they stepped out of the Heavenly Gate, their faces revealed looks of disdain. Obviously, they came from a world that was countless times stronger than the Xianhu world. That was to be expected. These guys were here to deal with the Black Jiao. The Black Jiao's background was mysterious and it was definitely far beyond their expectations. This was because the forces in the Xianhu world were not completely ignorant of the myriad of worlds. For example, the Wandering Immortal sect was a powerful force that had established branches in various worlds. However, the top experts they knew did not dare to say that they could casually cross over to any world and still maintain the ability to crush everything. However, the experts summoned by the Black Jiao could obviously do that. Therefore, these guys who came to look for trouble with the Black Jiao, even if their backgrounds were inferior to the Black Jiao's, they were still far stronger than the Xianhu world. However, even such existences were vaguely afraid of the dragon race of the Four Seas and the revenge of the Ao clan. One had to know that even in the Xianhu world, the direct descendants of the dragon race of the Four Seas also called themselves Ao. Good guy. One of the desolate demon realm's dragon race who was secretly watching the battle suddenly smiled happily. He could not suppress the pride on his face. Just watching a show and he found himself a powerful backer. This was a huge gain. I have no relationship with the Ao clan. It can even be said that I have no relationship with the forces over there. Therefore, you don't have to worry that after killing me, they will take revenge on you. However, the prerequisite is that, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said mockingly, "You can really kill me." Hearing this, the mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes slightly. Because in his opinion, Lin Yuan's words were indeed too arrogant. Not to mention that Lin Yuan was only a person from the ancient era, even in the chaotic world, other than the gods like Yang Mei and Hongjun, there were not many existences that had lived longer than him. The so-called 5 primordial ferocious insects were all tainted with the primordial qi left behind by Pan Gu. Those like him who had sealed themselves and did not appear in the world again were not well known. However, he did not believe that Lin Yuan had not heard of the others. In the Journey to the West Calamity, the number one was the main character of the Journey to the West drama, the golden cicada who was sent into the samsara by Tathagata and reincarnated as Tang Sanzang. Because of the series of dramas in the Journey to the West, many people might think that the Tang Sanzang who went to the West to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures was the gentle and polite white-faced monk in the dramas. However, before his reincarnation, the golden cicada was infamous in the chaotic world. His original form was a golden cicada with 6 pairs of thin wings on his back. He looked harmless, but he had a huge appetite. Every primitive creature that met the golden cicada would become his food. In addition, the golden cicada's mortal body was indestructible. Not to mention ordinary magical weapons, even divine fire and divine lightning couldn't hurt him at all. In the Journey to the West, there was a famous scene where Tang Sanzang beat the white bone demon 3 times. Because the monkey had beaten the white bone demon's human form many times with his stick, Tang Sanzang was finally disliked and drove away. However, before his reincarnation, Tang Sanzang had killed many more people than the monkey. Moreover, although the monkey was a demon, he had never eaten a human. On the contrary, in his previous life, Tang Sanzang, who was full of mercy, had eaten many innocent souls. In the Journey to the West, some people said that the golden cicada was sent into the samsara to be reincarnated as Tang Sanzang because he and the Tathagata had different views on Buddhism. However, in fact, the reason why the golden cicada was chosen was that the Tathagata wanted to wear down the golden cicada's fierceness. As for the monkey, it was just a show to the Grand Supreme and the others. After removing some artistic embellishments, the truth was so cruel. In the Journey to the West, there was also the 100-eyed demon king, who was also one of the 5 great ferocious insects, the multi-eyed golden centipede. Once the 100 eyes on its back opened, it could emit an infinite amount of golden light. It could break all kinds of dharma in the world and could transform into an immortal body. Like the golden cicada, it was also sent to the Western sect and cultivated into the 1,000-eyed thousand-hand Buddha. There was nothing much to say about the Holy Dragon King's son-in-law, the 9-headed insect. It was also one of the 81 tribulations and its strength was not below that of the monkey. In the end, the monkey was forced to invite Yang Jian. The 2 of them worked together to kill one of the 9-headed insect. In the end, the 9-headed insect escaped. The other one was more powerful. It was the 9-tailed scorpion. She had listened to the Tathagata's preaching in the spirited mountain. She accidentally stung the Tathagata and broke his xianxia golden body. It was so painful that the Tathagata could not preach in peace for thousands of years. Even when the Western sect worked together to capture her, she still managed to escape from the spirited mountain. It was obvious that her poison was strong and her methods were powerful. Although the mosquito Daoran was not famous, he could be called the 5 ferocious insects of the primordial world with the other 4. Whether it was in terms of experience or methods, he was not inferior at all. Although he felt that Lin Yuan was difficult to deal with, it was only in this world. If he returned to the untainted world, the mosquito Daoran would go all out. Even if he could not defeat the existence of the Sage Realm, he was confident that he could escape unscathed from the opponent if he encountered an ordinary sage to be. Now that he was looked down upon by Lin Yuan, an inexplicable anger rose in the mosquito Daoran. Alright, then let this poor Daoist have a taste of your abilities. The mosquito Daoran shouted angrily, but his body suddenly exploded. In an instant, a deafening buzzing sound had already spread out. Even the surrounding guardians of the heavenly gate who had cultivated successfully could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Looking at the blood-winged black mosquitoes that covered the sky turned into a black tide and surrounded Lin Yuan, it was as if they had already seen Lin Yuan's shriveled corpse. Back and forth, it's still the same 2 moves. When Lin Yuan saw that the mosquito Daoran had once again turned into a swarm of mosquitoes, he immediately spoke sarcastically. However, he did not dare to be careless at all. After all, the most sensitive organ of snakes was their sense of smell. As long as he moved his nose, he could smell a strong and almost choking smell of blood. It was as if what was in front of him was not countless blood-winged black mosquitoes, but the netherworld blood sea that countless powerful people would shrink back at the sight of. Turning into a swarm of mosquitoes was one of the abilities that the mosquito Dauran was best at. When he had killed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, he had used this method. Previously, he had wanted to use a similar method to deal with Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan had blocked him with the netherworld black water. He had even killed many of the blood-winged black mosquitoes that had flown towards him. But now, Lin Yuan's different-colored eyes kept moving because he could not tell at all where the mosquito Doran's real body was hiding. It was as if every blood-winged black mosquito was the real body of the mosquito Dauran, and it was as if every blood-winged black mosquito was a trick that he had released. Chapter 11:13. Mosquito Dauran can create billions of clones. His real body could be hiding in the swarm, waiting for an opportunity to attack me. It's also possible that all of this is a smokescreen. Mosquito Doran's real body is hiding in the void, just like what he did at the beginning, waiting for me to reveal a flaw. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly dismissed the distracting thoughts, coming up with the two most probable conclusions. The 5 ferocious primordial bugs were very powerful, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, they were just a so-so. Other than Mosquito Dauran, who disappeared after being sealed as a god, all of them became the whetstones prepared by Tathagata for the Golden Cicada Master. Mosquito Doran's cultivation was now suppressed to the Demon King realm in the Xianhu world. He could only rely on the mana cultivated in the Eldritch world and the Ubijna that surpassed the Xianhu world system to fight. However, in terms of mana, Lin Yuan controlled the power of incense. With more than 300 million incense, how could he not be able to defeat Mosquito Dauran? In terms of Ubijna, Lin Yuan had the system behind him. Even if he followed the Ubijna that he came up with in the novels in his previous life, it would be useless. He could connect to the system at any time and find a suitable Ubijna from the myriad worlds to turn into a skill. More importantly, Lin Yuan had already pushed Mosquito Dauran to such an extent. Today, one of them would definitely die. Lin Yuan was not worried that Mosquito Dauran would run away. After all, although he was now facing Lin Yuan, the one who really wanted to kill Mosquito Dauran was the xianxia Heavenly Lord. If Mosquito Dauran fought with Lin Yuan, the xianxia Heavenly Lord could only remain silent due to his status as a senior. He could not go out and take sides, right? If he wanted to be involved in this karma, why would he throw the immortal slaying sword formation to Lin Yuan and let Lin Yuan do it? Was it very difficult for Tong Tian to kill a Mosquito Dauran who had left the primitive world? However, if Mosquito Dauran were to use these incarnations to stall Lin Yuan while his real body prepared to escape into the void, even if xianxia Heavenly Lord didn't do anything, he would directly point out Mosquito Dauran's location and might even help Lin Yuan suppress the swarm of blood-winged black mosquitoes. The most important thing now is not whether I can deal with so many Zergs, but that I have to find Mosquito Dauran's real body before the Zergs get close. Lin Yuan's eyes burned as he scanned the blood-winged black mosquitoes that were approaching from all directions. At the same time, he controlled the nether realm's black water to sweep towards them. Head-on and brainless recklessness were two different things. Lin Yuan didn't mind fighting to the death with Mosquito Dauran. Even without the reward of the immortal slaying sword formation, Mosquito Dauran came to the Xianhu world to kill him. If there was a chance, Lin Yuan didn't plan to let him leave alive. However, the black spear in Mosquito Dauran's hand was the mouthpart of the blood-winged black mosquitoes. It was indeed not to be trifled with. The 12th grade lotus platform was formed from the 4 lotus seeds of the primal chaos green lotus. There were 4 of them. The one that Mosquito Dauran absorbed the tier 3 mana was the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus. Although those bodhisattvas and Buddhas seemed to be sitting on a lotus platform each, they were basically imitations. That was because the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus was a treasure used by the receiving Daoist to suppress the fate of the Western sect. Otherwise, if the tier 3 mana was absorbed by Mosquito Dauran, Buddhism wouldn't have appeared 1,000 years late. Even if a treasure that could suppress the fate of a large sect didn't have an extraordinary origin, it was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. Lin Yuan didn't feel that his physical body could be compared to the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus at all. Without even trying, Lin Yuan was sure that once his physical body touched Mosquito Doran's mouthpart, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was a classic example. This is troublesome. An obscure radiance flashed across the Xianxia Heavenly Lord's eyes. It wasn't rare for Mosquito Doran to have billions of clones. Even if his disciple, Turtle Spirit, died under this technique, he could only say that it was an extremely basic technique. It couldn't even reach the threshold of supernatural powers. Most of the insects that obtained this technique knew this technique. They looked like their descendants, but in fact, they were all puppet clones refined by their mother. However, Mosquito Doran's technique was indeed a little interesting. Mosquito Doran's real body was hiding in the void, but he didn't show his power. He just followed the swarm of insects and approached Lin Yuan secretly. He was even sure that Lin Yuan had entered Mosquito Doran's attack range. However, Mosquito Doran still didn't have the intention to attack. He just commanded his clones to get closer and closer. Obviously, he wanted to continue to close the distance and pursue a one-hit kill, not giving Lin Yuan the slightest chance to fight back. The Great Tao of Space and the basic technique, coupled with the Mosquito Doran's mouthpart that could devour anything, it was indeed a little like a supernatural power. If he could use it skillfully, unless he also cultivated the Great Tao of Space, or he was born with unusually sharp senses, Mosquito Doran would definitely end up with a one-hit kill in the same realm. I don't know if this Black Jiao can take it. Xianxia Heavenly Lord reached out and touched his chin. His handsome face was still smiling, and there was no emotion of seeing an enemy at all. Lin Yuan's answer was, he could take it. The swarm of blood-winged black mosquitoes looked almost exactly the same. Even if Lin Yuan activated the Eye of God, he couldn't distinguish which one was Mosquito Doran's real body from the details. However, after trying all kinds of methods, Lin Yuan didn't get feedback from the system. Instead, it was the willow branch that Yang Mei gave to him. The emerald green willow branch kept spinning in Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. It fixed and pointed in a certain direction. When Lin Yuan looked in that direction, it didn't take long for the willow branch to continue spinning until it fixed again. Obviously, it was guiding Lin Yuan to Mosquito Doran's position. He's really hiding in the void, a cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Among the great Taos, fate, time, and space could be said to be the most difficult to deal with. They could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. This was because the divine abilities and spells derived from these three great Taos were rarely seen by others. They were all existences that could unknowingly take the enemy's life. It was hard to say what level Mosquito Doran's comprehension of the great Tao of space had reached. However, Tianmu world was after all a small world. If one had to make an analogy, it was a world that was stronger than the setting of wind and cloud. However, it wasn't that much stronger. Even if Mosquito Doran knew divine abilities like so close, yet worlds apart, this world couldn't let him use them. Therefore, Mosquito Doran could only use the stupid method of hiding his real body in the void and slowly approaching Lin Yuan. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to make his move. However, using the Great Tao of Space in front of Ancestor Yang Mei was like playing with a knife in front of a master. Lin Yuan hadn't comprehended much of the Great Tao of Space from the willow branch. However, against an existence like Mosquito Doran, when holding the willow branch, the methods he comprehended from the Great Tao of Space were completely useless in front of Lin Yuan. Chapter 11:14. Mosquito Doran, who was hiding in the void, changed his position several times as he gloomily stared at Lin Yuan. He was completely unable to understand why this Black Jiao's senses were so sharp. As long as he stayed in one direction for more than 3 breaths, he would immediately be sensed by the Black Jiao. This forced him to not care about the consumption of his energy. He could only madly activate the Great Tao of Space, causing himself to constantly change directions in order to inch closer to the Black Jiao. But this way, his plan would be completely disrupted. The spiritual energy in the Tianwu world was extremely turbid. It could not be directly used to replenish Fa Li. It had to be refined and then constantly remove the impurities within the spiritual energy. Only then could it be absorbed. According to the system's data, if Mosquito Daoran wanted to replenish 1 unit of Fa Li, he would need to extract 10 units of spiritual energy. Furthermore, of the replenished Fa Li, about a third would be used for purification. Even worse, because of Lin Yuan's constant glances, Mosquito Daoran did not even have the time to extract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was practically gritting his teeth as he approached Lin Yuan. Therefore, according to this consumption, when he reached Lin Yuan's side, he would have to explode with his strongest attack. Because his remaining Fa Li was simply not enough to support him in the void while waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, large swarms of blood-winged black mosquitoes seemed to have gone crazy. They flapped their wings and accelerated towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's eyes did not have the slightest ripple. He only slowly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of nether realm black water, which melted with the blood-winged black mosquitoes like a black tide. At this moment, a cold light shone behind Lin Yuan. A blood-winged black mosquito actually drilled out of the void and fiercely slammed into Lin Yuan's defenseless back. A diversion. I guessed it. Lin Yuan's lazy voice sounded. Layers of black nether realm water formed a mirror behind Lin Yuan. The blood-winged black mosquito courageously smashed through 6 layers of water shields, almost stabbing into Lin Yuan's flesh. Only then was it melted into water droplets by the 7th layer of water shield. Those blood-winged black mosquitoes that were flapping their wings and making deafening buzzing sounds seemed to have lost their command. Some continued to attack Lin Yuan, who seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. Some froze in place as though they had lost their souls. That's it. In an instant, many of the Heavenly Gate Guardians who were watching the battle had a look of ridicule in their eyes. He had thought that this guy who dared to cross worlds to find trouble with the Black Jiao would be very powerful. In the end, he was like a silver spear with a wax head. He didn't even touch the Black Jiao before he was punished. Are you here to be funny? Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Another beam of cold light broke through the shackles of the void. A blood-winged black mosquito charged towards Lin Yuan from the opposite direction. Ah, I've caught you. However, Lin Yuan had already turned his head the moment the blood-winged black mosquito charged out of the void. He gloomily stared at the mosquito Doran's main body. He did not have much understanding of the space Tao. After all, his natural endowments were there for all to see. Even cultivating step by step was fraught with difficulties, let alone understanding the space Tao. Even the space Tao that he had used to create the limitless demon was borrowed from the willow branch. He had simply copied it. This allowed his limitless demon to have the effect of sealing space. As for relying on himself to sense the location of the mosquito Doran's main body, Lin Yuan did not have this thought at all. Wouldn't it be foolish not to use a treasure when there was one? From the very beginning, Lin Yuan knew that the blood-winged black mosquito that had launched a sneak attack from the void was not the main body. It was a smokescreen that the mosquito Daoran had used to confuse him. He wanted to force him to use his trump card, and Lin Yuan had indeed done so. As expected, the moment he used this trump card, the mosquito Doran's main body was immediately shaken out. After all, the consumption of the mosquito Doran series of actions was not low to begin with. After being forced by Lin Yuan's gaze twice and even preparing a smokescreen, the consumption had reached a new level. Now, the mosquito Daoran could really be said to be going all out. With a thought, a willow branch flew out of Lin Yuan's mouth and crashed straight into the mosquito Daoran. Immediately, the world was directly isolated and sealed. The willow branch that the Patriarch of Yangmei had given him had actually imprisoned the mosquito Daoran. This was not Lin Yuan's limitless demonic domain. This was a willow branch plucked from the patriarch of Yang Mei's main body. What kind of existence was the patriarch of Yang Mei? One of the primordial innate god fiends, the hollow willow, and the carrier of rules. It could be said that the patriarch of Yang Mei was the manifestation of the great Tao of space. Once these innate god fiends were born with consciousness, their strength was not inferior to that of a chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. Obviously, this was because they were born as saints of the great Tao. It could be said that the moment these manifestations of rules were born, they stood at the end of the line in the eyes of countless cultivators and monsters in the universe. To be honest, toying with the great Tao of space in front of the patriarch of Yang Mei was an act of courting death. This meant that the mosquito Daoran was targeting Lin Yuan, and the patriarch of Yang Mei was a very casual person. Otherwise, if Lin Yuan had killed the two fox demons sent by the patriarch of Yang Mei, he would have killed Lin Yuan instead of bestowing the willow branch. Therefore, now that the mosquito Daoran had attacked Lin Yuan, and the patriarch of Yang Mei had no intention of attacking either, Lin Yuan could only use the willow branch to locate the mosquito Daoran. However, in a battle between experts, unless there was an absolute suppression of power, even the slightest difference would bring about an irreversible change in the battle. The mosquito Daoran had too much faith in his great Tao of space. Even when he was discovered by Lin Yuan at the beginning, he only thought that Lin Yuan's perception was extraordinary. Therefore, if he stayed in a certain void for too long, he would be directly detected by Lin Yuan. However, he did not expect that he was now like a turtle in a jar, being clearly arranged by the willow branch. A fake attack in the opposite direction. Sorry, but the willow branch had been pointing at the real mosquito Daoran. The situation was reversed again. Immediately, many of the Heavenly Gate Guardians opened their mouths, but not a word came out. There was no other way. It was too *king embarrassing. Previously, they had thought that since this group of people dared to cross worlds to find trouble with the Black Jiao, they would definitely not be easy to deal with. In the end, the two guys who were dressed like generals acted like experts and refused to communicate with the Black Jiao. In the end, the Black Jiao only threw out a red gourd, and the two of them were completely subdued. Later on, when the young man in the blood-red robe attacked, the night market gasped in amazement. After all, no one had sensed that such an existence was hiding in the void not far away. In the end, the Black Jiao did not hide at all. He attacked again and again, but failed every time. Chapter 11:15. He had turned into a swarm of mosquitoes again and again. Originally, they thought that he would play some tricks this time. However, when he turned his head, it was just a feint. His real body could not be hidden from the Black Jiao's eyes. Now, not only was the Black Jiao unharmed, this guy even lost his own life. Brother, are you sure you are here to make trouble for the Black Jiao? Are you trying to make a fool out of yourself with your actions? However, after the banter, these Heavenly Gate Guardians once again realized that the Black Jiao's strength and foundation were probably much more terrifying than their previous evaluation. However, no one noticed that Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. After all, facing the existence of the untainted world directly was not something that these people who had never heard of the untainted world could imagine. Not to mention the mosquito Doran's law of space, just his innate divine ability that could devour everything was enough to make Lin Yuan fearful. From the beginning, the battle strategy he had chosen was to avoid a head-on collision with the mosquito Daoran. This was also thanks to the existence of the black water in the nether realm, which caused him to not want to touch the mosquito Daoran, and the mosquito Daoran was not willing to touch him. Otherwise, there would be no room for maneuver. If the battlefield was in the untainted world, the mosquito Daoran, who could make Kundi and Jane suffer losses, would probably be able to kill Lin Yuan in an instant. But even so, the mosquito Daoran was definitely an invincible existence in the Tianwu world. This was because there was absolutely no movement in the world that could be compared with the law of space. In those novels, when the body movement was deduced to the extreme, it could only give rise to shrinking Earth into an inch, so close, yet so far, and so on. However, this kind of divine ability still used a large amount of the law of space as the foundation to support it. What was the battle record of the mosquito Daoran at his peak? In the Battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, he killed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Then, he flapped his wings and went to the Western Paradise to eat the 12th grade virtuous Golden Lotus. What was this? This was the use of the laws of space. Sun Wukong could travel 108,000 li with a single somersault. Whether or not he could leave the Dongxing divine continent would depend on where he somersaulted, let alone the Western Pure Land. This was the gap between them. In a situation where they didn't have any means to keep the mosquito Daoran in check, it could be said that anyone who came into contact with the mosquito Daoran would die. After all, once they came into contact with the mosquito Doran's mandibles, they would be sucked dry. Moreover, among the existences that Lin Yuan was wary of, mosquito Daoran was not at the forefront. Hongjuan's generation wouldn't be so shameless as to personally deal with the current him. Or perhaps it could be said that they didn't have the confidence to kill him in the heaven martial world after clashing with the will of the world and the system. So before he went to the great desolate world to face these big shots, the only ones he had to be careful of were their disciples. But among these people, the only one who could really make Lin Yuan unable to fight back was Shen Gongbao. In other words, Shen Gongbao was sent to the investiture of the gods during the investiture of the gods' cataclysm. Otherwise, with Shen Gongbao's skills, if he could successfully become a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, let alone Lin Yuan, even existences like Hongjun and Yang Mei would have to be wary of him. Shen Gongbao and xianxia were both disciples of the primeval Lord of Heaven. But the interesting thing was that Shen Gongbao cultivated the Great Tao of Karma. The Great Tao of Karma was definitely one of the best among the 3,000 Great Taos. It was even one of the few existences that could compete with the Great Tao of Fate. Of course, in terms of status, Fate was still higher than Karma. What was Karma? To put it simply, it was to return what one borrowed. For example, Lin Yuan had borrowed the tiger skin of the ancient demon court before, so there was karma between the two. That was why Red Cloud Taoist dared to appear in the boundless sea and ask Lin Yuan to repay this karma. Without this relationship, unless the day when the world was repaired, the experts hiding in the dark would naturally fight with each other. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not necessarily know the existence of these untainted bigwigs who hid him, even until his death. However, the prerequisite of karma was intersection. Only when there was intersection, there would be karma, and only then could people use such a chain of karma. Why was the status of fate higher than karma? Because fate never required two parties to have intersection. The so-called destiny was like this. Some people did things and the results they suffered were all arranged by fate from the beginning. At the same time, fate was also the most mysterious and ethereal Great Tao. No matter how hard Lin Yuan thought, he could not think of a few people who cultivated the Great Tao of Fate. If he had to insist, the so-called Great Tao of Fate should be the way of heaven. 30% was destiny, and 70% was hard work. No words would appear in this world without a reason. However, after thinking about it, Lin Yuan's fear of Shen Gongbao lessened a little. After all, even though Shen Gongbao was a disciple of the heavenly Lord Yuanshi, he was one of the few outliers in the Chanism. He ignored the consequences of entering the cultivation tribulations without permission and helped Xianxia to stabilize the Shang dynasty. He was also considered loyal and had recruited many capable people for the Shang dynasty. Without Shen Gongbao, even though the Shang dynasty would not collapse, its time of existence would be greatly shortened. Shen Gongbao had indeed fought to his death for the Shang dynasty. Without talking about the mythical background, the difference between Shen Gongbao and xianxia was obvious. Both of them were citizens of the Shang dynasty. Everything they learned came from the Shang dynasty. They ate the rice and drank the water of the Shang dynasty. xianxia was a member of the Empress Jiang family of Xianxia. However, he did not hesitate to betray the country and seek refuge with Xianxia, which was known as, never close the door at night, never pick up lost things on the road. However, this was just a later modification. In fact, Xianxia was poor. If there was no door, how could one close the door? If there was no food at night, what could be lost? Could the Ji family of Xianxia have a human king? Their ancestral skill was divination and asking for fortune. The so-called King Zhou of Shang dynasty is tyrannical. Fengming Xianxia was just an excuse made up by Jiangxia. In fact, to put it bluntly, King Zhou's thinking was too advanced. He wanted to highly centralize power and completely abandon the idea that the royal power was given by God. Therefore, Wuxia and Xian's two sons who had lost the right to inherit the throne joined hands with Jiangxia, the father and son of the Ji family, to rebel. They even chose the time when Xian was conquering the barbarians and the army had not returned. However, they almost failed to defeat the Shang dynasty. It showed how weak these traitors were. In other words, Jiangxia, who was called a warrior sage by some later emperors, felt that he was old and dying. If he did not rebel against the Shang dynasty, he would die of old age. Then, what he had learned would be in vain. Therefore, he did not care about Ji Chang's ominous divination and directly started the rebellion with Ji Chang. If Xian's brothers and sons were not traitors, this ominous divination was indeed correct. Chapter 11:16. Xian, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Yuan, who had the mindset of a modern person, did not admire many ancient people. Especially in the field of emperors, there were many useless people. Most of them were raised like pigs by the officials. For example, Emperor Taizong of Tang, who was called the Emperor of the Ages by countless people, was a typical example of someone who was completely controlled by the officials. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the population was around 8.9 million, with an average of 5 people per household. However, at the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the population was only around 2 million. Many people said that it was because Xuanhuan did not manage the country well and was ruthless, causing the population to decrease greatly. However, the funny thing was that according to the historical records, the two emperors of the Sui dynasty, starting from Emperor Wen of Sui, had been investigating the escapees, and the population had always been increasing. During Xuanhuang's reign, it had reached a small peak. Not to mention Xuanhuang's great achievement of opening the Grand Canal and bringing 2 economic centers to China, just the money and food he had accumulated was enough for the people of the beginning of the Tang dynasty to eat for 50 years without even working. In the history of the dynasties, no one was richer than the Sui dynasty. Was this the actions of an incapable ruler? How far did the Sui dynasty and Tang dynasty have to go to such an extent to be able to wipe out tens of millions of people? Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, who was known as the Emperor of the Han dynasty, had almost completely emptied the savings of the Wen and Jing emperors. In the northern expedition to the Xiongnu dynasty, the Han dynasty's casualties were only a few 100,000. They had almost wiped out the Xiongnu dynasty and opened up the Silk Road. However, they were still slandered by others as having wiped out half of their household register. Then what should Li Shimin's actions of taking over the Sui dynasty's 8 million people and leaving only 2 million people behind be called? Almost wiping out half of their household register? How many people knew, or were willing to admit, that Li Shimin had been copying Xuanhuang's homework? Furthermore, he was not good at copying. Just like how everything in the Han dynasty was taken over from the Qin dynasty, everything in the Tang dynasty was taken over from the Sui dynasty. If not for Xuanhuang leaving behind a prosperous foundation for Li Shimin, not to mention the Emperor of the Ages, Li Shimin would not even have a chance to become a wise ruler. This was especially the case for Li Shimin, who revered Confucianism and advocated the rule of the state. He had completely ignored the suppression of the ethnic minorities by those sovereigns who were both Confucian on the outside and Confucian on the inside. He had straightforwardly and efficiently arranged marriages, reparations, books, and technology. In the Treaty of Wei River in the first year of Xuanhuan, Li Shimin had forced the Turks to retreat, almost single-handedly scaring off an army of more than 100,000 Turks. But in reality, Li Shimin had been schemed against by the great clans, emptying the national treasury to make these vicious wolves retreat. In this period of 20 days, it could not be said that these nomadic tribes had not offended the people of China. Furthermore, Li Shimin's imperial norms had been criticized by others. It was simply a reversal of history. It advocated enfeoffment and wanted the rulers to give up their power to create a country within a country. This was a typical example of a ruler being controlled by the aristocratic families. Most importantly, in the Tang and Song dynasties, Li Shimin was the role model of all the rulers of the Song dynasty. His name was like thunder to everyone's ears. On the contrary, Li Ji and Wu Zetian, who did not learn from Li Shimin, became the rulers of a generation. Li Ji's dynasty had the largest land area in the Tang dynasty. Wu Zetian was even more impressive. Not counting the civil war, she had fought 26 wars and won 21 times. Her land area was even larger than Li Ji's. However, this was Wu Zhou and not Li Tang. The biggest difference between the two was that Li Tang was dominated by Xianbei nobles while Wu Zhou was dominated by Han people. In addition to Wu Zetian's series of reforms, it could be said that before Zhu Yuanzhang, she had tied the emperor to the nobles to the emperor to the people. The aristocratic family's methods were almost ineffective against Wu Zetian. They could only madly discredit her after Wu Zhou was destroyed. Looking at the history of his previous world, there were only a few human kings that could make Lin Yuan feel deep respect. Other than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there was no other than Yingjing, Lu Che, Yang Guang, Wu Jiong, and Zhu Yuanzhang. Lin Yuan, who was born as a human, had a natural respect for these human kings. If it weren't for these human kings who risked the destruction of their country time and time again to push the Chinese civilization in the right direction at the nodes of each era, I'm afraid that China wouldn't even be able to enter the 4 ancient civilizations, let alone the existence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. As for these human kings, they had left behind endless favors for their descendants. However, almost all of them were labeled as tyrants. The best of them were people who killed people like flies. This was not even counting the human kings with mythological backgrounds. It must be known that even in the mythological world, these human kings had not missed a single thing that they were supposed to do. In Lin Yuan's eyes, even if their merits could not be compared to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who enlightened the human race, these human kings were still worthy of the title of emperor. If the human race flourished, these human kings would most likely become human saints. However, regardless of whether it was the xianxia of the mythological world or the xianxia of the real world, they were all existences that Lin Yuan loathed incomparably. This was a classic example of a traitor who lived off one's family and betrayed another's family. When it came to the Ming dynasty, the great emperor Zhu Yuanzhang directly carried out the matter of killing saints. First, he killed the second sage Meng Zi, then the martial sage Jiang Shang. Then, he appointed Guan Yu as the new martial sage. In the mythological world, Zhu Yuanzhang had cleanly cut off the source of Meng Zi and Jiang Shang's incense. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of yearning. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Guang had been scolded as a tyrant for so many years, but his mistake was that he had lost. He had overestimated the southern aristocratic families at that time, thinking that the Han aristocratic families should work with him to expel the Hu people and take over the mountains and rivers of Han. In the end, his series of reforms made the people with Hu blood and the northern aristocratic families unable to make a living, while he gave the southern aristocratic families taxed the southern aristocratic families and supported the southern aristocratic families. However, because of a series of policies that suppressed the aristocratic families, the Han aristocratic families and the southern aristocratic families chose to watch the fire burn across the river, allowing the Guanlong aristocratic family to skin Yang Guang, the human king, alive. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan wanted to suppress the aristocratic families and sects the moment he established the northern frontier. It was because there were not many good people among these people. Even if there were one or two, their clansmen would be the first to stand up and punish them. For example, Di Xian's brothers, descendants, and the Hongnongyang family behind Yangguang were all like this. Although Lin Yuan did not have such troubles, there was indeed no need for such a group of people to disgust him in front of him. As he thought, Lin Yuan poured the nether realm's black water into the sealed space. From time to time, he would turn his head and look meaningfully at Heng and Ha. Heng and Ha felt their hair stand on end. However, they did not know that Lin Yuan had no intention of dealing with them. It was hard to say about Mosquito Daoran, but Heng and Ha would definitely not die in the Xianhu world. After all, they were considered the heavenly court's righteous gods. They only had incense tablets.